I'd like to welcome the commissioners back from their summer hiatus, and I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Wu.
Here.
Commission Vice President Fong.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And I'd like to welcome new Commissioner Dennis Richards.
Thank you.
Here. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1 appears on your agenda incorrectly. It'll have to be it'll reappear on the September 11th calendar, but it is proposed for continuance to November 20th and will be on the 11th. Commissioners, further on your calendar, under your discretionary review calendar, item 13, for case number 2014.0797D at 435 10th Avenue, a request for discretionary review. We received a request from the project sponsor to continue this matter indefinitely.
Is there any public comment on the continuance calendar?
This was the 14th.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners, for your time and thought today. My name is Tracy West, and I'm the owner of the property next door to the property in question. My husband and I and our 3 kids moved to the Inner Richmond District when Mayor Jordan was still in office. The Presidio wasn't yet open to the public, and Golden Gate Park was suffering some hard times. In 1997, we decided we needed to buy a larger
I'm sorry
house.
to interrupt you, ma'am. We are discussing whether or not you're in favor or not of a continuance of item 13.
Okay. I'm in favor of continuance.
Okay.
Thank
There's
you.
no comment? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
This is a moved motion for continuance.
For continuance, yes.
Move to continue as noted.
On that motion, Commissioners, to continue item 13 indefinitely. Commissioner Antonini.
Also, item 1 to the 20th, is that?
Sure, we can include that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. Those items have been continued. Commissioners, I'll place you under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar, are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission, and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 2, case number 2014.04848C, at 2800 24th Street, request for conditional use authorization. And item 3, case number 2012.1220C at 2233 Union Street, request for conditional use authorization. Please note that on August 7th, 2014, following public testimony, the Commission adopted a motion of intent to approve with conditions by a vote of 4-3, Commissioners Johnson, Moore, and Wu voting against, and continued the matter to September 4th, 2014 by a vote of 7-0. Commissioner Richards, in order for you to participate in this particular matter, you'll have to publicly announce the fact that you had actually reviewed the matter and the materials prior to today's hearing.
I have.
Thank you. I have no speaker cards.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Richards.
I'd like to move to have both of these put on the regular calendar, please.
Okay. So let's hear them at the beginning of the regular calendar, and also for the benefit of the public, we will be hearing item number 9 before item number 8.
Okay. Commissioners, that will place us under Commission matters. Item 4, consideration of adoption draft minutes for August 7th and August 14th, 2014. Commissioner Richards, although you were not present at those hearings, you will still be voting on those minutes.
Is there any public comment on the draft minutes? Public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Move to approve.
Second.
On that motion to adopt the minutes for August 7th and August 14th, 2014, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you on item 5, Commission comments and questions.
Just want to welcome Commissioner Richards. We're happy to have you join us here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Welcome to Commissioner Richards. During our break, my wife and I took a trip for about a week to Chicago, and we saw a lot of baseball and a lot of rain, but there are a lot of things we didn't see, which actually was very enlightening. We were out between 7 in the morning and sometimes till midnight, so we got a good idea of their equivalent of the financial district, which for them is the Loop, and their equivalent of our shopping area and hotel area, Union Square, which is, in their case, Michigan Avenue, as well as a lot of neighborhoods that would be the equivalent of our Castro or south of Market, and a lot of parks, Lincoln and Grant, and as well as a lot of transit rides up to Wrigley Field and a lot of other parts of Chicago. And it was really nice that we didn't see any trash on the sidewalks. The sidewalks were pretty clean. There was no graffiti that I saw. And although there were panhandlers, and we know Chicago has some significant problems in some areas, which you hear about, I didn't see a single person passed out on the street or sleeping in a doorway or anything. So, and this was true of the parks and the transit too. So, although we know Chicago has challenges, it seems like at least in the most visible areas of the city, they seem to be doing something right, and it wouldn't hurt if we probably consulted with the people in Chicago and see what their policies are in regards to some of the issues that I brought up. I also would like to ask that we adjourn today in memory of Rashawn Williams. For those who have not heard, he was a young man, 14 years old, who was stabbed to death just because he was going to a candy store, and some person who knew him and didn't like him resorted to stabbing him, and it was fatal. And he was a promising young man who'd risen from a challenging background to have straight A's. He was an athlete. He'd been accepted at Sacred Heart Cathedral Preparatory, and it's just a tragedy. And we need to eliminate the culture of violence. But that being said, I think I'd like to memorialize him as we adjourn our meeting.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to let the rest of the Commission know that President Wu asked me to join the Arts Commission in the specific group of civic design. I've already attended a meeting. I'm delighted to participate in the discussion and thank President Wu, and I will keep you informed of anything which is relevant to the Commission.
Yes, thank you to Commissioner Moore for fulfilling that role.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to department matters. Item 6, Director's announcements.
Thank you, Jonas. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Welcome back from your break, and welcome to Commissioner Richards. On behalf of the department, we look forward to working with you coming years. Just a couple of quick announcements that are in your written director's report, but for the benefit of others in the public, I wanted to announce that next Wednesday, the 10th, we are having an open house to kick off the preparation of the preservation element of the general plan. That will be Wednesday, the September 10th, from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Old Mint at the corner of 5th and Mission. The public is welcome to join us and give your thoughts on the new preservation element of the general plan. And I just also wanted to call to your attention, Commissioners, secondly, that we have the new quarterly pipeline report in the director's report that highlights the residential production of the last quarter in the three categories of above moderate, moderate, and low-income housing. With that, I'll close my report, unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, item 7, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals, and the Historic Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Department staff. Welcome back from your break. Hope you had a good one. This week there was no Land Use Committee as it was a holiday. The Board had several items on its agenda. The underground district for Ringgold Alley was passed on its first read. The resolution for the formation of the Transbay Community Facilities District was continued to September 9th. The rezoning of McCoppin Plaza to public open space passed its first read. And a report on the interim moratorium on changes of institutional uses in the University Mountain neighborhood was also accepted. This report was prepared by the Planning Department in response to the interim moratorium. The report is a requirement of emergency interim moratoriums and had to be transmitted to the board within 25 days of the adoption of the interim moratorium. The report evaluates 3 different options to address this issue, to address the issues around neighborhood character and the loss of residential care facilities in the city. The board voted to accept the report. I don't believe there's any other action beyond that required. There was one introduction. It was sort of a big one. Supervisor Chu reintroduced his short-term rentals legislation. The revised ordinance has several changes, which staff is still in the process of evaluating. Some of the more obvious changes include including single-family homes in the short-term rental program, excluding SROs and other low-income housing, and placing the Planning Department in charge of enforcement and monitoring. It does not require hosting platforms to report the number of days to the city on the number of nights the unit has been rented, and it leaves out other key enforcement recommendations. We should have a more comprehensive understanding of the changes in the next couple of days, and the ordinance is scheduled to be heard on September 15th. With that, that concludes my report, and I'm happy to take questions.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yes, thank you for your report. Perhaps sometime in the future we can get a report on the Trans-Bay Community Benefits District, because I know there's been a lot of discussion about some of the exactions, and once that has occurred or once that moves a little further forward, though we don't have any jurisdiction on that, we'd be interested in hearing what was the supervisors or arrived upon on that.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that.
Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Starr, there is an ongoing heated discussion surrounding all issues of the housing ordinance you just mentioned and President Chu's amendments. This is not coming back to us anymore.
It is not, you're correct.
Right. How will people find out what the changes are, who is looking at the draft, and who is continuing the discussion? Because some commissioners are still getting queries from the public, and while we are not actively involved anymore, what is it we are to say? Who are we to direct these questions to?
Well, you can direct them to the Planning Department. I would direct them to Anne Marie. I'll be out for a while, so I would direct them to her. And our enforcement staff, Audrey Butkus, Anne Marie, Chris Ha, and the zoning administrator are all reviewing the ordinance to see what the changes are and the impacts of them. So.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The public is hearing it, so any ongoing questions or comments would be directed to those people.
Perhaps we could also, during your report next week, or give the Commission a little more detail on the exact changes and what recommendations the Commission made that were not carried forward and which were.
Yes.
That would be great.
Emery
Thank
will
you.
do that.
Great.
Thank you.
Commissioners, there was no Historic Preservation Commission hearing, and there is no Board of Appeals report. Okay. Moving on, Commissioners, to general public comment not to exceed a period of 15 minutes at this time. Members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I do have 2 speaker cards.
Okay, opening for general public comment, Jeffrey Heller and Dino Adelfio.
Afternoon, President Wu and Commissioners. I've come here to just add some information to you about Proposition M. I know you're having hearings on it. I know you are in discussions about what to do about rules and carrying forward. I have been involved in the Proposition M issue before it existed, working with the Planning Department on a task force on the downtown plan, and then with the Board of Soups on the actual structure of a sunsetted version of an annual limit, which then became, by popular vote, Proposition M. And as I followed the recent events, I created a chart which I'm going to pass out to you. The chart basically illustrates one very important point, actually 2 very important points I wanted to make you aware of, because I think your consideration of these points and your input to the Board of Supervisors will be quite critical. If you take the numbers contemplated in the report you've received from the Planning Department, there are pending projects, and then there are projects anticipated to be applied into that process. For about a 2-year or year and a half period, the pending projects should be able to go forward fairly well, but after that, the impact of what is out there hits, and the point of this chart is to tell you that you cannot approve what is already anticipated by the department until the year 2024. That's the first point I want to make, and that's in this chart. And that's if no one else applies for anything between now and 2024, which is obviously not the case, or hopefully not the case. Also, I've illustrated in here the small cap, which was something that was devised in order to protect small property owners in the application and review process because they couldn't compete with the economics of the larger buildings for the competition. In fact, I did the first project ever approved under Prop M, which was also a small building project. But the problem is that there's consistently been over 1 million square feet available, and that some fix of the small cap is also necessary as time goes forward. I know these are difficult things to manage because they are in the public realm for public vote, but I really think that the Commission needs to focus on the real facts of the impact and implications of what's going on right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you just put it down right there.
The following isn't entirely contextual, yet may share some significance. Energy leadership, transforming your workplace and your life from the core. Richard, Bruce Schneider. Richard, you said that you realize that the people who work with you are a gold mine, and you also said the details you shared with everyone help them relax and engage. These are the two signposts for what I call an anabolic leader. That's the opposite of a catabolic leader. Catabolic versus anabolic leadership. I explain that at the cellular level, catabolism usually refers to the breakdown of complex molecules, while anabolism is the opposite. When we're talking about a person's catabolic or anabolic energy, however, we're making a broader statement about destructive and constructive forces within that person, who is made up not only of individual cells, but also of thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors, and these have energetic force too. So you can have catabolic and anabolic energy in a single cell, in a particular organ of the body, a certain system in the body, such as the nervous or digestive systems, and the entire person. These energetic processes happen in organizations as well as in people. What Richard was experiencing the past several months was personal, staff, and company catabolism. By constantly responding to their circumstances with worry, fear, doubt, anger, guilt, people at O'Connell Consulting were constantly catabolic. Richard understood my ideas about personal energy, but he questioned the idea that organizations as a whole are energetic as well. Are you suggesting that my organization is alive?
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, general public comment is closed. Oh, one more.
I'm sorry. My name is David Sincata. I was here originally for 435 10th, but has been continued for indefinitely. And I did want to just say that my client, Tracy West, was the one who wanted to speak on that because she didn't know if she'd be able to speak on it in the future because we don't know when it's coming back. But the concern for that project, its size and its scope and its impact on my client's home is very considerable. And we do want to make sure that we do have the opportunity in the proper notices and hearings, and I'm sure we will. We've been being kept informed by the staff, but we are concerned that this project may get even larger now that they're pulling it off the calendar and continuing it indefinitely. And we want to warn you that that's going to be a problem if we have to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that earlier outburst. I'm not familiar with the process. Told David he wasn't fired just yet. But anyways, this is in regards to the 435 10th Avenue property renovation. I live right next door, and I have a Victorian that my husband and I have spent 17 years trying to bring back to its former glory. And we are very worried because every single piece that you do, anything you do on that house, even up to the siding, has to be custom milled, and some of it can never be replaced. And we're just very concerned about the scope and how large this is, that it's going to be. It will block our light, our air, and has a big impact on our privacy. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed.
Commissioners, it'll place you under your regular calendar, and both consent items were pulled off and will be considered now. First will be item 2 for case number 2014.0848C at 2800 24th Street, a request for conditional use authorization. There she is.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brittany Bendix of Planning Department staff. You have before you a request for conditional use authorization to establish an entertainment use as part of the existing legal nonconforming bar doing business as Pop's Bar, containing approximately 1,300 gross square feet of floor area. The bar currently has approval for a limited live performance entertainment permit that allows live music until 11 p.m. at the latest. The request before you would enable the applicant to play amplified music within the anticipated hours of operation, being 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. during weekends and 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. To date, the department has received 19 letters of support for the project and has not received any opposition in the form of public comment. The department is recommending support of the project on the grounds that it promotes the continued operation of an established, locally owned business and contributes to the viability of the overall 24th Street Mission Neighborhood Commercial Transit District. It does not displace an existing retail tenant, and it also preserves an existing historic resource. The establishment of the entertainment venue will enable the current business to expand and diversify its current programming, and overall the proposal is consistent with the general plan and planning code. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Michael Kraus, and Pop's Bar has been around for, this is Tom Tierney, my partner, has been around for 79 years through 11 ownership changes, and is, as a local independent business, it has stood the challenges of time in 2 locations on the same block. Our goal is to continue that tradition, to create a great neighborhood bar that is the epitome of San Francisco, inviting, unpretentious, accepting, inclusive, collaborative, and welcoming to all races, genders, and diversities. We were already granted the existing limited live performance, and we would like to have a full entertainment permit to allow amplified music from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., which is the high demand for time for bars. During the early hours of 5 to 9, we will have small ensembles and solo artists perform a wide range of styles that will be determined by the customer base in the neighborhood and the surrounding area. We would like to hire people from the area to play music during the early part, and then after 10 p.m., we would not be doing live music. We would like the ability to have a DJ spin records and play music, help us bring people into the bar. After 10 p.m., we need the DJs to help draw customers. Good entertainment keeps people in the neighborhood, and besides employing the DJs, it would allow us to hire another bartender and another doorman. Our goal is to complement the district by adding a valued offering of music with many different styles and genres. This is an important time in San Francisco where performance artists are finding it harder and harder to find employment as spaces disappear and the cost of living rises. My own personal history and experience locally is in this business goes back 22 years. As a 21-year-old, I started as a bar back, and I've worked in so many places, and in each of these places learned what to do and what not to do. I also understand the responsibility that comes with this business of being a good neighbor. It is essential. Having an open dialogue policy with your neighbors so that everyone can coexist is mandatory. Controlling sound levels and all other concerns need to be addressed quickly and efficiently. My current business that I have run for 10 years is the Madrone Art Bar in Divisadero, and I have an excellent track record of operating that business with a full entertainment permit. We've won Nighty Awards, which is sponsored by the Entertainment Commission for a variety of offerings. And I've made a point of being a good neighbor with everybody around. I will do the same at Pops. We will. The room has been and will continue to be soundproof so that all city and current Entertainment Commission requirements will have been met, and to be honest, they will be exceeded. The last thing we want is neighbor complaints. It's not good for anybody. The sound system that we have installed is done through JK Sound. It is a advanced system. It's much smaller. We're not using large speakers. We're using smaller speakers that give a full, more full surround sound rather than loud. We want people to be able to have fun, dance, but at the same time, other people want to have a conversation. So it's a fine balance between the both. And we'll have doormen on, and those doormen have their own phone where the neighbors can call, and we've handed out letters to, everybody on the block, both sides, in Spanish and English, introducing ourselves, giving them their number. Their concerns were not so much about sound, but just smokers and people peeing in their doorsteps, which we will, of course, address. So, that's it.
Thank you. Yes. Is there any public comment on this item?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Eric Arguella. I'm with the Calle 24 Merchants and Neighborhood Association, the newly designated Latino Cultural District on 24th Street. I just want to say that Mr. Krause has been, reaching out to the community, has reached out to our council, has been communicating with us, a lot of the concerns about the neighborhood and our concerns about this new business. So we've been in dialogue. He has followed, our suggestions, for reaching out to the general community. I've one a DJ that's a local DJ in the neighborhood has played in his other establishments, and so we got the thumbs up from him also. The only thing that there's not a big concern, but there's something that we have to talk about is the time, the closing time during the weekdays, and hopefully we can compromise and do something that's going to work for everybody. And the other point is, as a Latino Culture District, they are accommodating us to be able to connect to the Latino Culture District by playing possibly once or twice a week, cumbia, salsa, and merengue to connect to the community and the culture and the arts in the area. So we've been, working these things out. We're moving forward, and the last piece is just the time. So I think they'll be good for the area, and they're really working close with the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rue Graffis, and I have lived in the area of Pops Bar since 1980. I moved about 2 blocks away in 1988. It is a wonderful place. It comes from the era when the Mission was a blue-collar neighborhood, and it was a wonderful member of the community at that time, and continues to be today. The only problem that I have, and I would just make a request, this is just, if they could, ask for a permit to extend the sidewalk and take out 2 parking spaces, one on 24th Street and one, the bar is right on the corner of 24th and I believe it's York. Might be wrong, that might be Hampshire. Because, of course, nobody can smoke in a bar anymore. So the sidewalk right there is quite narrow, and there's a tree which is doing its rootly thing and pushing up the sidewalk. So it's a little bit difficult to get around that area when all the smokers are outside on the sidewalk. The sidewalk could just be extended on that corner. That would just be a request. I'm not saying that should be the bottom line, I certainly hope you approve their permit.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Richards.
Hi. I support the project. We've had a lot of issues in the upper market with live entertainment and amplified music. And I wanted to ask the project sponsors, who I truly believe are good operators and who I wish you would actually come up to the upper market and open up a club. I went and visited the site, looked at the plans, and my real issue that we've had, and you might not realize it, is the door. So we've had a lot of complaints where we've had live and amplified music where people entering and exiting just a regular door, the noise escapes despite the best intentions and the sound system and the soundproofing. And I looked at the streetscape around the club, and you've got a lot of residential there as opposed to your other club on Divisadero, where it's pretty much a car wash across the street and a gas station. And so I'd like to ask what you can do around making the door a little more soundproof. Make it a double door. We have that with the Club Bow on Market Street. We asked them to do that, and it really prevents sound from escaping when people enter and exit.
That's something we can look at. I know that, there can be drapery put on the other side of the door that can be thick as long as it's fireproofed and coated that would stop some of that sound leakage. The other thing is I'm not going to be doing any of the live music past 10 p.m., so that shouldn't be an issue, especially later, which would be just the DJs. But, the door, that would be something that I'd have to come back to the planning department because we just added a new door. Part of this new permit, we handicapped it and we put in a double glass door that was required by the department. Drapery, I'm not sure exactly. Not having it open is the first key to it.
Right. Unfortunately, people enter and exit sometimes in twos and threes, and they hold it open. And our experience was that people who work, they don't really know the process. That they'll call you, but then they get resentful because they have to keep calling. And I know you would do something. I'm trying to head the problem off at the pass. We've got a lot of experience with this.
I can look into that. I know drapery would be the first and simple thing. There's also double pane glass. That if we had to change a door, I'd be willing to do that if it was needed. Like I said, whatever makes it work for everybody.
I'd like to make that a condition.
If you could reiterate the condition.
That there is some type of a soundproofing around the door.
Very good.
With a minimum of a drapery.
Very good.
There's no motion yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you like to make
I would like to make a motion to approve the project with a condition that there be some type of a soundproofing mechanism around the door, minimum of a drapery.
Second.
Fair enough.
Commissioner Antonini.
Mr. Aguelo, if I could ask you to comment. In your earlier public comment, you had talked about hours during the week, and I don't know what you had in mind.
Right. I think the permit they're asking to stay open till 2 during the weekdays. So if there's could be a compromise, at least maybe till 12 p.m. on the weekdays and till 2 on the weekends.
Well, I could certainly ask project sponsor how they feel about that. And the other thing, we are conditioning it to soundproof the door, which may to some degree address the problem. And I think we may be able to condition, I'd have to check with staff, the only DJs after 10 o'clock, not the amplified music, which might also tend to help a little bit.
Correct.
So I'll see what they have to say. Thank you.
Okay, that'd be great. It's just to have an ability to see how things go, and we'll, be talking about it further down the line also, too.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Project sponsor, in regards to the suggestion brought up.
I'd like to specify that, for one, the project's already open legally with the ABC and has been for 79 years until 2 a.m. We're talking about the ability to play amplified music, and here's where the thing gets it's weird. It's like you can have a DJ, which we can't do, who can spin records. It's all through the same sound system, yet the jukebox or an iPod can play after 12. We don't want to do live. Whether you have an iPod play or whether you have a DJ play, it's all at the same amplified volume. We're splitting hairs as far as how that gets classified. The real issue with noise is going to come from, live music, which we've agreed to not do past 10 p.m.
Okay.
So.
Well, Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Well, what I'd like to do with the permission of the maker of the motion and the seconder is, rather than putting a restriction in at this time, we could have a look-back report in 6 months that it would be brought back to us just as a report to the commission, which would be part of our regular agenda. And I also would like to add to the motion, if it's acceptable, maker and seconder, that they work with Mr. Arguello and others in the neighborhood to make sure that they are keeping the activities on weeknights after 10 o'clock in an acceptable manner to not disturb the residents in the area. So if that's okay, we can add that to the motion.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I wanted to make a comment regarding the sidewalk. That is the DPW issue. It is something where somebody should send a photo to either 311 or forward it to DPW. This is not an issue that we can influence in any way in this particular environment, but it's worth noting that when you have larger amounts of people in the area, that's a general issue of common safety, not to talk about even visual appearance.
Commissioner Richards.
One other question of the project sponsor. Your limiter is set. Are you going to be doing readings across the street and setting the limiter to the readings? I want to understand what your process is.
Yeah, we'll do that. And through the Entertainment Commission, they send out the entertainment inspector.
Okay.
They do outside audible readings and interior audible readings.
That's where you'll set your limiter.
Upstairs. Right.
Okay.
So
above the
whatever's
limit, it will
acceptable.
scramble?
What's that?
Above the limit, it will scramble the music?
Above the limiter, it basically automatically cuts it and turns it down. So if a DJ then tries to turn it up, it even takes it down lower. So the only way he can actually turn his music up is by technically turning it down.
Great.
So it's like a reverse setup.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the question.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second, and I want to confirm that the maker of the motion and the seconder are okay to the amendments?
Yes.
Great, thank you. There is a motion and a second, Commissioners, to approve the conditional use application with conditions as amended to include a soundproofing mechanism around the door with a minimum of installing drapery, a 6-month report to the commission, and the sponsor to continue working with the community to prevent any disturbances. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis? Aye. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
And Commission President Wu?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you on item 3. For case number 2012.1220C at 2233 Union Street, request for conditional use authorization. Again, please note that on August 7th, 2014, following public testimony, the Commission adopted a motion of intent to approve with conditions by a vote of 4-3. Commissioners Johnson, Moore, and Wu voted against and continued the matter to September 4th, 2014 by a vote of 7-0. If Commissioner Richards, you could reiterate the fact that you have reviewed the video. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sharon Lai, Planning Department staff. The motion before you is a temporary 3-year conditional use authorization extension for converting a residential unit into a business or professional service use, DBA Ingrid and Isabel LLC, located at the 3rd floor of a residential building within the Union Street Neighborhood Commercial District. The subject use was originally heard by the Planning Commission in October 2009, where a temporary 3-year use conversion was approved with conditions that the unit will revert back to a residential use at the end of the period. As mentioned, on August 7th, the Commission heard the current case with a staff recommendation to disapprove and continue to disapprove the continuation of the residential conversion. The Commission passed a motion to continue the case to today with the intent to grant an approval motion for a 3-year conversion extension. The subject unit was a 2-bedroom family-sized dwelling unit. Minor modifications were approved as part of the 2009 temporary conversion, where the kitchen was retained. No physical improvements are proposed as part of the current authorization request. Per Commission direction, staff has prepared an approval motion with the appropriate findings. The temporary nature of the conversion extension would prevent permanent removal of a dwelling unit from the city's housing supply and is therefore consistent with the city's general plan and the mayor's directive to preserve the city's housing supply. No additional public comment has been submitted since the August 7th Commission hearing, and this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Melinda Sarjapur, Ruben Junius, and Rose. I'm here today on behalf of Ingrid Carney, who is the property owner and who rents the third floor unit to her business, Ingrid and Isabel. As I mentioned in the August 4th hearing, Ingrid and Isabel is primarily a design company that creates a highly successful line of maternity wear. Ingrid also lives with her family in the building directly next door to this property, so this is a very personal application for her. We feel this is a unique application, and we appreciate the time the department has taken to redraft this motion of approval to reflect that. There are a few points from our August 4th hearing that I'd like to quickly reiterate. First, that Ms. Carney is a resident, a property owner, and a business owner in the city. She's not a speculative developer. She's invested significantly in the surrounding neighborhood and doesn't intend to permanently remove a dwelling unit from this site. Secondly, that we have a good deal of community support and no opposition to date. We have submitted 17 letters of support, 9 of which are from nearby businesses that would like to see Ingrid and Isabel stay at this location at least temporarily. Third is that, as the planner mentioned, this is an application to convert essentially in name only. There will be no construction, no changes to the existing unit whatsoever. At this point, I'd like to ask Ingrid Carney to come up and speak briefly about the importance of this project to her.
Hello, Commissioners. I'll speak in brief compared to last time. I am the owner of Ingrid and Isabel, the owner of the building, and the owner of the building next door. Your previous conditional use permit allowed me to afford to keep my business in the city, as well as time to grow my business, and in both in revenue and the ability to afford employee support, so thank you for that. I'm asking now for one additional 3-year term of conditional use, which gives me just a bit more time to grow in revenue and add a couple of more employees. I'm confident that in that 3 years, or under that 3 years, I will exceed the limits that the property provides me, and I will definitely need to move my business, and it'll also give me time to save some money so that I can afford to keep my business in the neighborhood, both where I live, where my children attend school, but primarily where I can stay connected to many pregnant women, my target market, who I speak to regularly, fit, do wear tests, and so on in San Francisco. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
I was supportive and I remain supportive, but a couple of things need to be said. I think when we suggested to renew this usage, we said that this was the only time we would do it. There would be no further usage after a period that would presumably end September 3rd, 2017. And so project sponsors should be well on the way out of there to have a smooth transition well before the end of that period. And at that time, it would be appropriate that it be let out to rent for residential usage. And there seems to be overwhelming support. And also it is locally owned neighborhood business, which we want to try to keep in all parts of San Francisco, and addresses a market that is needs to be addressed. So I'm supportive of this motion.
Commissioner Richards.
I struggle with this one, and the reason why I struggle with it is I did doing the math. 2009 to 2012 was the first CU. We're in 2014, which is 2 years beyond. And another 3 years gives us 2017. It really takes the unit off the market. I applaud your risk-taking to open up a business in San Francisco. I think I listened to the video and watched the video, and the quality of life that you have in the Union Street area is incredible. I think it's amazing. I want you to stay in the city. The issue I have is there are 12 vacant spaces, commercial spaces in that neighborhood, and we don't have a shortage of commercial space. We have a shortage of housing, and that's where I struggle with this. So on one hand, I really want to keep you here, and I think that you do want to stay here and you don't want to move to Los Angeles, and that what we have to offer really is going to draw you to stay. And on the other hand, we're going to have 200,000 new residents in the next 15 years, and I'm struggling with where they're going to go. So, Any thoughts on that?
Yes, so I've done some research because I was prepared to move. And much of the space that's available in the area is commercial street level. And so your rents are more than double of what I pay. And in many times the square footage is either too great or too small. But I'm not looking to open a retail business. And then I have looked at something that's non-retail. And the rents, again, are considerably greater than what I pay currently. So if the conditional permit were extended just a little bit longer, I could save a little bit more money.
So what are the square foot rents you're finding?
Well, I basically look at what my monthly rent check is. And so right now I charge myself $4,000 a month for a space that would rent for $7,000.
Right. So what would the rent be in the Union Street NCD per square foot that you found?
Well, I haven't looked at a square foot amount. I've been looking at what available spaces there are.
Sure.
And one space I found, for example, at Goff on Union is more square footage than I need, but it was around $8,000.
Right.
I looked in the Presidio, $6,500.
So this is where I struggle. You could probably rent the apartment for $7,000 or $7,500, but you could get a commercial space for $6,500 or $8,000. So it's kind of a wash for me.
Well, the company is an LLC. It's a partnership, and my partner lives in LA, so I can't really use the money for the company and the personal. They don't really connect.
Still struggling. Sorry.
I understand.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner Richards, for your questions. I won't follow on too much because I was going to ask sort of the same thing. The only thing I will say is that I'm not sure that many of the issues of how the commercial real estate prices fit into your business pro forma are the purview of the Planning Commission. I think it's really more about land use, and I really believe that the rent-controlled units that you are using for your business really need to be for housing. There was an exception that was made for 3, now 5 years, practically, for the growth of your business, and because we also value growing local business in San Francisco, and it's incredible what you've done and the growth that you've had, and the staff that you had here last time, they all seem really, really wonderful.
Thank you.
But I really can't support another extension that will bring you to basically having 8 to 9 years in a rent-controlled apartment for your business. I voted against the motion last time because we were talking about a 3-year 3-year extension. I would be in support of a year to 18 months to allow you time to figure out what's going to work best for your business. But I have to say that I'm going to be in support of having residential units be for residential purposes. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, it might be something that I would propose as an alternate motion based upon what Commissioner Johnson had brought up. Instead of the approval all the way to 2017, it would be only till March of 2016. If I'm doing the math right, that should be 18 months from now. If Mr. Ionin, am I correct in that?
Sounds
I think
about right.
That sounds about right, and that would give you time enough. You would have a year and a half more, but it would just give you the 3 years. It would actually be 3.5 years from 2012, and I think that probably is about the best we could do. So that's what I'm probably going to move.
I would be greatly appreciative of that because when I moved into this space before, when I was looking, there were probably 7 or 8 spaces that were non-commercial, so second or third level, and now there are very, very few, and maybe this time would allow me time to find a place.
Thank you. So my motion will be one to approve, but instead of approval from 3 years from now, it would be essentially 3.5 years from the date when the previous approval expired. And I believe that was 2012. September 2012. So that would bring us to March of 2015, I think.
Well,
2016.
Did you want to do an 18-month extension?
18 months
that would
from
bring
now.
us to March of 2016.
2016, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Moore.
I would like to ask Mr. Lindsay of what typically would happen if this motion would be denied. I'm sure we would not be ceasing her to move out tomorrow. So what would be the normal procedure in order for us to better understand what granting 18 months means or doesn't mean?
If you denied the motion today, we would advise them that they would need to cease business.
Immediately or within a reasonable period of time?
I think we would give them a reasonable period of time. I can't say what that would be, but I'd discuss it with the zoning administrator.
Does the city attorney have any thoughts of what reasonable might mean in this particular circumstance?
Process.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, I think it would be up to the discretion of the planning department staff to determine the zoning administrator, and certainly given that there's an ongoing violation that could require immediate cessation.
I am concerned that the opposition to residential being continuously occupied by business is not only in violation of the definition of residential. We are already in violation, and I believe that under the mayor's directive for using and preserving housing in light of the current crisis, we are more and more pressed to use processes that indeed help this occupant to transition, but not extend the permission any longer. I would be feeling more comfortable using process, and a reasonable process, that is to say, but I am personally not prepared to grant an 18-month extension based on all of the comments which were well summarized by Commissioner Richards as well as Commissioner Johnson. So I would prefer to see us move with process than with further extension.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, in support of the motion, I think we've heard the numbers, and while it is housing that's available, it would not be deemed affordable housing based upon the projected rents and the what we have a category. I think we can figure out what would be considered to be an affordable rent based upon the AMI.
So staff has not done an evaluation of what the per square footage rent would be for this unit. However, what is a fact is that this is a rent-controlled unit, which makes it more affordable than the non-rent-controlled units.
If I may, rent control, a new tenant would pay market rate rents. The restriction is only on how much increase there could be.
Correct.
Commissioner, and if I may, to Commissioner Moore's question, if you were to deny this motion and ask them to cease immediately, we would be starting the enforcement process, and that process takes several months to go through with enforcement notification, then a notice of violation. It's hard to know exactly how long it would be, but it would be anywhere from a 4 to 12-month process, depending on how we move forward. It's hard to know. It's hard to pin it down exactly. It depends on the response to the actual enforcement notification.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Moore, I definitely agree with your sentiment. I think the reason why I made my comment, and thank you, Commissioner Antonini, for amending your motion, is because I believe that the enforcement process is one that could, potentially get lost in the weeds, and we could be looking up in the same exact amount of time, and the tenant, and the project sponsor could still have her business there because there's time between notices and time between, going back and forth. And so I think that having a sanctioned extension better gets to what it is that we're looking for the project sponsor to do. But if 18 months sounds like we might look up and say, wait a second, we won't remember what we did or something like that, I could be in support of maybe if Commissioner Anson, you would consider lowering the 18 months to 12 months. But I do think we need to go through a sanctioned period where the business can be there rather than an enforcement process that could potentially get lost in the weeds.
I would modify I'd be accept if that's asked for an amendment. I would modify the amendment to make it 12 months from from today.
12 months from today?
Yeah.
So September 2015.
Yeah.
Accept that as a seconder.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just wanted to ask staff, how did this come? I guess it came to our attention because the CU was expired, but how did the original, how did this originally come to the commission? Was there a complaint that it was being used? Or do we know, or is just the project sponsor came forward and wanted to?
Right, correct. So in
legalize
2012, the sponsors voluntarily submitted an application because in the 2009 motion, there were conditions that clearly stipulated that the use would terminate and revert back to residential use, or the sponsor would have to come back with a new request before the commission.
Gotcha. Okay. And I think, just what kind of put me over the edge, and I was supportive of the original motion, and I could be supportive of a year. This is the Union Square. It's the Union Street Commercial District, so it's an allowable use. It wouldn't be allowed, say, 2 blocks away in a residential neighborhood. It's allowed here with the conditional use. And there are things, I think, that are good to not have on the, it's like medical offices or dental offices or architecture offices that sometimes we see on the ground floor in commercial districts, and they tend to deaden those commercial districts. They're not active uses. People aren't coming and going. They're not using them in a typical retail fashion. So I think it's good we have some ability to have them in upper floors. So I like this balance. We definitely have a concern for housing, but there are appropriate uses, commercial uses on second floors of buildings in commercial districts. So I like where this is heading, kind of the year approval.
Commissioner Richards.
I like the fact that I like the fact that we're giving you time to plan. We don't want to disrupt your business, but we also want to free up the housing. So I'm supportive of an extension.
Commissioner Fong.
Good, and I'm glad. May be clear that the current situation now, we want to get this back on the market as far as the residential unit, giving you time to find Plan B. But again, I applaud you, as Commissioner Richards said, for starting a business. You're employing, seem like many folks in the city, and seem like they live in San Francisco, wouldn't want to disrupt that. And I hope that you're able to keep the business in San Francisco and find a win-win situation to keep the business and get the unit back on the residential market for us.
Commissioner Moore.
I'll be supporting the 1-year extension, although I have great confidence in the department's ability to enforce. I have to say that it was specific personal recognition on some issues which had very short notice, and I thought that the department was extremely effective and right onto it.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Hillis makes a good point. This is something for the future to look at on neighborhood commercial districts, because I remember about 3 or 4 years ago, we had an issue with a property on West Portal, a dental office that wanted to expand from the upper floor to the ground level floor, which was being discouraged. It was approved, and they are currently in operation using both floors. But generally, we are urging that these types of uses be on the second floor, even though, in many instances, the zoning would have allowed housing, or they could. In this instance, it wasn't housing, it was commercial. But so I think we have to kind of look at the entire zoning on a place like Union Street and decide where second floor use for commercial properties would be more appropriate than the residential use, and just in an aggregate way, not this particular instance.
Commissioner Moore.
I can't help myself commenting on that particular deliberation, saying we are a mixed-use city where we are encouraging residential on the second floor of streets such as Union Street, and we're trying to avoid the intrusion of other uses.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve this conditional use authorization with the condition that the extension only be for 12 months and expire in September 2015. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
No.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Wu voting against. Commissioners, you will be taking up item 9 out of order. For case number 2014.1107T, nighttime entertainment and uses greater than 25,000 square feet in the Western Soma.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Diego Sanchez with Planning Department staff. Today I'll be presenting to you on a proposed amendment to the Regional Commercial District, Planning Code Section 74421, as well as the Western Soma Special Use District, which is Planning Code Section 823. However, before I begin my presentation, I'd like to provide the offices of Supervisor Kim as well as Supervisor Wiener some time to present before I begin my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, welcome back from recess. I hope that you got some rest as well. And welcome to our newest commissioner, Commissioner Richards. Good to see you here. So I am here today. We are bringing forth some cleanup language from the Western Soma Plan from last year, which passed in March of 2013, and some fixes that we want to make that actually really honored our original intent behind the Western Soma Plan. We tried to catch as much as we could during that process over the 7-year community planning process, but there are things that we find that we still miss. So the two changes that we're proposing today are really meant to honor and support the mixed-use character, to allow community-serving uses while preserving the community-driven Western Soma Plan that was passed. The first change would allow a pre-K through 8 Mandarin immersion program to expand and serve more kids. We actually worked with Presidio Knowles last year when we were passing the Western Soma Plan to ensure that we were allowing pre-secondary education uses on that site. But what we didn't realize with that was that site is currently limited by the 25,000 use size restriction. This would allow for a CU for these types of uses to move forward on the 10th and 9th Street corridor, something that we want to continue to support. We need schools in the south of Market as we continue to grow and build in density, and we have many more families that are moving in. Second, the highlight of the Western Soma Plan was to recognize the cultural and historical legacy of the LGBT and leather community in Western Soma. This came up a lot around our zoning work in the 11th Street corridor, which I know the Planning Commission supported. We had intended this to go down to the first parcel of Folsom Street, between Folsom and Howard. But of course, there was a little bit of a conflict with the residential buffer. This would take care of this issue and allow us to continue to support nightlife that provides job and entertainment in the city, and in particular, our LGBT community, which has been a long part of the Western Soma community. Maintaining and preserving the mixed-use character will continue to be a challenge, but I want to thank the planning staff for all of their work and their thoughtfulness as they prepare these changes to make sure that the changes were limited in scope and also preserve the integrity of the plan. And I also want to recognize Presidio Knowles and Jeff Benjamin, who are here for their continued outreach to the neighborhood and the community to make sure that these changes were supported. And with that, I ask for your support.
Thank you.
So if there are any questions, April Benaracion from my office will be here. I also understand that Supervisor Scott Wiener and Supervisor David Campos will be here to speak on these changes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm, as a co-sponsor of this legislation, I'm here in strong support of the zoning change relative to 298 11th Street. This is, I think, an extremely important piece of legislation, both for the LGBT community and for nightlife in San Francisco. I can speak personally. I started going to what used to be called Tranny Shack, which is now T-Shack, in the late 1990s, and this has been an incredibly important cultural institution in our community. And I think a lot of us were very sad when Heklina decided to take a well-deserved break by not doing T-Shack on a weekly basis anymore. And when she decided to try to bring it back, a lot of us were extremely excited by that. I know there was a lot of excitement in the community by that possibility. my office, I guess we're having some door issues over here.
If you just leave the doors alone, they'll close on their own, and if we could just refrain from hitting that accessibility button on the wall, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, just let it. Okay. I know that my office, we work closely with Heklina and her partners to try to find a suitable site for this location or for this endeavor for a long time. It was very challenging, and I think that the site selected is a really appropriate one. And so, in addition to the importance to the LGBT community of bringing T-Shack back, I also just want to emphasize the importance of supporting our nightlife in San Francisco. Nightlife is under enormous pressure in the city, and especially as we have more and more residential development in areas of the city that have been traditionally nightlife areas, it becomes harder and harder to preserve what is part of the cultural heart of our city, and also a $4.2 billion industry that produces over 50,000 jobs in San Francisco. When we adopted the Western SoMa plan, and I'll just out of full disclosure, I was the sole vote against the plan because of my concerns in part relating to nightlife. 11th Street was always intended to be a corridor that would be appropriate for nightlife. And so I think that whatever happened here, there needs to be a tweak to this plan to ensure that nightlife can exist in this area. This is a very, very important project, and I hope that you will support it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Is Supervisor Campos also here? No. Okay.
Okay, Diego Sanchez, the Planning Department staff. Commissioners, as I mentioned, I'm requesting approval, a request for recommendation of approval with modifications to the Board of Supervisors to amend Planning Code Section 74421, 823, as well as 84556. As mentioned, the proposed ordinance would eliminate the prohibition on non-residential use sizes, non-residential uses greater than 25,000 square feet within the regional commercial district. It would also exempt nighttime entertainment uses that existed within the last 5 years within the Western SoMa mixed-use office district from the prohibition on locating within 200 linear feet of any property within the residential enclave or residential enclave mixed district as imposed by the Western SoMa SUD. Planning Department staff recommends the following modifications to the proposed ordinance. One, rather than eliminating the use size prohibition for all non-residential uses, staff believes it's preferable to only eliminate the restriction for elementary and secondary schools. Two, staff recommends to clarify that nighttime entertainment uses be exempt from the buffer under the Western SoMa SUD, but they must have been legally established to be reestablished. And three, I would like to point out that since the publication of the report last week was brought to the Planning Department's Department attention that the existing and adopted conditional use requirement for establishing nighttime entertainment uses in the Western SoMa mixed-use office district was in fact a typographical error. Currently, as was mentioned before, while the intention was that it be principally permitted, currently it requires conditional use authorization. So this staff would also be asking you to consider to correct that typographical error. That would also as well correct. Well, I need to make a correction to the recommendation in the report, which is I'm going to use the overhead to show you what needs to happen. So the only change would be to remove the phrase that's highlighted that says a nighttime entertainment use would have to be reestablished with a conditional use authorization application. If you were to correct that typographical error, nighttime entertainment use could be established simply with a building permit application. So subsequent change would also be to the zoning control table for the Western SoMa mixed-use office district. And it would read as follows. We would be eliminating the conditional use requirement and making it principally permitted. So staff is recommending the first modification that only elementary and secondary schools be exempt from the use size restriction because it's a minor change. It does not weaken the intent of the use size limit controls, which were to prevent big box type retail and also to control large post-secondary educational institutions. Staff has also recommend the second modification because it clarifies what type of nighttime entertainment uses may exercise this exemption. It also emphasizes that the need to establish nighttime entertainment uses with city approval. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Supervisor Campos has joined us, so I want to offer him time for comment.
Thank you, Madam President. It's great to see the newly appointed commissioners in their role. Thank you all for your service. I'm here to briefly speak in support of this item, and you know that there's something special about an item if I'm actually agreeing with Scott Wiener on something. So. But let me just say that I'm here to support Supervisor Kim's ordinance, and I want to thank Supervisor Kim and her staff for their leadership on this important issue. I believe that this is a very narrowly tailored approach that allows us to take into account two very important community services. And, you know, you have heard about the school and the expansion of the Presidio Knowles School. But I'm here specifically to talk about the establishment of the T-Shack nightclub. And not only as a supervisor, but as a gay man, I think that this is a very important thing for this neighborhood and for the city. There's a long history of LGBT presence in the Western Soma, and this is something that is consistent with that presence. But it also creates the opportunity to have an anchor LGBT business that will continue to attract people from our community to this neighborhood. And I think that anyone who knows anything about the LGBT community knows the very important role that Heclina and the T-Shack have played in the life of this community. And I think that it's actually something that we should be very proud of because, unfortunately, when we talked about LGBT entertainment venues, we have often been here talking about closures and how we're losing something. We're now talking about opening something and gaining something, and I think that's something that we should be very proud of. And I think that the way in which this is being proposed is a very narrow way that's consistent with the underlying plan. And I think that it's done in a responsible way. And I can tell you that the players involved could not be more responsible individuals. And so I'm just here to urge you to approve this item. And again, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, I think we are ready to open for public comment. If I call your name, please line up on the screen side of the room. Jim Miko, Barry Sinneground, Steve G. I apologize, can't read. Jeff Benjamin and Stephanie Wilkes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jim Miko. I spent 8 years of my life working on the Western Soma Plan, along with hundreds of my neighbors, including representatives of the entertainment community. And we fashioned a plan that opens more than 1/3 of our plan area up to entertainment as a fully permitted use. District 8 and District 9 have never done anything approaching that. There's been a lot of misinformation, some outright lies that have been spread about the Western Soma Plan. Don't listen to the entertainment lobbyists for your facts. Give me a call. Some have even tried to claim that the reason we're here today is the fault of the Western Soma Plan. That's just stupid. If the Western Soma Plan had been adopted as originally written, this club and every other club on 11th Street would have been grandfathered in, and there would be no buffer zone to create a problem. You downzoned the neighborhood. It was a mean-spirited act, and it's coming back to bite you. It was put forward by the entertainment industry as a way to punish and intimidate those neighbors who dared to complain. The community-based solution in the Western Soma Plan was predicated on the need for everyone to be a good neighbor. Since when is it supposed to be easy to open a nightclub? There have to be rules. Likewise, same goes for the neighbors. Under the Western Soma Plan, the burden to mitigate higher outside noise rests with the developers of new construction. Those on the Board of Supervisors who use entertainment as the whipping boy are simply grandstanding. They're all lawyers, and they know much better. Whether you're in Pacific Heights or the Castro or in south of Market, whether you're permitted or a legal non-conforming use, you are all bound by the same public nuisance law. Everyone is entitled to the peaceful and quiet use and enjoyment of their home. And every neighbor has the right to haul you into small claims court and collect up to $7,000 for every incident, if proven. Caliente site, you're not getting a get-out-of-jail-free card. You're getting a chance to be a good neighbor. So fine, welcome to the neighborhood, good luck, live long and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Commissioners. Barry Cinnaground from DNA Lounge, the current home of Tranny Shack. And though we would be very sad to lose this fantastic business from inside my business, we'd be honored to have Heclina and her team up the street, and it would be very nice for our neighborhood to have another open, thriving business as opposed to the shuttered business that has, or building that has been there for many years. I can't speak highly enough for Heclina and her team. They've been fantastic operators with us for many years, and hopefully you will approve this and get them going again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, thanks for having us here. My name is Steve, but my alter ego is Heclina, the one that they've been talking about. I'm really flattered by what everyone's been saying, and sorry I didn't get dressed up. I guess the only time I do get dressed up is when I'm in drag. But I have been very excited at the prospect of opening this new nightclub. I've always been about entertainment, providing quality entertainment, and putting San Francisco on the map in terms of fabulousness and drag. And it's been very sad in the past few years that all these venues keep closing. We're losing more and more venues all the time. And San Francisco is resorting to, or it's turning into a lot of the same bland sameness you can find in other cities. So it's my intention to keep San Francisco on the cutting edge of performance and LGBT center of the world. And it's always been my dream to have a nightclub. And the nightclub is not about just opening the doors and crassly offering people alcohol and a place to party. It's a place of culture. So I hope you consider passing this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So I'm Jeff Benjamin. The four of us are in the process of purchasing the property, and so that's why we're up here together. I have a background in community organizing and nonprofit in the city. Heclina, you've heard from, has been operating nightclubs for 20 years without incident. Darcy Jollinger is a playwright and performer, and Jason Bebout is also a performer. And has run restaurants and bars and nightclubs without incident. So, many people have been saying wonderful things. I want to just give you an idea of what we're going to do, which is during the week, it's going to be a cabaret drag theater performance space. That'll be a sit-down with probably a 7:30 show, which you'll be invited to. And then on Fridays, we'll probably have a cabaret performance, headliner, and then on Saturday will be Tranny Shack, or whatever name Heclina chooses to call it on Saturdays. Darcy, do you want to say anything?
What excites me about this and where my passion lies is that I focus on performance and dance, and to have a venue that is a 100 to 200 seat venue doesn't really exist in San Francisco right now. And to be a first-class city, especially for the first-class entertainment, both for the performers but also for the audiences. And it's not just performers in San Francisco. All the touring acts will have a place to go. People that aren't able to fill, a 700,000-seat theater, but need something more than a 49-seat black box. So it really does speak to, I think, the audiences here and our tourists who want to come see a little bit of San Francisco culture that maybe is something different than Beach Blanket Babylon, just something that is more local. So I feel like it could be a really exciting, joyous combustion of both local and tourists. So please, I thank you for considering it. Jason?
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Jason Beebout, and most recently as the manager of Rebel, which just closed down, along with places like Marlena's and the Raz Room, it's really created a void, for small acts and small performers. They need a place to perform. And, aside from that, also, I'd like to rehire my staff. And this place that we're proposing to open, would allow us to hire, several more people and provide a space for people to perform and bring back some of the places I remember when I was growing up around here, like, the Farm and Clubfoot, small venues that were more community-oriented and not just an empty space to sell booze, and bring people in to make noise to get them in there. It's something more than that, and create a community feeling, and reach out to the neighborhood and just bring all kinds of folks that are having a hard time, doing what they want to do in the spaces that are kind of developing around us right now, the more corporate type joints. So I'd appreciate, an amendment.
Thank you.
Finally happened. I have to follow Heckelina. Never want to do that. My name is Stephanie Wilkes. I have performed with Heckelina and Darcy as part of Tranny Shack a number of times. And this is also an economic issue for artists in our city. There's a healthy and increasing demand for the types of shows that Heckelina and Darcy offer. They are routinely sold out, they are routinely extended, and it's hampered only by an ongoing lack and actually diminishment of the spaces available for these types of performances. So by approving this project, you're not just solving a problem of lack of space, but also of artists' well-being and sustainability and their ability to earn money doing what they love the most and that benefits the city. So thank you for your consideration and welcome back.
Thank you. A few more speakers: Mark Morales, Tom Temprano, Beatrice Thomas.
Walk right up. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Tom Temprano. I am the president of the Harvey Milk LGBT Democratic Club and also a DJ and promoter who's had the, I guess you could call it, pleasure of throwing events with Heckelina for the past several years. I'm here because I came to San Francisco for the community and the culture that nightlife innovators like Heckelina created, and I'm excited to be here in support of a project that will ensure that young LGBT kids across America, still have a San Francisco that welcomes them and still have spaces in San Francisco that they can call their own. As Supervisor Campos and others alluded to, it seems like every other month we hear about an LGBT-owned small business closing, and it's not often we get the chance to come together and celebrate one opening, one especially that I think would fill such a need for our community. I think many of us fear that the LGBT community in San Francisco will become nothing more than, plaques on the sidewalk saying we were once here, and we have a really special opportunity to open up something that will be a living, breathing, and continuing asset to our LGBT community here. I also know through my work with Heckelina and others who are going to be operating this business that they always have community in mind and have been, really pioneers in using nightlife to engage in community and fundraise for community causes. And, I think that's something also that we have a desperate need for here in San Francisco. So I urge you all to support this project and this number. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mark Morales. I am here as a longtime San Francisco resident. I moved here in July of 1988. I was one at the time. And I have seen San Francisco really change. And I was really lucky to have met all of these wonderful people, Darcy, Heklina, and the larger community that exists very early in my time here. And I have seen how this community is really become truncated. And it's become harder and harder to find places to perform, places to express themselves, places for me to go and feel welcome, as people have alluded, other than bringing me in and serving drinks. The commissioner mentioned Rashawn Williams. Respectfully, I also want to mention a good friend of ours, Arturo Galster, who was a local legend performer and somebody who could not have become who he was without these sort of spaces. And these sort of spaces are dwindling. And I think allowing 298 11th Street to become not just Heklina's shack, to become a place where we can all go and enjoy, and people from around the world can, as somebody else had expressed, something different than Beach Blanket Babylon, something that is really do-it-yourself San Francisco and is really who we are as a city. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Beatrice Thomas. I work for the San Francisco Arts Commission. I'm here on my lunch break. And I'm here because I really wanted to speak in support of this this nightlife venue for the LGBTQI community. We've heard a lot of really great reasons. One of the things that I wanted to bring to your attention is that as a cultural equity grant maker, I have seen a lot of a rise in queer performers, and I've seen a rise in drag performers, and these are in fact performance artists, and they're coming out of the entertainment nightlife industry. They're coming out of nightlife venues. So one of the things that is really exciting is I'm watching these performers move into galleries and theater spaces and really take drag performance art, LGBT queer arts to a higher level. I think a venue like this, it's important to think of it as an incubator, an incubator for our San Francisco homegrown talent. That was something I wanted to talk about. I also wanted to talk about the history of activism, of queer activism that San Francisco is known for. It's a safe haven. It's a beacon for the LGBT community globally. And as San Francisco grows and changes, people are leaving for whatever reasons. Sometimes it's because they need to make those choices for themselves or their families. Other times it's because they're being pushed out. They're losing their homes. The place that nightlife venues, I think it's important to talk about, is that they hold history and cultural legacy. And so even when people leave, the history and the culture of the LGBT community lives on in the institutions and, in fact, the nightlife venues that are left behind. So I think that's also something that I really wanted to bring to the fore. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. The next piece that I wanted to talk about is that LGBT spaces, nightlife spaces, they are actually de facto community centers. When you're looking at a persecuted community, you find where you can be safe, and nightlife became that place where we could be safe. And so, in closing, I think it's important to look at the de facto community center nature of spaces like this and the diversifying that it will do for this corridor. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Alfonso Orsini. I'm head of school at Presidio Knoll School. I want to thank Jim Miko for his support of our little school and the supervisors, and I hope that you will support it too. We bring a nice element to the neighborhood in Soma. I see each day people walk past, and it brings smiles to people's faces to see children outside playing. We're also doing a unique program of full Chinese immersion with progressive education. It's something unique in San Francisco and in most of the world. So there are a lot of families depending on us to continue that. So I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. I want to thank Supervisor Kim's office for bringing this forward. I think that when we approve area plans, we should never just close the file and assume that everything was done correctly. And especially these two institutions, the school and the LGBT nightlife venue, I think it just shows that we need to have some sort of iterative process so that we can accommodate these institutions that are really part of our fabric. Commissioner Antonini.
I'm very supportive of both resolutions, and I think they're very appropriate. And, the only thing I would say is we might want to modify the first resolution to include preschools with elementary and secondary schools, because, I mean, I don't know if there necessarily could be a preschool only over 25,000 square feet, but I think some mention should be made because I think Presidio Knowles may still include a preschool, but there may be other situations where a elementary school or a preschool may want to be allowed in that area, might want the conditional use. So with the consent of the other commissioners, I'd like to modify the motion to include preschools and the mention of what's allowable.
Can I ask either staff or the supervisor's office to comment on that?
I believe preschools would be considered childcare under the planning code, and we can definitely look at the code section that needs to be changed to accommodate that. You want to?
I think we would support that, and maybe just to further just comment on the intent or our agreement with the planning department recommendation to limit it to just the exemptions to just primary and secondary education, and then allowing childcare. We are supportive of that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Richards.
This is my first commission hearing, and I'm excited as a gay man to be able to hear this matter. I think we have a double win here. I'm concerned about displacement not only of people that rent, but artists, families for the school, and also institutions. I came here in the late 80s as well, and I have to tell you, I'm worried about the contraction of spaces for my community. There's a blandness that's washing over this city. I'm not sure if it's because of the money that's around or just the quality of the people, but we need more people like you, Heklina, and I'm really glad that you're doing this, and thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I'm in full support of what's in front of us. I'm delighted that three supervisors are coming together to support each other on something which I believe is a minor modification. I'm actually very happy about the modifications and sensitivity by what the planning department is suggesting. I don't want to go into detail, but I think everybody knows what we are talking about here. That is the issue about the 25,000 square foot plus institutional issue, no names mentioned. If the supervisor and perhaps Ms. Venecione could look at the expansion of Commissioner Antonini's suggestion about kindergarten and preschool, that would be very helpful, but I think I would move to approve his modifications.
Second.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I'm also very supportive of both the modifications from the planning department as well as the resolution in general. I just have a quick question, Mr. Sanchez. Can you explain again what the changes were that you pointed out on the overhead that were not in our packet?
Okay, so the first thing that was brought to our attention was that there was a typo in the code. The code currently reads more or less like this. If you cannot imagine that P being there, that's how it reads. So, nighttime entertainment requires conditional use. What staff would be bringing to you right now is to eliminate that requirement for conditional use and make it principally permitted. That was the intention of the 7-year-long community planning process. This is actually a typographical error, so what we would be asking you to consider is to make that correction.
So make
So it
the
would look
correction
like
so
this.
that it would include conditional use.
So that would be principally
principally
permitted.
permitted.
Yeah, that's the first. That's the first change. The second change would be to eliminate that highlighted phrase that says when one is going to reestablish nighttime entertainment use, that they would be able to do it via conditional use application. If you were to, that doesn't make sense, because if it's a principally permitted use, one would never submit a conditional use application. So those are the two changes to the West Soma Special Use District.
Okay, and what we're saying is, I'm sorry for being confused here a little bit. So the principally permitted uses would still only apply to nighttime entertainment uses that had been in operation 5 years prior to, I guess, their application for building permit or whatever?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I guess the only thought that I would have on that is sort of riffing off of what Supervisor Wiener says. You know, we want to maintain those vibrant uses along that district, and I kind of feel like the conditional use process works for that. I'd like to hear what other commissioners think. I mean, I'm supportive of the modification either way that it goes, but I would think that the conditional use process actually works. Thank you.
Commissioner Fong.
I'm supportive of the motion today. I'm supportive of the motion. Heckelina, I just wanted to say I've seen you perform a number of times at the SF travel events in Chicago, LA, Orlando, and at those events, I just want to mention that they've been rooms maybe of 1,000 people there, many of them international tour operators, and the vibe in the room. I kept thinking, boy, there's got to be a show like this that represents San Francisco in San Francisco, and so I think you guys are on to something, and I look forward to seeing your successes. But I am supportive of the motion.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to adopt a recommendation for approval with the modifications and the amendments submitted by staff.
One moment. Commissioner Richards.
I just want some clarification on Commissioner Johnson's question. So the code currently allows the use. In the language, the typo said it's requiring conditional use. We're just cleaning it up to reflect reality.
So the code requires conditional use. The intent was always for it to be principally permitted. Okay. What I'm bringing before you is to meet that intention so that it be principally permitted.
Okay. Is there anywhere else in the city where it's principally permitted?
Nighttime entertainment?
Yes.
I would assume there are other locations. Perhaps in C districts, Sally, I believe.
Okay. Your concern, Commissioner Johnson, was that the rigor around a conditional use requires just like what we saw today with soundproofing and getting a project sponsor to be committed.
Exactly. That was my concern, and it sounded like I think my question was answered again just now. You clarified that the intent was to have it be principally permitted, and I just didn't understand which came first. Which part was the typo? The conditional use part, or
I apologize for not being clear. Yeah.
So then, Commissioners, Commissioner Moore, you made the motion. I just want to be clear that you made the motion to adopt a recommendation for approval with modifications and the amendments as read into the record by staff.
That's correct, yes.
Great, thank you. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0.
So the commission will take a 15-minute break.
Yes, I just brought my lunch.
safe enough to stay, and this is an example of what your home might be like after an earthquake. And we have today with us Ben Ladimeric from TVAN. Thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure. Good to see you again.
And we're going to talk about things that you might do that you don't have to be a professional contractor to do to make your home more livable after an earthquake.
Right. I want to talk about things that any homeowner could basically do with a few little tricks I have in my creative fun here. We have the comfort, and then we have things like a little bit of maybe safety if your front door is ajar, and waterproofing if you have a leak in your roof or if you have broken glass on the window.
So one of the most important issues is keeping outside out and the inside in. So let's look at windows for a second.
So Lawrence, let's assume that this window was broken in the earthquake. We have wind and rain that's blowing in. One of the most important things that you need to do as a homeowner is secure the plastic properly. If you just take staples or nails and put them into the plastic, we're going to get a strong wind, it's going to rip it right off. What I'm going to have somebody do is they're going to have, this is an old piece of shingle, you might have everybody's got a piece of wood in their basement. You know, it doesn't have to be fancy. You take out your trusty screw gun, and hopefully you have one of these.
There's one at the neighborhood support center.
Right. You're going to wrap this plastic around this board, take your screw, and then screw that in.
Do you need a permit for this?
You do need a permit for this. And
No permit required.
And you can contact the former head building inspector to get that permit. And that's it.
And so
that way, now when the wind blows, it's tight and it's not going to pull through having a single point of contact.
Great. What about this door? Take a look at this door. What can we do? Let's say it doesn't shut tight.
Let's say it doesn't shut tight, and we're going to assume, for sake of argument, we're on the inside. Okay? I can't lock my door at night. I have a very similar idea. I'm simply going to take my 2x4. I can put it across the jamb and a door. 1, 2. Maybe I want another one up here, maybe another one down there, but I can go to sleep. And that quickly I can get it off in the morning.
Terrific. Okay, what about the roof up here? We see people throw blue tarps over their roof after an earthquake. That seems reasonable.
I think the blue tarp is reasonable. The things that people want to know, that they need to know, is if you have multiple tarps, how you overlap, starting from the bottom and moving up so that you're overlapping this way, so rain running down doesn't slide under your tarp. Right. And then the same technique we did over here, as silly as it may sound, wrapping the end of that blue tarp with your board, and then securing that, if you can, underneath. If you have to, on top is fine, but making sure that you don't have an area where the wind is going to get under and billow that tarp.
So the wind could just rip that thing right off.
It'll just rip it right off, and then you're back up there again.
Okay, let's go inside and check out what we can do inside.
All right, Crate O Fun. Here we go.
Crate O Fun. So, Ben, I see you have man's universal tool here.
Absolutely, right here. Man's best friend, duct tape. Let me show you a couple things we can use this for after an earthquake. This window right here, because it's off kilter, we have open seams all along all 4 edges, and I have a lot of air coming through. I want to stay comfortable at night. I want to keep that air out. It's as simple as that, all the way around.
Excellent.
And now I don't have any air coming in. Let's say this one is one that would annoy me. Everything's a little off. My doors won't stay closed. I take a simple little piece of my favorite duct tape here, close it up, and at least it'll stay out of my way when I'm trying to live throughout my day. If we're not talking about pressurized water, we're talking about just the drain. Sometimes they're going to get a crack here,
sure.
And you're going to get a leak. Duct tape around that is going to help us get through until when we can get a plumber out and get that fixed as well. Let's say we only have electricity in one room, so we're running extension cords across the house. If I'm going to run an extension cord from one room to the other, I don't want kids tripping on it. I don't want to trip on it. I take my trusty duct tape, I tape it to the floor, and I don't have to worry about it getting kicked.
Great. Well, look at this. Let's look at what this is here, because we see a big box of broken glass down there.
In the event of an earthquake, I don't think we're going to have too much debris that's safe to put into a plastic bag, even as strong as it might be. So these are called rice bags. This is what they use to put rice and things and when they ship it. So this is something where I take my glass, I can take broken pieces of wood, I can take anything sharp, fill it, and it's not going to puncture and come out. It's not going to fall all over the floor. I'm not going to have it sticking out, maybe scratch myself, cut myself, or something like that. These are a great thing to have.
So you got a little go-to box for emergencies. That's great. Absolutely. Well, thanks very, very much for joining us, Ben. It's really been interesting. And I want to thank you all for joining us here at the Spur Urban Center. And we'll see you again on Building San Francisco. Stay safe.
Ah, the airport. It brings to mind visions of travel, romance, excitement, and gourmet cuisine. On this episode of Quick Bites, we're at San Francisco International Airport to discover the award-winning concession program that is inspiring imitators around the world. SFO serves more than 40 million travelers a year, and lots of them are hungry. There are more than 69 restaurants at SFO to choose from, and nearly all of them are branches of local restaurants, bars, and cafes. That's right, even this foodie town's airport is a dining destination. So tell me a little bit about the food program here at SFO and what makes it so special.
Well, we have a wonderful food and beverage program here at SFO. We strive for sustainable, local, organic produce. Our objective is also to be a zero waste terminal and also bring in the best food of San Francisco to our passengers.
I like the sushi joint down there called Wakabu. It's my sushi is my favorite food. I just beg my parents every day to go to sushi.
I think the eating options here are fabulous. Definitely better than Los Angeles Airport. 1,000 times better than Dugway.
I had a double cheeseburger with bacon, a fat burger.
I always get the udon. I really like the udon.
My wife is gonna kill me because I'm supposed to be on a diet, but hopefully she won't get to see this video. So.
It totally is a San Francisco experience because there's so many different people and different nationalities in this town. So to come to the airport, everyone can have what they want. Everyone.
Is San Francisco's program modeled after other airports, or are we sort of pioneering some of these concepts that you're talking about?
We are definitely pioneers in airport concession world, at least nationally, if not internationally. And we have many other airports coming in here asking us about our concession program and our process and how we select our great operators.
The food options in San Francisco Airport are phenomenal because that's just it. You have options. A lot of the airports, you just don't have that choice.
Some airports is just all fast food, and this is not that.
I actually love this particular airport. The dining options are amazing, especially at the Virgin Terminal. Cat Core is one of my favorites. Sometimes I come here an hour before my flight or 2 hours before my flight just to have some lunch.
We definitely try and use as many locally sourced ingredients as we possibly can. We use a lot of great local dairy products, Laura Chanel's goat cheese, we use Point Reyes Blue, and we also use local vendors. We use Osprey Seafood, we use Greenleaf Produce, and Greenleaf's awesome, by the way. They summarize the percentage of locally sourced products on each invoice, and my last one had 97% on it.
Wow. Have you picked up anything unique or special or odd for family or friends on the food scene here at SFO?
I've picked up a good couple of unique things from Napa Valley. They have a lot of different chocolates. I love chocolate, so they've got a lot of different types of chocolates, really unique snacks, caramel corns and things like that are really good.
Now that's a guilty pleasure right there. So I'm curious about the customer experience and how people are responding to this collection of goodies that you've put together to really give them a taste not only of San Francisco food in San Francisco, but food across the Bay Area and Napa.
This type of market with the local flavors
the high-end products. This is the first of its kind.
I think the one thing is they can't believe they're in an airport. They're like, I'm in an airport right now. I really enjoy just watching them pick up things for their friends and family that they were like, oh wait, I don't have to go shopping now. We want it to be almost an oasis. When they come in, they feel like they've been taken care of at our location.
So how long has the Buena Vista Cafe been operating in San Francisco?
Oh, since the 1800s, 1893 or such time. We serve more Irish whiskey than any one place in the world, and Irish coffee is it.
We get many repeat customers, and we get international customers that know of the original Buena Vista that come here for, if they can't go to the city, they'll come here for the Irish coffee.
So let's talk sandwiches. Can you tell me how you came about naming your sandwiches?
We were on Potrero Hill for 27 years. We brought our neighborhood deli to the airport, and I thought, okay, neighborhoods.
How do you keep it fresh? You can answer that any way you want.
Yeah. I mean, that's really important to us. Our brand is based on making things from scratch and making sure we don't use any preservatives or stabilizers. We don't use a lot of packaged goods. We actually pasteurize our own milk and take the time to incubate our yogurts from scratch, so they're very pure. I think they really appreciate our effort of being here.
So do you feel like you've captured that neighborhood experience here at the airport?
At first I thought that wouldn't be possible at an airport, but it turns out that this is its own little city. So we get a lot of regulars with the airline crews and with the bag handlers and people in administration, and then with the frequent travelers. And it's great to, sort of establish relationships. So it's just nice. It feels good.
When I get lunch or when I come to eat the foods, I feel like I'm just in the city, even though I'm in a big building.
I was kind of on the assumption that you kind of one and done with your guests. They'll come in one time, and people don't travel that often. That is so untrue.
At our shop outside in San Francisco, we have a lot of regulars. We're a regulars place, and we didn't think that we'd find that here at the airport.
And we've found here that we have people coming in at least once a week to come for the food, the service, the drinks, and just the atmosphere.
The food here definitely reflects the vibe of San Francisco. The Blue Bottle coffee, and then of course Equator. I'm a big Equator fan. I actually ship boxes of Equator home every couple of weeks. So to have it here, I just bought a couple of bags to bring home. Save myself some shipping costs.
I'm impressed. It's good stuff. I might just come here on my own, without a trip. We got the kids, we could get a babysitter, and maybe, we could just have a candlelit dinner right here at the airport.
Here it's an experience, so it's something that we have a little bit of taste for everybody. So if you're coming and you only have a few minutes, there's plenty of restaurants where you can grab something and go. Otherwise, if you want to sit down, we have a lot of places where you can sit and actually enjoy the experience of the foods. And they're all unique local foods.
So tell me a little about the future of food at SFO.
We're hoping to bring more newer concepts that are out in San Francisco and what our passengers want.
Well, I'll look forward to see what you're cooking up. Today we've showed you the only neighborhood restaurants in San Francisco where you need a boarding pass to see the menu. From the new and eclectic to those comforting old standbys, you no longer need to travel hungry when you've got these tasty options at your disposal. SFO is changing the concept of what it's like to eat at an airport. Hungry for more? Check out our blog at sfquickbites.tumblr.com. So until next time, I'm Halili Knox. Bon voyage.
We are
very happy here in the heart of the Sunnydale community to show off this incredible learning that's happening for the youngest San Franciscans in our community. And I think if you have a chance to look at what's happening here, you're going to see hands-on exploration. You're going to see literacy-rich environments. You're going to see math-rich environments. You're going to see language, multiple languages that are spoken and valued and actually celebrated. You're going to see a multitude of cultures and heritages that are celebrated as well right here at this Early Learning Center. So we're extremely proud to start our first day of school here, celebrating with our earliest learners. And we know that the earliest education for children is the most critical. We know that students that don't have the benefit of an early education enter kindergarten anywhere from 2 to 4 years behind their peers who have the opportunity to have rich environments either at home or in other environments, learning environments as well. So it's really not a matter in San Francisco of wondering if we're going to have the expense of early education. We never view it that way. We look at it as an investment in our children, an investment in our community, and we are so proud that San Franciscans have continuously voted to support initiatives that fund early education in our community. We will have that opportunity again in the not so distant future to do that again and recommit to early education for all of our children. As a superintendent of the San Francisco Unified School District, I am also extremely proud to have a school board that is focused on equity in our policies, in what we do, and how we serve our communities. Our equity lens is resolute. And what that means for us is that this year you will hear us speak and you will see us do many things around closing the achievement gap in very tangible ways. In the very near future, we will have on board a special assistant to the superintendent that will focus on African American student learning in San Francisco. And you may ask why. Well, the reason is that we are in danger of losing our African American population in San Francisco. And we know that a city as vibrant and diverse as San Francisco cannot be the world-class city that we are if we don't celebrate, we don't have all of our students in all of our communities achieving at their greatest potential. So we are going to be very unabashed this year about how we are going to double down on our services, our supports, and our inclusion of all of our students in every one of our school communities this year. And what gives me great hope and great solace is that not only do we have a school board that is equally as focused on this task, we also have a city government that is equally focused, and we have a faith-based community that is equally as focused. So with that, I would also like to welcome here with us today, and everyone will get an opportunity to introduce themselves, but I'd like to introduce a member of the faith-based organizations, and he is actually the president of the NAACP. He is a partner with us, and he stands shoulder to shoulder with us, the Reverend Dr. Amos Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent, for your very substantive and kind words regarding our partnership that we are inaugurating today with our mayor standing here with us indicates that in San Francisco we know how to do the right thing when it comes to making education everyone's business. As we earlier walked through the classrooms and saw the children engaged in early learning experiences, given that I'm a Baptist preacher, I immediately went back in my mind's eye and recalled that the prophet of Nazareth told a story of a man who plowed up a field to plant some wheat. He did a great job of beginning the task. But when he slept, somebody sowed some tares in the wheat. When we walked through those doors, we saw good wheat being planted in this early childhood education experience. And the research and the facts reveal that children basically in early childhood education experiences and in elementary school are all on par with each other in terms of achievement. However, as they move to middle and high school, somebody sows some tares in the wheat. Tares of savage inequality, to use the words of Koziel. Tares of parental neglect. Tares of lack of discipline. Tares of lawlessness and violence. But we are standing together to say, in the words of George Bernard Shaw, some people see things as they are and they say, why? But others dream of things that never were and say, why not? We are saying, why not? Come together, educators, teachers, parents, the community, the faith community, and make sure that we make a difference in the lives of our children so that when they come to the end of the field in the evening, at graduation time, particularly in the African American community, it will not be the case that the graduation rate would be abysmally low for us, but we will be graduating on par with those who started.
And welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, September 4th, 2014. I'd like to remind members of the audience that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. If you don't know how to silence them, please turn them off. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 8 for case number 2005.0679E. at 1333 Gough Street, 1481 Post Street project, public hearing on the draft environmental impact report. Please note that written comments will be accepted at the Planning Department until 5 p.m. on September 14th, 2014. I would also like to remind members of the audience who will be speaking to this that your comments must be limited only to the adequacy of the environmental impact report, not the project itself. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Jacinto, Planning Department staff. As the Commission Secretary mentioned, this is Planning Department case number 2005-0679E. The proposed the hearing on the draft environmental impact report for the 1333 Gough Street, 1481 Post Street project. As the Commission Secretary mentioned, the purpose of today's hearing is to take public comment on the adequacy, accuracy, and completeness of the draft EIR, and there is no approval action requested at this time. The subject property is located in the city's Cathedral Hill neighborhood at 1333 Gough Street, on a block that's bounded by Post Street to the north, Geary Boulevard to the south, Gough Street to the east, and Laguna Street to the west. The EIR also identifies the site as 1481 Post Street, and as of yet to be established street address where the proposed residential building would be located. The proposed project entails demolition of an existing parking structure on the project site, construction of a 262-unit, 36-story, 416-foot tall residential building, with ground floor cafe on the western portion of the site, construction of an indoor swimming pool and other improvements to the 1333 Gough Street building, new and improved on-site open spaces, as well as a parking structure that would accommodate off-street parking for both the existing 1333 Gough and proposed 1481 Post Street buildings. Commissioner staff published this draft EIR on July 31st, 2014, and it has a 45-day public review period which closes September 15th, 2014. I would like to clarify that this is the correct end date for the public comment period as opposed to the September 14th date printed in today's Commission calendar. That was an error. For those who are interested in commenting on the draft EIR in writing, they may submit their comments to the Environmental Review Officer at 1650 Mission Street, San Francisco 94103. That's the Planning Department's address by 5 p.m. on September 15th. For members of the public who are at the hearing today, please be sure to state your name for the record and the address, and to address the comments to the adequacy and completeness of this EIR. All comments will be transcribed and responded to in a response to comments document. When the response to comments document is complete, the Planning Department will provide copies to those who have made comments on the draft EIR. We will then return to this commission likely in the spring of 2015 to request that this commission certify the EIR. Commissioners, this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's open for public comment. If I call your name, please line up on the screen side of the room so that we don't block the doors. And again, to the public, please focus your comments on the EIR. Richard Wierspa, Michael Kent, Kathy Cheatham, Kelsey Bennett.
If your name's been called, you can approach the podium. There's no particular order.
My name is Richard Wierspa. I am a 20-year resident of 66 Cleary Court, which is across Geary Boulevard from the proposed 1481 Post project. My main concern with this so-called transit-oriented development project is a serious increase of turning traffic in a neighborhood where a number of retirement facilities exist with a high-density population of elderly persons. Both the original 1481 Post project and the proposed alternative are bound to increase traffic circling the block. Because of a one-way south Guff Street, much of outbound Geary Auto traffic will find itself circling north on Laguna and east on Post to avoid turning across inbound Post Street traffic when accessing the 1481 Post Street entrance. Crossing Geary or Laguna in any direction at the intersection of these two streets is already a scary game of wits for pedestrians of all ages. Currently, outbound Geary traffic turning north on Laguna already threatens often slow-moving pedestrians crossing Geary, regardless of the fact that turns on red are forbidden on all four corners from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. I've had some experiences myself. At least one, possibly two pedestrian deaths have already occurred on this intersection due to turning traffic. In addition, because of the limited number of left turns off Geary, inbound Geary traffic may find itself using already heavily trafficked Fillmore and Post Streets in Japantown to access 1481 Post Street. I believe Japantown needs more customers, but not more through traffic. The three additional driveways this development creates on Post Street are also extremely dangerous to the elderly pedestrians occupying the adjacent Sequoias retirement facility, whom I often see walking on Post Street and whom are often slower moving, visually and hearing impaired. The proposed reduced tower footprint and height alternative will somewhat reduce the impact of increased traffic by reducing the population of 1481 Post, reducing the number of allocated parking under the building and number of access driveways at 1481 Post Street. I recommend that the spot zoning necessary to approve the original 1481 Post Street proposal should be avoided.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Michael Kent of Michael Kent and Associates. I'm a CEQA consultant working for Northern California Presbyterian Homes and Services. The draft EIR for this 1481 Post Street project uses the city's standard methodology and approach for evaluating environmental impacts. This is the same approach that's used for all projects. But in the case of the unique circumstances of the skilled nursing facility at the Sequoias, does not really account for the impacts of the proposed project on the residents of the skilled nursing facility, including many frail elderly residents. An example of what I mean is shadow impacts. This would be a very tall building, the proposed project. And according to the diagrams that are shown in the draft EIR of the shadow, it would cast shadows on the skilled nursing facility, which is just a few feet away to the west, from dawn until late morning for at least 6 months of the year. However, the threshold of significance, which is used in the EIR, which is really the definition of what is and is not an impact, excludes all impacts on private facilities. It only includes shadow impacts on public parks. So what that means is that even though there would be these severe impacts on the residents in the skilled nursing facility, which, according to medical research, would have a substantial adverse effect, these are just excluded completely from consideration. Another example is wind impacts. And again, at the skilled nursing facility, there's a private third floor open space terrace, which is really the only open space that's available to residents of the skilled nursing facility that have mobility problems or balance problems. This is really the only open space. But again, the definition of wind impacts, the threshold of significance that's used in the EIR, excludes all private spaces. It's only public spaces, public sidewalks. So this is another impact that I think really is significant in the case of the skilled nursing facility, but it's excluded from consideration in the draft EIR. There are a number of other examples similar to this, like air quality, construction noise, and pedestrian safety. Time does not permit going into detail, but it's a similar kind of situation. So I would like to close by thanking you for considering all of our comments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Cheatham, and I'm a resident of the Sequoias, which is next door to the proposed project. We are at 1400 Geary Street. I'm also the current president of the Resident Association of the Sequoias. As one of the younger residents, I expect to live with the consequences of your decision on this project for the rest of my life, which could well be for more than 20 years. Accordingly, I am deeply troubled by the numerous negative environmental impacts which the DEIR has deemed insignificant. Wind, shadow, transportation, and construction noise impacts are at the top of the list. In the interest of time, I will address my remarks today to pedestrian safety as affected by wind and transportation issues. As an active walker in this stage of my life, I can testify to the extreme wind conditions that currently exist in the Geary Post Corridor. I believe the average measured wind speed is around 12 miles per hour in our block between Laguna and Goff, but I can assure you that there are many, many days when that speed is exceeded, and it is extremely difficult to walk into the wind. I am repeatedly blown sideways when crossing Post Street, and can barely make forward progress when walking from Van Ness to the Sequoias driveway on Post. The proposed project, according to the DEIR, will increase wind speed by 14 miles per hour at Post near Octavia and by as much as 17 miles per hour at Post near Goff. Furthermore, there are at least 7 points where wind comfort levels will be exceeded. These are huge negative impacts, hardly insignificant when you consider the population of frail and elderly people in the neighborhood. By exceeding the height limit of 240 feet, the wind effect is definitely incrementally worse. If the 3 proposed curb cuts for driveways are permitted on Post Street as access to this project, the pedestrian danger will increase dramatically. As vehicles attempt to enter and exit those Post Street driveways, slow-moving pedestrians with walkers, canes, or other disabilities will be more vulnerable. Post Street traffic will also be increasing as a result of the new CPMC hospital. In summary, while a code-compliant building is the right of a property owner, the significant variances for this project seriously imperil the health and well-being of neighborhood residents. I urge you as our commissioners to consider the code-compliant, environmentally superior, reduced tower footprint and height alternative for your approval instead of the proposed project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'll call some more names. Gabriel Gregoratos, Marlene Morgan, Barbara Hood, and Ted Weber.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kelsey Venn. I live at 1333 Goff Street. The draft EIR is inadequate and deficient when it comes to the construction and operational toxic air contaminants analysis for the following reasons. The EIR simply says the project will comply with California regulations. Under CEQA and BAA QMD guidelines, toxic air contaminants must be quantified, disclosed, and assessed against those thresholds by BAA QMD, or another threshold accepted by the city. However, this threshold should be disclosed clearly in the EIR. However, we recommend BAA QMD 2010 thresholds because the use of that assessment and mitigation approach related to those thresholds would be more effective and with regard to protecting public health. There's not an adequate discussion of where the sensitive receptors are located that will be exposed to these contaminants. The EIR should state and disclose this information. There's plenty of receptors within 500 feet of the construction site, and this includes the residents of 1333 Goff Street. And the EIR does not discuss the presence nor the effect of construction toxic air contaminants on residents of 1333 Goff Street. Since temporary construction emissions can also cause health risk impacts according to BAA QMD thresholds, and since project construction would last 2.25 years, BAA QMD should be consulted about the project. Toxic air contaminant dispersion and screening analysis for diesel particulate matter and PM 2.5 effects on nearby residents, including those at 1333 Goff Street, should be conducted for construction and operational emissions. And a full health risk assessment should be prepared, similar to the CPMC Long Range Development Plan, EIR. It's unfathomable that construction of this project with existing residents on site that only have single-pane windows in their units would not require mitigation related to these contaminants. When detailed mitigation was required in the CPMC Long Range Development Plan, EIR, and that project does not have any on-site permanent receptors like this one does. The EIR states that the project's not a hot spot, but that does not preclude the project from generating diesel particulate matter and other particulate matter emissions that impact nearby residents and receptors. Despite public comment letters received, including ones I know some of my neighbors submitted on the ISNOP requesting that this be quantified and assessed, it has not been. This was also requested that both project level and cumulative level quantification impacts be provided. That has not been provided. Mitigation beyond the California regulations should be required. Specifically, mitigation should include installation of some new windows for residents and fresh air vents with filters at 1333 Goff Street, and the use of latest technology in the form of Tier 4 construction equipment should be employed. Detailed analysis and mitigation is also missing regarding the effects of demolishing the interior basement that includes asbestos-containing materials. Typical at perimeter mitigation would not be sufficient to mitigate such on-site impacts to residents. And finally, I'll just say that the mitigation in the form of some kind of new windows or ventilation that protect during construction would not only help for air quality impacts, but also the noise impacts as well during construction. And finally, the vibration related to planning a removal of a large integrated portion of this 1333 Goff Street is something that, hopefully the applicant is looking at doing some kind of seismic upgrade and will sufficiently protect it from structural damage during demolition activities. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gabriel Gregoratos, and I'm a retired 85-year-old physician from UCSF, and I live at the Carlisle along with my 84-year-old wife. We moved there a few years ago from the inner Sunset to spend our last years in peace and quiet and obtain whatever assistance we may need as we get older. I'm also the Vice President of the Homeowners Association of the Carlisle, and I'm presenting to you my thoughts and those of the 104 other homeowners of this facility. We have major concerns with the draft EIR. I can only talk about three. It has been previously mentioned how important sunlight is, and we realize that the EIR only considers the effect of shadowing on public areas and parks. Nevertheless, I urge you to remember that sunlight is important for people, not just the elderly, for many reasons, including, importantly, many health reasons. The proposed 36-story tower will cast a major shadow on our open area on the second floor of the Carlyle, where many residents come out to sit and take the sun, so to speak, particularly between the hours of 12 and 2 p.m., the hours where the shadow of the new tower will be at its highest, especially in the winter months when sunlight is at a premium. We also believe that the draft EIR does not adequately consider the impact of increased traffic, and I think there is an error in the draft EIR. Although many of the intersections in the area were analyzed as to AM and PM peak traffic hours, the post-Goff and post-Franklin intersections were only analyzed for AM peak traffic, and yet peak traffic on Post is in the morning, going eastward, downtown, or cars making a right on Goff to access 101. I challenge anybody to stand at the corner of Goff and Post in the morning hours and tell me that there is no traffic impaction in that area. I urge you also to consider the additional impact on traffic of the new hospital. Remember that both the entrance and exit driveways of the emergency room of the new hospital will be on Post Street, and you can expect a lot more traffic, including emergency vehicles, going down Post to the new hospital. For all those reasons, I urge you to consider the project as planned, not feasible. It will bring nothing to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Commissioners, I am Ted Weber and I live at the Sequoias. I am also co-president of Seniors on Cathedral Hill and a board member of the Cathedral Hill Neighbors Association. In all three of those roles, I have serious reservations about this project, but because of time limitations, I will confine myself largely to the first. As you know, the Sequoias is a life care community consisting of individual apartments, in which I now reside, assisted living facilities, an acute care medical facility, and a memory unit. I am 90 years old, and because of the life care provided by the Sequoias, I will almost certainly die there. I speak today, therefore, not only for current residents of our skilled nursing facilities, but on my behalf and on behalf of many fellow residents who will also one day be living in these medical facilities. I am very disturbed by the almost cavalier fashion in which the EIR discusses the impact that construction of a 400-foot tower will have on medical facilities only 17 feet away. As I write this, and for several weeks earlier, I have been disturbed by the noise of a very modest remodeling project underway a block away at Sutter and Octavia. There has been noisy jackhammering, steady beeping of construction equipment, crashing noise as debris is carted away, and steady hammering as the new structure goes up. This is a small job, a block away. Is it any wonder that I worry about a giant project lasting many months and only 17 feet away? And now compound that by the well-documented medical testimony of the impact of noise on the ill, confined as they are to their rooms. Is it any wonder that I am not assured by language in the EIR which tells me that the best possible construction techniques would be employed to mitigate these problems? But my concerns do not end there. If, God forbid, this project is approved, there will be a continuing impact on patients for years and years to come. The EIR does not adequately assess the impact of shadow and wind on those whose only view of the world will be a narrow 17-foot alley.
Let me now speak as an officer or director of the two neighborhood associations. Reservations expressed in the EIR make it clear that spot zoning for a 400-foot tower in a 240-foot zone, increased hazards to pedestrians and so forth, are significant impacts which cannot be overlooked. I believe also that the report should examine further the manner in which Alternative D addresses and mitigates or eliminates many of these problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Barbara Hood. I'm the President and CEO of Northern California Presbyterian Homes and Services. We operate the Sequoias San Francisco, which is adjacent to the 1481 Post Street project. NCPHS was incorporated in 1958 as a not-for-profit organization in San Francisco. We have 3 different facilities there. Besides the Sequoias, which is continuing care, we have 2 low-income facilities for seniors, and so we have about 780 seniors that we support in San Francisco. My detailed response to the draft EIR it will be sent to the Planning Commission, but I wanted to emphasize 3 different points. One of particular note would be the health care, where the shadows will be cast and what that will do to people who have to live there 2-3 years in the skilled nursing or the memory care. These are very special conditions that seniors often suffer through, and there has to be some respect for these people. They are your neighbors. Second of all, I want to talk about the neighborhood, which is primarily seniors, the impact of wind. We are not talking about 25-year-olds, people who get on Google buses. We are talking about seniors. They are small, they are frail, but they get out and exercise, and the wind impact will be very serious. And I will also note that the transportation impacts with 2 additional driveways will make it very difficult for them to get out and walk around. I do want you to note Alternative D that is included in there that we asked Clark Mannis to put together. It pushes back the building 50 feet. It enlarges the Octavia corridor to 40 feet, and it brings down the height of the building to a reasonable height. So please, please consider the alternative. We would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'll call a few more names. Jan Boloff, Patricia Lovelock, Hiroshi Fukuda, and Steve Vettel.
Hello. Yes, Commissioners, my name is Marlene Morgan. I'm the president of the Cathedral Hill Neighbors Association, and I wanted to talk a little bit about our concerns from the neighborhood about the proposed project. 1481 Post is actually part of the 1333 Goff parcel. It is the recreational space between the 2 towers, 1333 Goff and 1400 Geary. The 1333 Goff Tower was built in 1965, and that was the same year that the Cathedral Hill neighborhood was officially inaugurated by the mayor at the time. It was created as a result of the redevelopment agency's demolition and reconstruction of the western addition. At the time of the building of this neighborhood, the priority for transportation was the car. They tore down many homes and businesses, built an 8-lane freeway through San Francisco, and they built towers along the Geary and Goff corridor, all of which had 1-to-1 parking. The idea at the time was not very transit-oriented, not very pedestrian-friendly. Everybody was expected to get in their car and drive and park. But it's now 50 years later, and we have some different things happening now. The number of seniors on Cathedral Hill has increased significantly. There have been 4 new developments for seniors. We have transit-friendly policies that emphasize bicycles, transit loading, pedestrian safety, pedestrian bulb outs. And we believe that DEIR inadequately analyzes the impacts on the senior population rather than a general population. We also have concerns particularly around transportation. The project, as proposed, will eliminate 39 parking places on Post and Geary. It will build 442 new garage parking spaces. And I want to point out, with all of the work we did around building the new CPMC hospital at Van Ness 1 block away, for a 275-bed hospital generating 28,000 trips per day, that has 990 parking places. This residential project proposes to put half as many parking spaces on site as a hospital. So it's way over engineered for off-street parking. There's a lot of other concerns about transportation, wind and shadow, but we also want to ask you to seriously look at Alternative D. One of the things that mitigates a lot of these different impacts is a lower building, but also there's a design with some townhouses that ties the tower into the existing community, knits in the high-rise, mid-rise, and low-rise units. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, thank you, President Wu and Commissioners. My name is Jan Bolafi. I live at 2331 Bush Street, and I am here to speak not only for myself, but for my neighborhood organization, Western Addition Neighborhood Association, or WANA. A year ago, more than a year ago, in preparation for this draft EIR, I did write to the Michael Jacinto expressing our firm opposition to the large project as proposed. We're glad to see some alternatives presented in the draft EIR, but even these have some serious drawbacks, and I'd like to point out most of them, if not most, the major ones. The shadow. The shadow is a very important factor. It may extend, depending on the project, it may extend as far west as Cottage Row, Hamilton Playground. These are public parks, and the Japan Peace Plaza is the most seriously impacted. And if that were to be in full shadow all day or almost all day, that would be intolerable for the Peace Plaza and intolerable for the Japantown people who use it. I have many questions about the wind study, because there is no differentiation in the draft EIR on wintertime winds and summertime winds. The summertime winds are fierce. They really are. They come barreling down from the Pacific Ocean around 1:30, and boy, they're at least 20 miles per hour faster than they were at 10 a.m. in the morning. So that's a very serious factor that has not been adequately addressed in the draft EIR for any of the projects, and I would urge further study on that. I think the traffic has been talked about by many people already. One thing further that I would point out is that Post Street right now is a designated bicycle lane. I don't understand how those bicycles are going to be able to maneuver or manipulate their way on the bike lane and come face to face with an exit entrance ramp from the garage. That's not appropriate handling at all. And that walkway between the Sequoia and the proposed buildings, that is a bogus solution. That's gated, and it would only be available during daylight hours, and I defy you to find me more than 10 people who would use that isolated walkway away from public eyes ever. So these are the major concerns we have, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Hiroshi Fukuda, and I'm the chair of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. And these are my own comments because we haven't had time to meet, but we won't be meeting Monday. But some thoughts, just a few of them. For example, under the summary of impacts on the proposed project, on page S6, LU2, it says, no impact on existing character in the vicinity. Now, is that possible that a 400-foot tower, where none existed, doesn't have an impact? I don't know what the writer was smoking, but let's be serious. A 400-foot tower and no impact, or low impact, and it goes on. C, same page, page S6, CLU1, it says, present and foreseeable future project will not contribute to significant cumulative impact related to substantial impact of existing character in the vicinity. Now, it depends how you describe foreseeable future. I mean, foreseeable future could be 1 year, 2 year, but there's no question in my mind that if this project is approved, that would be the first of many. And there are opportunity sites on Geary Street, Safeway, further down, and the Chinese consulate is another one. Do you have control of a foreign consulate and to dictate what they could build and not build? This is irrational to say that in the foreseeable future there will be low significance. That has to be addressed seriously. This ERR, Draft Environmental Impact Report, is inadequate, inaccurate, insufficient, and this needs to be redone. Going on further, as far as the shadows, the shadow impact, this is for the first time, I believe, in history, that 4 parks and 2 public plazas will be impacted. I recall sitting at a hearing in which I think it was Boulder Park was being discussed, and they were saying that, it's going to impact maybe 2 or 3%. And then in the same hearing, Chinatown, Portsmouth Square, a very low percentage. But here now we have 4 different public parks and 2 different public plaza. And this is totally inadequate. A high-rise does not belong in there. Either it belongs in the financial district or Southern Market or in Manhattan for sure, but certainly not on Cathedral Hill. This is inadequate, inaccurate.
Thank you.
Am I able to show some pictures? Okay. My name is Patricia Lovelock, and I live right in the vicinity and certainly walk through there a lot. I drew. Is this how you do it? How do you do it?
Face up.
Oh, put it down there. And, can't see very well. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at doing this. I've never done it before. But this is the neighborhood. Right here is the project site where my pen is. And the X's that I put down is the current gridlock, or within a year gridlock, when you take all of the projects that are going on in our neighborhood and actually look at them as a neighborhood rather than project by project by project. And I had brought this up before at a hearing, and the response was that it was vague. So I brought it with the X's, and very soon on this there will be more X's when you look at CPMC, and I am taking these merely from all these environmental impact reports that are going on in our neighborhood, because currently if this building happens, we're going to have over 750 units being put in at one time, plus a major hospital. And my concern also is the moral impact of allowing all this gridlock and more density. When you have a hospital there that you've made a commitment to, ambulances have to get there. I also brought a picture of, this is the pedestrian, it's not, I don't know how to focus this thing. Do you know how to focus? Okay. This is the pedestrian accident area. Right here, the pink is the project, and all of these, the red ones are people who've been killed, pedestrians. The yellow are all the severely injured people. The dark lines show the high injury, pedestrian injury corridors in this neighborhood. And when part of that problem is we have so many seniors in our neighborhood. And I mean, they're not the problem. The problem is how people drive. But you're adding more and more in areas where there's not been responses. When I've gone to Muni BRT and asked about pedestrian improvements other than on Van Ness, because they know it's going to pour more traffic into the neighborhoods with Goff and Franklin, no improvements. We're kind of stuck. The next thing is there's kind of a cavalier attitude about saying that the neighborhood has all these different buildings and it's all variety and therefore we can have more variety. Well, this is a picture of the skyscraper map. This is the project, And this shows all other skyscrapers of equal or higher in the city at this, where they got the data. Some are proposed. But if you notice, they're in South of Market. They're not up here. And I think we need to look at an entire neighborhood and how we're doing this.
Thank you.
Oops.
I'll call a few more names. Bob Hamaguchi, Mark Selesnan, Teresa Wellborn, Jeff Scammell.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Vettel for LeBron and Martel, here on behalf of Northern California Presbyterian Homes and Services, the operator of the Sequoias. As you know, I don't often represent a party in opposition to a proposed development. However, I'm happy to be doing so now, both because of this project's impacts on a vulnerable population and because NCPHS is acting as a responsible neighbor by not opposing development on this site, but rather by supporting a code-compliant alternative. That alternative, analyzed as Alternative D in the draft DIR, would meet the sponsor's objectives and reduce or eliminate many of the adverse impacts of the proposed project. The DEIR points out the numerous environmental impacts of the project as proposed, but equally important in your decision-making is what's missing from the draft DIR. Visual impacts. Because of a recent change in CEQA, the project's visual impacts are disclosed in the project description chapter, but are not analyzed. Had those impacts been analyzed, as they were in prior administrative drafts of the document, before CEQA changed, they would have been determined to be significant and adverse. Land use. An EIR typically does not comment on the appropriateness of one-off rezoning requests. However, in the absence of any neighborhood planning to determine whether a height increase is appropriate, what tower separation standards should apply, and what infrastructure and other public benefits ought to accompany a change to the existing area plan, a 150-foot increase in the height limit cannot be justified. In that regard, it is particularly troubling that the DEIR is missing a required approvals subchapter to list all of the exceptions and rezoning requests that the project sponsor is seeking. The CEQA guidelines require that list, and this DEIR is inadequate for not having it. Shadows. Figure 4.F.2 shows the enormous reach of the project's shadows, many of which are not masked by existing buildings. As a result, 4 public parks and 2 public plazas receive new shadows. I'm not aware of any other project that shades more than one park and has nonetheless been approved. The unprecedented nature of this 4-park shade condition should be disclosed in the EIR. In addition, the draft EIR did not disclose or analyze shadow or wind impacts on open space terraces and nearby senior facilities, which for confined seniors in memory care or nursing care are the only outdoor spaces available for their use. Noise. This DEIR discloses that construction noise will often reach levels of over 100 decibels at the Sequoia's skilled nursing facility. Even though standard construction mitigation measures can reduce that impact by only 5 to 10 decibels, the EIR states that the impact will be less than significant because the windows in the skilled nursing facility can be closed and residents can be relocated. However, neither of those measures is feasible. The Sequoias is not air-conditioned and relies on natural ventilation, and it's not possible for NCPHS to relocate to some other site those frail seniors. The EIR must contain a more robust noise mitigation, or a less impactful alternative must be chosen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
President Wu, Commissioners, Director Ram, good afternoon. I'm Bob Hamaguchi, Executive Director of Japantown Task Force, and with me is our new President of our Board of Directors, Alice Kawahatsu. Japantown Task Force will be submitting a written response to the DEIR by the September 15th deadline, and it's not telling you anything you haven't already heard today. Similar concerns that we have a very, very significant senior residents, amount of senior residents in the neighborhood, and similar concerns over shadowing, wind, noise, and traffic, particularly during construction. So details will be following in our letter. The task force had a presentation by the developer at our board meeting on August 20th, and we'll be submitting comments at future approval hearings. Alice?
Thank you, Commissioners, for giving us your attention today on this important matter. I just wanted to add that I am a resident also in Japantown. I live 1 block away, actually half a block away from where the site will take place. And the noise issue is going to be difficult for many of the seniors. I just wanted to add that many of the seniors are Japanese Americans, Russian descent, and also Koreans. Many of them are elderly and frail, and the noise level is what I worry about. Is noise level is going to stress them out, and it's going to bring back memories of maybe past experiences of wars they've had to endure. So I really ask that you consider all the things that were spoken about today with the seniors, and please seriously consider the impact that it's going to do for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mark Selesnow. I'm a resident of 1200 Gough Street for 23 years. Many of the comments you've heard, I would like to just say that I support them. I won't go drag you through all that again, and I'll be submitting more detailed comments in writing. However, I would like to touch on a few things. First of all, if any of you have, or if you haven't been to the project site, I encourage you to go and have a little look. And in addition, do what I did, walk around the neighborhood and look back to the project site and envision for yourselves what this huge tower will do to the environs. You can walk in several blocks in any direction, and it totally dominates the landscape. That is a significant and major change to the neighborhood and is inadequately addressed in the EIR. Second of all, the wind, for all the numbers you've heard about miles per hour, go stand in it. It's brutal. It will slam your car door on you already without this tower. It will slam your trunk on your head when you try to unload it. This will only make it worse. Go feel the wind for yourself. Traffic, it's already gridlocked. It's already gridlocked. You don't need to add all these units to know that. Just go stand on the corner like somebody said. Finally, not only is the alley between Geary and Post bogus, which it is, but so is the fact that this is being called a transit-oriented development. We all know in this luxury tower, none or few of the residents will be taking the 38 Geary bus. Trust me. And they'll rarely take the number 2 Post. It's not going to happen. They're going to be in cars or other opportunities for transit, maybe on bicycles, which is only going to be exacerbated by the driveways, made worse. So please, consider these facts when you come to your conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'll call, please no interruptions. I'll call some more names: Don Trennert, Jerry Crowley, and Susan Vaughn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Scammell. I'm a resident of the Sequoias. It's a life care retirement community, and it's, of course, right adjacent to 1481 Post. I guess my main concern about the proposal is the close proximity of the proposed building to our first, second, and third floors of the Sequoias. These floors house our memory care, skilled nursing, and assisted living. These residents at the east end of the building in these units will lose much natural daylight if the proposed building is built without some modifications. These residents, because of mobility and some medical reasons, spend a lot of time in their rooms. And because of this, they're going to be deprived of a lot of natural light and even some sunlight. The proposed building will actually be less than 17 feet from these rooms. The reduced tower footprint and height alternative D, it not only lowers the tower to comply with current zoning, but the reduced footprint allows for a 40-foot esplanade between Post Street and Geary Boulevard. It is a long block between Gough and Laguna, and I know the residents in that neighborhood, both on the Geary side and the Post side, will appreciate this mid-block esplanade. I believe the ones who will appreciate this esplanade the most are our residents on the first, second, and third floor, because they will be able to gain more natural light and hopefully even some sunlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tess Wellborn, representing D5 Action, working for an informed and active electorate in District 5. Our neighborhoods oppose the developer's preferred option, and we support Alternative D. The DEIR doesn't fully explain in it how the reduced tower footprint and height alternative would reduce or eliminate nearly all of the negative factors that this out-of-scale project would bring. It is the environmentally superior option and should be the one that you approve if you are in fact going to approve one of the options. Why you would even be considering something that's 412 feet when the height limit is 260, I don't even know. I mean, that seems pretty odd to me to begin with. We'd also like to point out that when the redevelopment agency planned Cathedral Hill, tower separation was set at 200 feet. 200 feet between buildings, and that was to provide open space. Please don't take a moment to consider a project that puts the tower separation at 17 feet. The current city tower separation limit is 115 feet. Again, many times more than the 17 feet minimum tower separation between the developer's proposed project and the preferable alternative. So at least you should be looking for 115 feet between towers. We are concerned that this proposed project asks for spot zoning. It asks for to ignore the cumulative impact of CPMC and other developments in the area. Please look at Alternative D and flesh it out further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sue Vaughn. I'm chair of the SF group of the Sierra Club. However, most of my comments today represent my own opinion. I'll let you know when I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. I oppose this project and the DEIR. I find it to be flawed. I understand that changes in parking supply are not considered significant environmental impacts, but we all know that's pretty ridiculous. The 442 parking spaces proposed will generate an outstanding additional 3,182 new car trips per day. This is exactly the opposite direction development should be going in if San Francisco is serious about reducing its carbon footprint. The number of parking spaces should be drastically reduced. Additionally, I note that the city has not yet adopted the planned transportation sustainability program, which proposes to assess residential projects for transit impacts. If you certify this EIR next spring, in all likelihood, the project will not be assessed fees that could go towards enhancing our mass transit system, which is the right way to go. The Sierra Club does oppose the height of this project. The high winds created by the project will not only cast shadows and threaten seniors, bicyclists will also be threatened. Speaking as a bicyclist, I can tell you that two of the hardest parts to bicycle in this city are on Polk Street, right over here near the Federal Building and the State Building and the SFPUC building, and also on Polk Street at Market, where there are all those tall towers. So please reconsider this draft EIR, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. President Wu, good to see the new commissioners here. Welcome, and returning commissioner. My name is Dawn Trennert. I'm the chair of the Middle Polk Neighborhood Association, and we have some serious concerns about the project at hand. I ask, is it the responsibility of a new development to fit in with the character of the existing neighborhood, or is it expected that the character of the existing neighborhood would change to accept a very different building coming into it? Where I live is east of Polk Street and north of California. My neighbors and I rarely, willingly, will walk toward Van Ness, even on California and certainly south of California, going to the west because of the extreme winds that are just difficult, very uncomfortable, and it puts all of those neighborhoods really out of mind as places that you want to go to visit and to shop. It's kind of like the world ends just over Polk Street because it's just not comfortable going there. And with this environment, this new huge proposed building going up, the additional winds would be crazy. And are the neighbors really expected to bulk up and power walk through these additional winds? Or should we be looking at mitigation effects, like maybe the option D, something that is shorter and fits better into the environment and doesn't make an already difficult situation worse? Please carefully examine the wind impacts of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
They're not fully modeled. Okay, got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm
Right here.
LeBron B. McIntosh.
Ma'am, if you could be so kind as to speak into the microphone.
Sure thing. I'm Evangelist LeBron B. McIntosh.
Okay.
And of course, Mr. Harvey Lang.
Harvey Lang, San Francisco Housing Authority, 23 years.
Shareholder for 17 years at Martin Luther King Marcus Garvey Apartments.
Okay.
Let's start with the plethora of things.
What you want to start?
I'm going to start with the penal codes. Let's start with the penal codes. I know we don't have much time. First and foremost, there is a penal code of that is important, and that's Article 7 that deals with the co-op to respond properly to the laws and regulatory agreements. John Stewart haven't done their job. I won a lawsuit against the John Stewart Company back in 2010. Actually, it was 2011. Yes, and we're talking about the shoddy work. I was here, and he was here of July 17th of 2014. We had asked a question. I believe, were you there last time of July 17th? Okay, well, we talked with Miss Breed and a couple of other people. You look very familiar as if you were there. And we had asked you a question. The question was, first and foremost, if you find out if we could talk to the district attorney, because we have some major situations. Not only is it work-related with the shoddy work like Mr. Olson, with the things that he has done, related companies, John Stewart companies.
Make sure that we're talking about the project
Yes.
Okay.
We're talking about Article 14 being broken, shoddy work, having to continuously submit documents to the management company. People don't want to fix anything. They want to come back and they don't want to come back. That's the problem. Don't want to come back and fix these things. Documents to show cause, ladies and gentlemen, that they don't want to fix anything. You want to put people up in situations, also worker situations, and he's part of that worker situation. Article 14, Unruh Law 51.5 and 54, Rehabilitation Act 1973, still in effect, Civil Rights Law 1964, 1968, being excluded, discrimination. And guess what? A plethora of other violations that we suspect under 422.56. We have contacted the feds. We like to know what happened to the situation, and we like him to say what he needs to say.
Okay, we asked to speak to the DA on fraud, and not only the DA on fraud. concerning the city as well and other contractors. And we have not been addressed of that problem. So we like to speak to the DA on fraud. And we have the evidence right here. We like to be able to present it as soon as possible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. President Wu, Joel Koppel, Electrical Workers Local 6. We recently viewed the project at our Union Hall. The developer came and spoke about the proposed project, the potential issues. Construction is noisy. Construction is a little dirty. It brings back a lot of memories from the CPMC project, nearby transportation issues, et cetera. And we are confident that the draft EIR for the proposed project is complete and adequate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sue Esther, I will also be submitting written comments. I want to pay attention, and I want the Commission to pay attention. The EIR is supposed to have an understanding of housing policy that is in the master plan. And there's a lot of housing issues that are being slid right over in the EIR and possibly in the project. The housing approval is not the same as housing availability, because we have built a lot of housing in the city that is housing under the definition of housing in the planning code that isn't housing that's available to be occupied by real people. And every time you approve a large housing project without factoring in who is going to be served, who is going to be marketed to, are they going to be bona fide residents, or are they going to be transients? Are they going to be second, third, and fourth housing units for people who have more money than brains in a lot of instances? Or is it going to be housing for people who desperately need housing? The papers are full of the articles about the housing market being insane in San Francisco. You understand it. If you don't understand it, you don't belong in the Planning Commission. But right now we have a situation where the developer has information. Who is he going to market this housing to? These units, not even call them housing. Who is he going to market these condos to? Every developer has that information, or else they wouldn't embark on the project like this. How they should disclose in the EIR who this is for, what segment of the population is going to be served, what income level is going to be served, how many of the units, how much of the financial feasibility of the projects assumes that people will not be bona fide first residents of this place. They're not going to take a homeowner's exemption either because they have 2, 3, 4 residents, or they have a visa that they can't stay in a place more in the United States more than half of the year, or they're going to turn around and sell them, use them as short-term rentals. So that information needs to be provided by the developer in the EIR because it affects how you analyze housing impacts. And it should also be disclosed before the planning department approves the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Colin on behalf of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. I should say from the outset that we have not reviewed the most current version of this project, and we will next week at our regularly scheduled meeting, but we've seen previous incarnations of it. One of the tragedies of CEQA is that it compels us to hold hearings on whether adding height and density at locations like Cathedral Hill make environmental sense. We believe this is an entirely appropriate project for a location like this, and the EIR correctly and adequately identifies the relevant issues. Urban infill at this location does not cause significant environmental impacts, certainly not greater than the ones caused by the existing buildings. But what's especially disappointing is that CEQA allows folks that live in what by any reasonable definition is one of the most exclusive addresses in the Bay Area to claim that they're aggrieved and oppressed because someone wants to build a tall building next to their tall building and object to it on environmental grounds. There are a lot of reasons that this project should be closely analyzed and discussed. We don't think they're environmental ones. There are questions of housing affordability and how that's addressed. We're not comfortable with one-to-one parking adjacent to the Geary BRT. But as to environmental issues, is there a better location than Cathedral Hill to put height, where there's existing height, or amply, and it's been there for years? We think this is adequately analyzed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
This is a difficult. My microphone is on. This one. Oh, sorry. This is a difficult project to comment on, and I believe that the review of this DEIR is saddled with unsurmountable problems as witnessed by public comments to the DEIR today. Many of the comments which were made do not apply anymore under the revised rules of CEQA. There is no consideration for issues and impacts on vulnerable populations. Those impacts were difficult to verbalize before. They're impossible to verbalize now. They are unintended consequences which cannot be analyzed anymore. That is, maintaining access to light, heightened impact of wind, including pedestrian safety, and one of the most addressed and repeated considerations here today. The rules have changed. Provisions under SB 743 have amended how we look also at aesthetic impacts. I will not repeat and support the concerns which were made, but I want to expand a little bit on overarching impacts, social as well as aesthetic and economic, as we are now looking to our leaders to make decisions about this project and consider of how to reshape this project. The DEIR follows a new line of thinking and does not consider aesthetic impacts as significant impacts on the environment, as evident on pages S4, S42, and under 1.2. But the DEIR acknowledged that the project is in conflict with the San Francisco General Plan and points to the fact that decision makers, who they may be, can consider those effects when deciding whether to approve the project. I believe that the comments I will be making should be added and forwarded to the Board of Supervisors, including as an addendum to DER comments today. And I like to suggest that the photo simulation in the DEIR, as it addresses aesthetic impacts, be further expanded to help further decision makers to better see the impacts. I would like to suggest that the photo simulations should be done in color. I also like to ask that there be additional view angles from where it is obvious how this isolated 416-foot tower is incompatible with the surrounding buildings and has substantial adverse aesthetic effects in its isolated location from downtown. It is not trying to compose a skyline. There is no skyline proposed. There is no hill. It simulates. It is an isolated tall building on its own more reminiscent of times in the past than how we look into the future. And I am not addressing the issue of densification, which on this particular site can be achieved in more than one way. The simulation in color needs to further look how the iconic scenic vistas from Alamo Park, which we mostly see in color, and south-facing scenic vistas to Lafayette Park from Octavia Street would both be affected by the tower obliterating and by the incongruent expression of this tall tower interrupting the views. I further like to add the following reminder under overarching impacts, aesthetic, social, and economic. Large-scale development patterns and changes to these patterns, particularly in historic cities, and I'm putting an emphasis on cities, CEQA changes mostly address suburban changes, often have unintended effects on all levels. I like to remind this Commission and future decision makers on the devastating aesthetic and social and economic effects of the 1950 and 60 redevelopment in and around this project area. The proposed tower in this proposed location actually, for me, mimics the development pattern of the 50s and early 60s, where isolated and oversized towers replaced homogeneous neighborhoods. Then and now, these isolated tower patterns look incongruent, like tall picket fences, and they didn't foster street life and didn't contribute to active neighborhoods. Their effects completely failed on all levels, and we are often today living with the consequences and still lament the effects on the segregation of previously intact communities. That is the Fillmore, that is the Western Addition, and that is Japantown. The spatial separation and disjointing effects caused by 1950-1960 massive redevelopment of these neighborhoods and adjoining neighborhoods are well documented, much lamented, and still clearly noticeable today. I believe that the proposed tower with its excessive height will negatively affect every attempt and current attempts to revitalize and reactivate the streetscape and livability of the larger neighborhood, including its effect on the Fillmore redevelopment area and what the Japantown cultural heritage and economic sustainability strategy tried to address just recently in front of the Commission. I urge that these comments are being passed on and elaborated, and that their in decision-making form a cornerstone, as CEQA does not very much help us in addressing the effects of this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Antonini.
Following up on what Commissioner Moore was saying, I agree. The devastating effects of redevelopment in the 60s when Geary Boulevard was carved out and separated a couple of neighborhoods, and, you know, as is with us today, and I think we have to, as a city, address that regardless of this project. And because what we're looking at here is the delta, the change that will happen if this building is built, and the change in whatever form it takes, which is what we have to evaluate in the environmental impact report. Not the existing condition, but we have to know what that is when we have to be able to look at the change that this building would create, whether it be beneficial or not beneficial. That's the important thing to do. I did have a question that I don't think is in the EIR, but it doesn't really make too much difference. And again, it may not necessarily be an environmental issue, but be interested in knowing in the future whether when the Sequoias was built in '66, was it then code compliant or not? I was a dental student, and I just saw the thing going up, and it was the only large tower in that area, and I just sort of thought, well, it's a nice looking building, and you know, I didn't know what it was going to be. But anyway, it just is an interesting thing. And finally, when we look at environmental impacts, what we have to look at is the environmental effects. whether it's 100% affordable, whether it's a market rate building, that's not an environmental issue. Who it's being sold to is not an environmental issue. Maybe consideration when we consider the project itself, but what we have to, the impacts are the same. I've brought this up many times when a lot of projects get railroaded through without adequate environmental consideration or enough attention paid to it because people like the fact of its high affordability, but the impacts are the same to the neighbors, no matter who's living in the units that are built. So I think that's important, but I think interested in seeing the comments and responses, and I thank all of you for testifying. I thought it was very enlightening. I've taken notes on all of this.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I'd like to echo some of Commissioner Moore's comments on, I've actually, having been chair of the Successor Agency Commission for a couple of years and also being involved in a redevelopment project for years before that, I've heard many of the comments of how redevelopment and also just from my own studying, redevelopment in the 60s and urban renewal really split apart that community, and I feel as though the particular design and density shown here reflects a little bit of that pattern of development. I think maybe some work could be done there, but I want to stick to other than that one comment, I want to stick to the EIR itself. A comment was made about looking at affordability, and in the EIR itself, it actually says that the Commission and other approval bodies can consider affordability apart from the EIR, even though it is not an environmental impact. The only reason why I would say it's kind of a reason for us to look at it now is because knowing how developer performers work, if you look at affordability beforehand, it may change what design that they want to put forward as a variant. So it's just a thought, potentially a comment to add for the Board of Supervisors. Again, understanding that affordability is not an environmental impact and is not something that we consider as part of an impact report or a CEQA analysis. A couple other things that are a little bit less lofty than that. I want to talk about the transit impacts. So I didn't see that the Geary BRT and a few other proposed changes that MTA and the city have developed for transit improvements to that area have been included as part of this plan. And I think that that's problematic because some of the comments that we've heard say that, the number of residents is going to raise car trips by a certain amount and the amount of parking is going to impact traffic and transit in a certain way. And I really believe that this is one of those things where it's the chicken and egg problem. If you have more people, then you can invest more in the transit in that area. And if there's more traffic, then people will find ways around it. Nobody wants to just get in their car and sit in traffic. And it would be great to see whether or not we can make some improvements to the analysis that was done on what the real transit and traffic impacts will be based on the real plans that the city has for improvements to mass transit and traffic in that area. And pedestrian safety, again, thought there as well, same thing. If you have more people on the street and you have some of the streetscape improvements, maybe there might be something we could do with the driveways. If you have more streetscape improvements and more bodies on the street, that automatically increases pedestrian safety without actually having to do anything else. And so I'd like to be able to see that reflected in the analysis, and I don't feel that that was sort of adequately there. Kind of going down the list, a smaller issue again. Recreation impacts were part of the initial analysis, but they were deemed to be less than significant and were not included in the draft EIR. Because there is a swimming pool that's going to be in place of tennis courts, and we're in California, got a water shortage, there's chemicals and everything else that it goes along with maintaining a pool, even though this is at 8,000 gallons is a pretty modest. It's not like Olympic size, but still, I would like to see, maybe that's part of the comment, some sort of addressing of that and just show that swimming pool in place of 2 tennis courts is not an excessive environmental impact. I'm not sure that I agree that it's less than significant. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to add comments in 2 areas. The first is on pedestrian safety. There was a public comment around DPH's data that they have around collisions and fatalities, and so I wonder if there's a need to study more intersections in addition to the ones that were studied because they may show up on the DPH map as high injury or fatality intersections. And also, On the question of the 4 parks being shadowed, there's maybe a paragraph or 2 on each of the parks, but I think that there should be some more attention put toward observation of how those parks are really used. Not all shadow is equal, not every part of the park is the same, and that I think spending some time understanding the use of that parks is helpful for understanding what the impact of the actual shadow is. Commissioner Richards.
This being my first meeting I'm only going to rely on some of the comments that resonated with me, and I'm going to go back and really take a look at this massive document here. But a few things that resonated with me are the cumulative impacts. So with all the projects going on in this area, with all the traffic, especially the medical center and the ambulances, where's the analysis around when you add it all up, what's it going to look like? And let's not look at it in isolation. Secondly, I looked at the alternatives versus the doing nothing in this project specifically, and I failed to find, and I hope I was just not looking in the right place, but the wind impacts of the different projects. I heard numbers being tossed around, but I didn't see what the analysis or model was for the different alternatives. I'd love to see that. I'm worried about, I know Mr. Colin mentioned the fabulous zip code that this is, but if I was under care in a nursing home, I wouldn't be worried about what zip code I'm in. I'm worried about how my quality of my life is. So I really think that we need to take a look at how this impacts the people immediately around it, that really, this is going to really seriously affect them. I mean, I can't walk across the street in a 50-mile-an-hour wind. I can't imagine a 90-year-old man who looks like he's 70 doing it. Seriously, I turned to Commissioner Moore and I said, I wish I looked like you when I'm 70. I also want to applaud Mr. Vettel. Where's Mr. Vettel? I really think that he had a point on the exceptions list. I think I'd like to see I'd like to vet that out. And I am concerned about the different kinds of shade. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
For my own edification, I like to see further explanation about the impact on wind on people's height and weight, male, female, categorized by age. It is always kept very vague. I'm a relatively small person. I live in an area where it's quite windy, and I kind of enjoy it. I'm a sailor and all of that kind of stuff, but there is a science to it when wind at a certain age is not so comfortable anymore. And I think we need to have some metrics by which we can really clearly make some points which address this as an impact. I would appreciate if our environmental people would add some of those metrics into the EIR.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Just 2 things real quick, because I think we had a public commenter and also Commissioner Richards mentioned this. There is a listing of the required approvals for this project in both the summary and there's also another part. So I think someone mentioned that there should be a separate piece, but it actually is. It's in there. And then the other thing was just making a point about the shadow study. So. I didn't actually get the sense from the description of the shadow impacts that were analyzed in the study that there would be a lot of impacts to public realm or public space. So I think that maybe we just need to make sure that we see the actual analysis and make sure that it's accurate. Maybe it's more of an issue with accuracy and representation because I didn't get that sense from the text here.
Commissioner Richards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. Commissioner Moore.
We're talking about shadow. I would like to see a couple of statistics which speak to the importance of the presence of light, the light and public health. I would like to see the Healthy Neighborhoods tool potentially help us address that. There are very clear evidence, particularly when you look at European housing standards and how you cannot impact light in houses, that this is an issue. We do not have this codified. But I think this might be an interesting thing to get some additional scientific opinions into this particular document.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to the next item. Commissioners, we've already considered item 9, which will place us on item 10 for case number 2010.0043X at 490 South Van Ness Avenue, a request for large project authorization.
Why don't we give them a minute?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to be.
We'll give a moment for the room to clear.
one. But it's still long. Yeah.
I don't have any more. I'm sorry.
I think we need like standing desk. Yeah.
I don't have like a
We need like a standing podium.
standing podiums.
Requesting a station.
Yeah. That'd be great. This is good exercise. 6
Double
hours.
Yeah.
Bothers me sometimes when you get to the end of the hearings, but this is pretty easy. The 4th hour.
We had like
it's about the 8th
spin
hour.
class.
Yeah, just run 4 hours already. Wow.
Jonas.
So like a solid, like a good 70. 70 miles.
Budget sponsor.
I could totally do it.
Anyone?
This is like.
Pull out the one from last week.
Gonna wait a couple minutes, or when are they?
Having people come in and
Okay.
sit down.
Okay.
Difficult for you, but,
Okay.
You can have the EIR. After
Okay.
this, I don't personally use it anymore.
John usually has Advil or something on him.
Advil?
Advil, yeah, John.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He usually has Advil.
Okay, looks like
Find more, some.
people for this hearing are now
Coming
yeah,
in.
coming in.
Ram.
Okay, commissioners, it does appear as though those who were exiting have exited and those who have entered. So, commissioners, I'd like to remind you that we are on item 10 for case number 2010.0043X at 490 South Van Ness Avenue.
Okay. Hi, I was going to get a sense of the commission on proposing a continuance on this item. I met with the project sponsor on Tuesday, and there are some open items that we talked about on revising the project. I talked with them out in the hallway, and I just want to get, a time certain or a date certain proposal for a couple of weeks or 4 weeks. I'm just putting it out on the floor to get a sense of what the rest of the commission thinks.
Commissioner Moore.
I was asked a few weeks ago to speak with Director of Design Jeff Joslin and planner Richard Zucker. We talked with the architect and just very freewheeling discussed the project. There was a good understanding and interest to address a number of issues, which, based on the fact that I personally did not receive a package with revised drawings, remain unaddressed. And perhaps Planner Zucker could summarize for this commission of what was asked in that meeting.
Hi, I'm Rich Zucker, department staff. Yes, we expressed some concerns over aspects of the design, including the material palette, some additional views for the renderings and the massing model, as well as some sensitivity towards the alleys. Right now, the project is code complying with regard to the alley controls, but providing more sensitivity towards that, as well as some adjustments of the ground floor screen for the flexible occupancy units on the ground floor. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Antonini.
I've been following this closely, and, I think that there have been some changes made, and I'd like to hear the case today and see what the changes are and see if it suits the commissioners, and if it didn't, we could always continue it, but I would think it's been continued many, many times, and I think the issues are pretty clear as to what the design changes we need to make, and if they are made, make it simpler.
Commissioner Moore.
I come with that attitude with a slight bias. I believe that architecture is not just about talking, but about doing, and that is drawings which are indeed reviewed independently and with any kind of prejudice by each of us independently. And those types of drawings were just not in my packet today. So I think in order to give this applicant and the changes suggested sufficient room, I think it would be quite appropriate to have the architect be given a week or two, or whatever he will ask, to do so. Because when Mr. Sucre instructed the architect at the meeting we had 2 weeks ago, it was very clear of what the expectations were. Is that correct, Mr. Sucre? You were the one who said, submit the drawings by so that I can put them into the commission package.
Commissioner Hillis.
I mean, I'm not, again, I wasn't at the meeting you had, so I don't have that. I mean, I think this is the forum to talk about it and to get any changes you might have discussed with the project sponsor or the staff might have discussed with the project sponsor. If indeed they need to be drawn and continued after we talk about it, I'm open to that, but I would like to hear it and kind of get those issues, and in case we have other issues that maybe you didn't discuss in your meeting, I think that's what this forum is for. So I would urge us to hear it and kind of vet kind of the conversation you had and others had with the developer and see, as well as the public, and see where that goes.
Just for the record, the meeting was called by staff.
Okay. Sounds like we will go ahead and hear the case then. Or, Mr. Ionin, do you have other advice?
No, I did not hear a motion to continue, and so we will proceed with the matter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rich Sucre, Department staff. The project before you is a large project authorization for the proposed project at 490 South Van Ness Avenue. Under the large project authorization, the project is seeking modifications to the planning code requirements for rear yard, permitted obstructions over streets, alleys, setbacks, yards, and usable open space, dwelling unit exposure, and accessory use provisions for dwelling units. The proposed project includes demolition of the vacant automotive service station on the subject lot and new construction of a 7-story residential building with up to 72 dwelling units, ground floor retail space, 48 off-street parking spaces, and 83 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces. The project includes a dwelling unit mix consisting of 42 two-bedroom units and 30 one-bedroom units. The proposed project includes common open space via a second-floor terrace and a roof deck. The entrance to the off-street parking is located off of Adair Street through a 12-foot wide garage opening. To date, the department has received numerous correspondences which have expressed either support or opposition to the proposed project. Copies of the new correspondence have been provided to you. Since the July 11th Planning Commission hearing, the department has received additional notification from the San Francisco Unified School District, as well as 45 letters of support for the project and 56 letters of opposition. The proposed project has elected the on-site affordable housing alternative. The project site is located within the UMU zoning district and is subject to the Tier B affordable housing requirement, which requires 16 of the total number of units to be designated as part of the inclusionary affordable housing program. The project contains 72 units, thus the project will provide 72 on-site affordable units for ownership. After analyzing all aspects of the project, the department staff recommends approval with conditions. Specifically, the project complies with the applicable requirements of the planning code. The project is consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan. The project is located in a zoning district where residential and ground floor uses are principally permitted. The project produces a new mixed-use development with ground floor corner retail and significant site upgrades, including landscaping and private and common open space. The project complies with the First Source hiring agreement, and the project would add 72 new dwelling units to the city's housing stock. The project sponsor is present and has prepared a presentation of the proposed project. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor?
I have some overheads, if I could just put these on for a sec. My name is Warner Schmalz. I'm an architect for the project sponsor. My office is Forum Design. I'd like to give you just a little bit of history about this project. It does have a long history. In 2008, we were commissioned by the property owner to take a look at this property and say what could be done on it. It was a cab yard. It was a gas station yard. It was a very derelict position in that period. That was on or about the same time that the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan was recently adopted. So our first responsibility was to look at that plan and understand what the implications were, both for guidelines and for codification. And in addition, there was a specific part of that Eastern Neighborhoods that zeroed in on the Mission District as a unique district within the Eastern Neighborhoods. So given that history, we as architects followed as much as possible and were very cognizant of the changes that were made in the code. The project was rezoned UMU, and under the Eastern Neighborhoods, it's called a Tier 2 site. And that means that it got upzoned from 50 feet to 68 feet. So in addition to that benefit, however, there was the responsibility to also create BMRs that were greater than the normal. We went from 12% to 16%. In addition, the project sponsor is required by the city to pay a healthy impact fee for additional funds that would go into the neighborhood of the city for off-site amenity. So the Tier 2, in a sense, responded to the fact that it did get compliance with a 68-foot height limit. And I might say, if you look at the neighborhood, this entire four corners of 16th and South Van Ness are zoned for 68. They're zoned for 68 feet. And our understanding of the Eastern Neighborhoods is the nexus of that intersection being not only close to BART, but being close to Mission Bay and 16th Street being extremely important arterial in the city, and South Van Ness being a long neglected arterial in the city needing, I say, improvements, that this intersection required a significant building and a taller building. So we went through the policy of the Eastern Neighborhood. I just want to list what I think are the highlights of that Eastern Neighborhood to give you a little sense of why the architecture in the building is as it is today. It did call for taller buildings and literally said more formal architecture which should align with major streets because it's on an important transit corridor. And we think the architecture of this building is a formalized but very, very well-defined and articulated building, representative of the kind of building that should be on an important street corner. Another policy that was very significant is that new buildings should epitomize contemporary architecture and respect the best of older buildings. And I would like to go to the next slide and show that this is, how do we make this a little bit so it's got more of the content? How do we do that? There we go. This is in fact the revised architecture that we responded to Commissioner Moore's and our meeting with the Planning Department a week ago. And I do understand that it was on short notice, but we have made some responses to it. But the basic element of this building is it does respect the Redstone Building. It really respects the Redstone Building, which is our nearest, largest neighbor. It's a historic structure. We've tried to emulate the materials at the base of our building, not literally putting brick on there, but a tile of very high quality, and to articulate the building so that the formality and the strength of that building on the corner did respect that older structure. In addition, there's a rear yard requirement to respect the patterns of open space, and I think as Planner Richard Sucre said, we do comply with 25%, and I'll show you we adjusted the 25% a little bit. But with respect to the height of the building, and I know this has been something that has been discussed, the height of the building, at 68 feet, I'm going to show some models that we recently developed, and this was also in response to Ms. Moore and the department's requirement to show models of the building at different places. We have stepped back the back of the building, and we propose to step back on the 7th floor to tier down to Adair. But if you go to the policy, and this is what I think is very germane to the history of the development of this building, the policy 3.1.2 is very important because it said, literally, setbacks are not required in the first 60 linear feet of alley from adjoining major streets. And the reason stated in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, the Mission District Plan, was to allow a proper street along the major arterials. And this is why it was literally stated that you could do 60 feet into the alley, and after that, your sunlight controls kicked in. And I would say the ghosting of the buildings in here do show that we stepped down. And I'd also like to just show you a site plan for a moment. Come back to this. I'd like to show you the site plan. This is the 60 feet on Adair. This additional 35 feet is only 10 foot high. So the sum average of our building on Adair, if you take the 65 and the 10, the average height on Adair is only 43 feet. So we have respected and complied with the Eastern Neighborhoods. We have, I think, understood the fact that there are sunlight ordinances in respect for that alley, but we've given a rear yard that is 35 feet at this point. And the sum total of this rear yard is a code-complying 25%. So we've respected the Redstone building with a setback here. They have a 6-yard setback. We have a rear yard that goes anywhere from about 22 to 35 feet. So in sum total, we respected the building. It's the most important neighbor. We respected the alley. We also looked at the architecture of the building. And I'll go back to the front here for a sec if I can. And this is the revised proposed plan, I might say. We not only decided that we were proposed, I should say, to set back 750 square feet of space at the top. We set back the bays here so that we have a more rhythmical building, a building that has a lot of scale. And if you look at the detail of it, this is a very, very finely articulated building. This is not an inexpensive building. And I'd just like to show you, and I know, again, this is first time seen, but the rain screen materials that we show on here are very rich in detail. The tiles we propose to use at the bottom are very handsome, and there will be a white material in the center of the building to give it a little more spritz, if you will, a little more contemporary look. We'll have handrails that have the semi-glazed 3Form-D material on it to give another look to the building. And I think there's no doubt in our minds, at least, that this is a handsome and varied material palette appropriate to a building of this significance. I'm going to go to the site plan a little bit. I know my time is running out a little bit here, but a few things on the site plan that I'd like to say. Not only do we have the rear yard here, but we have set the building back in the center 8 feet so that the mass of the building is articulated into 3 major pieces on South Van Ness. We've also provided about 650 square feet of retail space, 2 stories high at the corner. And we have a very distinctive element that you don't find too much in the Mystery District. We have 5 housing units on the street. And this is a little bit of a stretch for the developer, I must say. But making this site safe by putting people on the street who are going to live there and respect the fact that this is their territory, this is their neighborhood. We've asked for this to be flex space, and that's a little new concept. I know it's been tried on some other projects, and Commissioner Moore asked the staff to articulate that a little bit. Our idea is these are going to be approved as residential spaces. However, with a use permit on those individual ones, you could have a very, very small code-complying business in each one of these small residential units, which are 1 and 2 bedrooms. So I think that's actually a very positive thing for the street, a very positive thing. We have 16 bicycle spaces on the street. We have street trees on here.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Your time's up.
Okay. I'm open to questions, obviously.
Thank you. If the commission has questions, we'll invite you back up.
Commissioners, I actually neglected to mention that a representative from the supervisor's office is here.
Oh, okay.
So,
good afternoon, commissioners. In conjunction with the discussion on the continuance that was raised, supervisor supports a delay in any action that the commission would take until the neighbors and the community stakeholders are provided the opportunity to review and comment on the new drawings that were proposed today. After a meeting with the supervisor, the developer has engaged in additional community outreach with neighbors, community organizations, and members of the Marshall Elementary School. Although there's been communication, our office is concerned that there's been no public compromises made by the developer and that there's a need for continued dialogue to allow for opportunities for compromise. Because the interested parties have not had the opportunity to review the new drawings, we believe that a delay in action is warranted to allow time for review of these materials and responses from the concerned parties. And so I thank you for considering that as you move forward.
I'm sorry, which supervisor?
Supervisor Campos' office.
Thank you. You
Thank
didn't
you.
actually say that. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe the time is up for the project sponsor.
Yes, the project sponsor made their 10-minute presentation, and there was a request from organized opposition from Plaza 16 and was granted for a 10-minute presentation from organized opposition with a minimum of 3 speakers. Is Plaza 16 here? Yes? Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this time to speak. My name is Andy Blue, and I live in the Mission District, and I am representing the Plaza 16 or Plaza 16 Coalition today. Plaza 16 is a rapidly growing group of over 600 residents and more than 50 community organizations and businesses, primarily in the Mission District. We believe in equitable development that creates healthy, vibrant communities of opportunity. We believe this requires thoughtful, intentional, and community-based strategies to ensure that low-income communities and communities of color participate in and benefit from the decisions that shape our neighborhood and our city's transit-oriented development. We formed late last year to oppose the proposed project for 16th and Mission BART Plaza, a project we have deemed the monster in the Mission, as well to advocate in general for deeply affordable housing in the Mission District. You'll be hearing a great deal from us in the coming weeks and months. One of our coalition's demands is that the Planning Commission reject all market rate housing developments until housing needs for the poor and working class are fully met. Additionally, we demand that the San Francisco Planning Commission Department abide by the community planning and land use process outlined in the Plan Popular, specifically the guidelines outlining community planning for people, not profit, for any future developments. As the proposed project for 490 South Van Ness is yet another in a long string of large market rate condominium developments in the neighborhood, we strongly oppose the project and ask you to reject its approval.
Hi, my name is Tommy Avicoli-Mecca, and I'm with Plaza 16 Coalition. I want to address the issue of being able to build our way out of our housing crisis by building market rate housing. Our city's chief economicist, Ted Egan, says that it would take at least 100,000 market rate units to make a noticeable dent in the housing prices, end quote. Not to bring them down enough for working class and even middle class people to afford, but to make simply a noticeable dent in the housing prices. But imagine the impact on our environment, especially in our dwindling water supply, if we built that many units and brought in that many new people, and it didn't solve the problem, but merely made a small dent in it. A June 2014 grand jury report, the Mayor's Office of Housing Under Pressure and Challenge to Preserve Diversity, states that, quote, while the residential real estate market is enjoying a strong recovery, it is doubtful that the city can build its way out of the current affordability crisis. And one should not expect market rate rental housing and ownership prices in the city to decrease, even if the mayor's target of 30,000 new units by 2020 is met. The report suggests that the best way to make the city's housing affordable again is to have the technological bubble that we are under burst. We may not be able to build our way out of our housing crisis, but we as a city have a moral obligation to provide housing for those most in need of it, including the almost 7,000 people who are living on our streets. Some of that housing could come from existing vacant buildings owned by the city or the purchase and rehab of privately owned abandoned buildings by the San Francisco Community Land Trust and nonprofit housing providers. In the past few years, the city has seen the construction of almost 2,000 new market rate condos, and there's been no discernible decrease in rents or the price of housing in the city. This commission needs to take a long, hard look at the results of its approval of so much market rate housing, particularly in working class areas such as the Mission. This commission needs to understand that these projects are not benefiting the communities in which they are constructed. They are not bringing down rents or the price of real estate. In fact, they are driving residential and commercial rents up and leading to the displacement of long-term tenants and small businesses.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Maria. I am the housing rights organizer with Causa Justa Just Cause, a member of the Plaza 16 Coalition. And I really want to echo a lot of the sentiments that both Tommy and Andy have expressed. To put this project into context, this is one of four or five either proposed or already developed projects within a 4-block radius of 16th and Mission. In that same block radius, there are 30 SRO units, thousands of rent-controlled units, and all of those units, all of those residents are in danger of being displaced and priced out by the increase in market rate development. The Mission specifically has seen over 500 units of market rate development in the last 3 or 4 years alone, and in that intersection, in that corner of 16th and Mission, there has been an increase of over 300 either proposed or already developed market rate units. And what we're seeing is that SROs are going on sale. SROs are being emptied out of the tenants that live there, so that the buildings can be sold and turned into tourist hotels, even though there are not that many tourists licensed in the SROs in the Mission. What we're seeing is that tenants in and around the development projects at 16th and Mission, at 490 Van Ness, at 15th and Mission, at 15th and South Van Ness, the tenants are seeing rent increases. The tenants are seeing that they are being pressured to move out by their landlords, who see that across the street there is a new condo being sold for $1.5 million. There's a new luxury rate rental being rented out for $5 million. So they are then also trying to charge those rents. The BMR units that are going to be built on site at 490 South Van Ness are at 90% AMI. What we're seeing is that when units are at 55% AMI, they are still out of reach for many of the working class Latino tenants in the Mission who are being displaced out of their long-term rent control units. So what happens when you then double that to 90%? We're not saying we don't need development. We're not saying we don't need housing. It's clear that the Mission needs housing, but it does not need any more market rate housing, and it does not need any more luxury condos. It needs housing for folks under 55% AMI, for folks that are being kicked out of their long-term housing and are having to live in their trucks because they have not been able to, because after being evicted, they have not been able to find housing for 5 or 6 months, and it's either they move to the outlying suburbs of the Bay Area, or they live in their vehicles in the Bay. And as commissioners, as residents of San Francisco, I think that you would agree with me that there needs to be a better solution for how we house our residents and how development happens, because what is currently happening in the housing and affordability crisis that we're in is unacceptable, as is this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Congratulations, Commissioner Richards, on your new appointment. My name is Rick Gerharder. I'm a nearly 10-year tenant of the Redstone Labor Temple, which is immediately west of the project site. I'm speaking on behalf of the Redstone Labor Temple Association, representing the 35 tenants in the building. We are also members of the Plaza 16...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. So you're not part of this last group that spoke?
We are.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
We are also members of the Plaza 16 Coalition and supports its goals of a moratorium on market rate housing. The San Francisco landmark Redstone Building is celebrating its 100th anniversary beginning this Sunday. We're having an open house and invite all the commissioners and their families to attend. Here's some more information about the event. The Redstone Labor Temple Association has opposed the project at 490 South Van Ness since it was first proposed because of its negative impact on our building and the need for a development that respects our neighborhood, its values, and its history. This project does none of those. The Redstone is essential for the Mission District as we know it today. It is one of the few low-priced commercial office spaces in the North Mission. Today's mix of artists, nonprofit, and political organizations, cultural and community meeting spaces, and a street-side luncheonette continue the building's history as a community-serving space. About 100 people work in the building, and thousands regularly use services or attend functions there. We at the Redstone are deeply concerned about the increasing commercial rents in our neighborhood. We are organizations living and operating on a shoestring and cannot afford high rents. The many development projects finished, approved, or proposed in our neighborhood have already led to increased commercial rents. Projects such as 490 will change the demographics of the area and will substantially add to this upward pressure on commercial rents. We at the Redstone are also concerned about the lack of outreach from the developers. They have never directly approached the building manager of the Redstone or us tenants as a group to hear our concerns and positive suggestions as to how development can be a uniting process rather than the divisive, contentious process we now have. Finally, we at the Redstone strongly feel that the 490 project is in violation of the priority policies of Proposition M. We send each of you a letter expanding on these violations. I want to highlight number 2, which states that existing housing and neighborhood character be conserved and protected in order to preserve the cultural and economic diversity of our neighborhoods.
Sir, unfortunately, your time is up.
The developer went on to the second thing. The Redstone Labor Temple strongly urges the Commission reject this project.
Okay, opening up for public comment. Lizzie Jeremy, Susan Sutat, Rue Graffis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the children that go to Marshall School. The children's safety is very important, and they walk on Cap Street. They bike ride daily. Parents push their strollers to go to Marshall School on Cap Street. They have to use all the streets around them to get to Marshall School, which are 16th, Adair, 15th, and all the others, and Cap Street. The school is used every day from 7:30 about when the teachers come until 6:30 when the after-school program is finished. And they use all these streets to go and come to school on a daily basis. It is a challenge for parents also that have cars to come in on Cap Street because it's a two-way, and not only that, but because children are coming and going, so it is they have to be very careful. I feel that the building project of 490 South Van Ness will impact the neighborhood on Adair Street, 16th and Cap, where they want to place their garage entrance and the exit. They want to place it on Adair. The project already has the whole block frontage on South Van Ness, That is where their garage entrance and exit should be placed, next to their front entrance doorway. That is where it is recessed and it has plenty of space for cars to come in and out and stay out of the traffic. I would like to have them reconsider relocating the entrance and exit to the garage to be placed on South Van Ness to take away the extra traffic on Cap Street where all the children walk. Children 5 to 11 years old need to be protected as they walk to school every day. Marshall School will be celebrating 100 years too, so it has been a long history in the neighborhood. And I would like for you to help us make this a long process so that children will be safe. Thank you. My name is Lizzie Jeremy. I am a retired teacher from Marshall School and PTA member as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. My name is Susan Sutat. I'm a parent at Marshall School, and I would just like to have a little more time to work with the developers and architects to have their garage entrance and exit on South Van Ness. As the speaker before me mentioned, there was a building recently on South Van Ness and 15th that moved their garage from 15th to South Van Ness to maintain a safe zone for children pedestrians. It's an easy fix. Adair is a one-way street, so cars that want to enter Adair will be coming along Cap Street. The block of Cap Street between 16th and 15th is occupied by pedestrian children ages 4 to 11 from approximately 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. because there's a late after-school program. So I understand that the Metropolitan Transit Authority doesn't like to have entrances and exits onto busy streets like South Van Ness, but they made an exception for a building that's just a block away in balancing the goal of having a safety zone for children. So there are two goals here that need to be balanced. The goal of convenience for adults in automobiles and the safety of children, pedestrians ages 4 to 10. I don't think that's a really tough call. And I would like to have some more time to talk to the developers about this. Unfortunately, we only found out about this very recently. Supposedly, the school district was notified over the summer, but they failed to contact the Marshall parents. So we'd like just a little bit more time, and I think that this can be worked out. And I think it's important. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'll call some more names. Ben Terrell, Roger Harar, Bertha Menu.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Victoria Stein. I own a building at 15th and South Van Ness, and I'm a 30-year owner of a building on 26th and Valencia. I lived in the Mission in the 1980s and was involved in the Neighborhood Crime Watch. I strongly support 490 South Van Ness because of the rampant crime that has plagued the Mission over the last 40 years. New housing in the early 1990s was one of the few factors that saved the Mission from urban blight. Up until new housing, the crime was relentless, and for most of our tenants, including myself, had lived in fear. The new building next door to us on 15th and South Van Ness has already made an impact on the safety of the surrounding few blocks. Building units on an abandoned lot makes the neighborhood safer and better for everyone who lives in and loves the Mission. Please support 490 South Van Ness. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker comes up, I'll call more names. Gideon Kramer and V. Huynh.
Hi, my name is Ben Terrell. I'm an ESL teacher and freelance writer and editor. I have an office in the Redstone building. I'm a manager of a suite of offices. The other renters in the suite are writers, filmmakers, and labor organizers. We are disturbed by the prospect of yet more luxury housing being built in the North Mission. We've seen too many long-term residents of the city already evicted by upward pressure on rentals, and we feel that this current housing crisis must be addressed by putting a halt to the kind of high-rent luxury housing proposed at 490 South Van Ness. All of us stand in opposition to the proposed project at 490 South Van Ness. And I just echo the previous tenants who spoke that no tenants in the building or the building manager have been contacted by the developer. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Sorry, I'm not good at this, but I'll try. My name is Roger Herride. I'm the building manager of the Redstone building. It has over 30 nonprofit organizations and artists that have been there. It's a 100-year-long building. We're celebrating the 100th anniversary this Sunday. I'm the primary person that opposed this project originally. I have not been able to work at 3 projects at once. I would like to spend a lot of time on this. These people have not talked to me at all. I have a lot of really specific issues that have not been addressed in this meeting or by these people. Start with a couple of things. Let's see here. I'll just do it ad hoc. I'm reading. I'm sorry. I'm a nervous person. For one thing, this is going to destroy 2 of our theaters. We're a low-income building. We have a 2,000-foot square foot theater right directly adjacent to this group. We will lose that theater. We have a theater on the other side of the building that's struggling because of the rent increases. They're now a year behind in rent because of the pressures in our neighborhood where rents have literally doubled in the last year. This building is stationed, I don't have any pictures, but the building that's being built faces north and south. We're this way. It's going to create a wind vacuum right into our east side, which is all windows. We're low income. Our heating bill is going to skyrocket because of the wind venting going around the east side of the building. We're also on a water table. They've not done any investigation of the water. This is the first building along here that will have a basement. So the water will be being pushed into our building. They've done no investigation of the impacts of our basement to water table, which we have. In addition, because of loss of the rent increases that have already gone up, we lost the oldest gay theater in the United States and the first one in the last 4 years because of the pressures that you guys are failing to look at and what's happening. We have 2 other theaters that are on the edge. This building will go down. It's a historic building. It's full of folks that can no longer stay there. We've lost 2/3 of our nonprofit organizations in the last 8 years, all because of rent pressures. The people we used to serve, we can't serve anymore as a nonprofit entity. I can't even afford to live in the Bay Area anymore. I don't know anybody that makes more than $20,000 a year. Do you understand? We are poor people, and you're giving us the top floor in the 15th Street is $1 million rental. We don't know anybody that can afford this stuff. You're abrogating Prop M. You're abrogating the mission plan that was originally set up. I have much more. This is really sad. You're making me cry. It sucks. Oh, plastic. Their building is not the same height as ours. Those pictures are lies. We're 50 feet. We're not 68 feet. They've been doing this to the media. It's wrong.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Morris Casey, project sponsor. I'd just like to thank you guys for putting the time and effort into...
Excuse me, sir. As the project sponsor, your time was contained within your representative's time, so your opportunity to speak is lost.
Okay, are there other members of the public who have public comment?
He gets his 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gideon Kramer. Having lived in the Mission District for 36 years, I've seen the Mission District at its absolute worst. Over the years, I've devoted countless hours helping to make the Mission a more inviting place to live and work. I'm a former member of the Graffiti Advisory Board and founder of San Francisco Green Patrol, a highly effective graffiti abatement and streetscape maintenance system that made its mark on the Mission, North Beach, and the city as a whole, at a time when trash, graffiti, vandalism, and illegal posting on public property, including illegal political advertising, was completely out of control, and Department of Public Works was doing almost nothing about it. I'm also the author of a series of training manuals for DPW street cleaning crews. I believe passionately that the first step in making a neighborhood safer and more inviting is by making it clean and green. A blighted neighborhood announces to the world nobody cares and invites crime. Clean and green says and does the opposite. That's why I'm happy to see the northwest corner of 16th and South Van Ness finally being developed. The project will be a breath of much-needed fresh air to an important corner that for too long has languished as an eyesore and crime magnet for the surrounding area. This is a great project that will bring in new residents willing to invest their energy in the neighborhood and thereby help to further improve the quality of life in the North Mission. I urge you to approve 490 South Van Ness. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Colon on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We reviewed and endorsed this project. And what I remember in the early 2000s, how when projects would come up in the Mission, there was intense opposition saying, wait, you can't build this here until there's an EIR and there's a plan that we understand how development fits into the context of the Mission. And that led to and became the Eastern Neighborhoods Plans, community-based, and got input from the community, a plan that took almost a dozen years to adopt, and hundreds of hearings and the participation of thousands of people. And that was the document that said, this is how we should grow. This is how our neighborhood should evolve. It was adopted by the city, and we thought it could have been a little bolder. It was a compromise, but it is the adopted plan of the city. This is a code-compliant project. I won't even mention all of the benefits that this project brings. They're just perfectly self-evident, but in the end, someone has to stand for the integrity of the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. That's you. And this is our vision for how the city should grow. You should support this project. This is an excellent project for the neighborhood.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Eddie Steele. I live at 25th and Folsom. I've lived in the Mission District since 1992. I volunteer with various organizations, most notably with Food Not Bombs. We serve a free meal every Thursday. I skipped my shift this week to where I pick up food in order to come speak here. I want to speak in opposition of 490 South Van Ness. First of all, I want to just say that I delivered 68 letters in opposition of this plan to your office. So I believe that the earlier statement that there were 56 letters of opposition since the folder went out is incorrect, because I personally hand-delivered 68. I just wanted to put that on the record. Basically, I'm opposed to this project because what we need in the Mission District is housing that is affordable for people that live in the Mission. We don't need luxury housing that is only affordable by very few people. This project, even the so-called affordable units are priced for 90% of the area median income, which is like $65,000 to $70,000 for one person. The Mission median income is a lot lower than the area median income. And that's what we need to be looking at, is that we need housing that's affordable for people that live in the Mission District. The Mission District is a working-class district. The Mission District is losing its character as a working-class district because of all these luxury housing developments that are going in and forcing the gentrification of the neighborhood. Also, I want to raise the issue that what we need is an open, community-driven planning process, not closed, developer-driven approval or facilitation process. Planning, not approval. Planning, not just rubber stamping. That is what's missing in the city. This developer had a community meeting on April 23rd to talk about this project. 20 people came to it. I've been working with Plaza 16. We're having open community meetings about planning. We're getting hundreds of people at our meetings. People are interested in planning. People are interested in what's going on in the neighborhood. But by just putting it in the hands of the developer to carry through the process, people's voices aren't being heard. And then finally, I also want to say that The Marshall parents are still being excluded from this process. At the last meeting, there was a commitment that the developer would meet with the PTA. That still has not happened. The developer met with a select few parents who knew about what was going on, but there has never been a meeting between the developer and the PTA itself. So I urge you to reject the plan, or at minimum, delay the decision until the community can look at the design changes and there can be proper community meetings about the project. Thank you very much.
My name is Karen Horning, and I too am in opposition of 490. What is going on here in the Mission is going on all over San Francisco. As you've heard, it has been Plaza 16 that has been doing the outreach to the Mission, not the developers, which is the same as in our neighborhood. When Plaza 16 holds an open forum, many people from the neighborhood attend because they are concerned about what is going on in their neighborhood. And if you were to see closely, yes, this building does tower over the Redstone, and that is a building that I go to often. The Mission District was my first neighborhood in this city. And affordable housing is needed. This is million-dollar housing that your average San Franciscan cannot afford. This building is a disgrace.
Is there additional public comment?
My name is Edwin Yuan. I own 2 buildings in the Mission, and I've been in the Mission more than 30 years, maybe 40 years. I went to high school in Mission. Mission become a much better neighborhood now. Everybody want to develop in the Mission. And when the neighborhood become better, of course, the rent will go up. Do we want the Mission to be a high rent area, a better area, or do we want Mission to be a low rent just like before? I mean, the people who live there have to think about it. I think also most developer or property owner does have the responsibility to take care. The problem what we have in the city, I believe, is the politician in the city or the city have to take care of all this problem. And also it's not unfair for the developer or the building owner when they have a problem, they're the first one to be attacked. I don't think that's fair.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gwen Kaplan. I am the founder and current vice president of the Northeast Mission Business Association, founded in 1990. I am here to support this project. That corner of 16th and South Van Ness is a disgrace. I walk by there every day and look forward to having a new development there and something that will bring eyes on the street and bring other people into the Mission District to live right there. We are a group that has strongly supported and adopted the Marshall Elementary School. We donate and go to all their activities, and we are very enthusiastic about them and think that this will help with the crime in the neighborhood, and it will help all the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Redmond Lyons. I'm a developer here in the city. I think when we look back at the Eastern Neighborhood Plan and all the projects that were put on hold at the time while it was being gone through, I didn't think we'd ever be here again with a controversial project trying to get it approved. But this is San Francisco, so there's always pro and cons for a project. I have a few comments to make. I think it's important to be concerned about the school. On the other hand, I would like to remind you of a project I did on Sierra Street in San Francisco, which was a 67-unit project, and it's a block and a half from Caltrans. The amazing thing is every day I go into the garage there because my office is underneath the building. At least 75% of the cars in that garage never leave during the day. And that is the trend in San Francisco anymore. And it's going to be the same in that particular area at 16th and Mission. All those people now are using public transport during the day to get to their jobs, that type of stuff. It's amazing to see it. I think this is a great project for the neighborhood. We can all talk about the mission and our memories and all stuff. When I came to San Francisco in '84, I lived about 2 blocks away for 6 months in a house. I worked on the corner of 17th and Mission for 4 years. So I think this is a great development for the neighborhood, and I think you should support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Moore, and I'm with the developer. And I just wanted to address the point raised by some of the speakers about the developer's efforts with the. Well,
Excuse me.
I'm not the project sponsor. I support
Even if you're with not the project sponsor directly, if you're part of the project sponsor's
No.
team in any capacity,
I support the project. I'm not part
you
of
don't
their
work
team.
for the project sponsor?
I'm related to one of the project sponsors,
Okay.
but no, I don't work for them.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. But I just wanted to address one of the people who spoke and about the developer's efforts with the PTA. The developer, in fact, met twice with the PTA, and I have here a letter from the president of the PTA that I'd like to read into the record, and I'll give you copies. Dear Richard, my name is Scott Barney. I am the current president of the Marshall Elementary School PTA, but more importantly, I am a parent of a Marshall second grader. At the executive PTA meeting, we decided that as a PTA, we were not going to get involved in the variety of projects that are happening in the neighborhood unless there is a direct impact on the school. We do not see the 490 South Van Ness project having a direct impact in the school. There is no shade impact. The traffic study states that traffic will be negligible, and we have to assume that the construction debris and noise will be controlled by the laws that govern any construction in San Francisco. The PTA Executive Board is not going to put forward any formal opinion on this project. As a parent, I am looking for these projects to help clean up the neighborhood. My daughter and I take the BART each day to 16th and Mission BART stop, and the steps from the BART to the school are unpleasant. Just yesterday, we saw a man urinating in the 16th and Mission Plaza in plain view at 8:30 in the morning. We see people drinking and selling drugs, and we see people selling illegally obtained Muni passes. And all this is within the single minute that we spend going from BART to the school. The corner of 16th and South Van Ness is not as bad, but it could be so much better. I appreciate the efforts the developer has made to ensure that the building is not simply a wall that separates the residents from the street. The porches should allow the residents to interact with the street rather than cut them off in an apartment building. I personally have no issue with the number of apartments. We need more housing in the city. The only way we're going to get rents back to a reasonable range is to increase the supply of housing. It makes sense that this is all happening near the BART stops. Some of the parents at my school are not happy about the changes in the mission. They are losing the neighborhoods that they grew up in and being priced out, and I can understand mourning their losses. While I can understand that, I feel that we need to have some growth. In my opinion, 490 South Van Ness makes sense. I cannot attend the planning meeting due to work issues, therefore I am sending this email. Regards, Scott Barney. Would you like copies? Thanks.
I know, but I didn't use all my time, so can I just respond? Okay, that letter was written without any consultation with the PTA.
Ma'am, I'm
and when we
sorry.
find out, he will probably no longer be the president because he said he wanted to remain neutral.
Okay.
And he did that. Okay, but you really need to hear this, okay?
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Sue Hester. I live in Bernal Heights. I've been working with people in the mission since the 80s. Two things. I find it unimaginable that the developer has gone this long without meeting with the Redstone building. It would not be acceptable in a middle or upper class neighborhood that the developer just, I won't meet with them. They have raised questions about me. You force people to do that. You have set up meetings, from what I've heard today, for the planning department to meet with the developer. Why isn't he expected to meet with the Redstone building, which is a historical building right next door, has been there for a long time? It's a labor temple. It has commercial tenants. The water table is there, and the toxics have been there for a long time. I am totally blown away if the Planning Commission doesn't say, hey, we're not more important than the people who live there who have to live with this project. You should expect more of yourselves, and you should demand more of the developer. My second point, and I am probably one of the few people that went through the entire process leading up to and the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan and the Mission District Plan itself. I would really like it if the Planning Department staff person would say, here's a number of projects for housing we have considered in the mission since we adopted the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. This is how many units. This is the affordability level. That is basic information that is really important to people. If all you have been approving is buildings that come on the market, assuming that people's income can afford $100,000 a year rent, that is really a tragedy. The Mission is not that neighborhood. Chinatown is not that neighborhood. Tenderloin is not that neighborhood. South of Market is not that neighborhood. And if the Planning Commission doesn't insist on the hard information from your staff about what projects have been approved and how you are changing the nature of the mission by your decisions, shame on you. You should expect more of yourself, and you should expect more to delay the hearing and insist that they talk to the building next door. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Good afternoon. My name is Erwin O'Toole. I'm a civil engineer here in San Francisco. We employ 30 union laborers and union operators operating all over San Francisco. Currently, we're working in Hunters Point doing remediation work, and we've had great success with public outreach for local labor and really managed to, engage with the community, employ union labor for guys that wouldn't actually get those wage rates, and really manage to bring up the wages for and introduce younger men and women to construction work in the neighborhood. So we've been successful there with environmental work and shoring work and teaching these guys and gals new skills. So it's a success. I'm really in favor of this project because it's going to employ union labor in the neighborhood that with well-paying jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Grace Shanahan, Residential Builders Association. I'm here along with many others to support the approval of this project at 490 South Van Ness. A few of you Commissioners, Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Antonini, will remember the lengthy process undertaken by the City to draft and approve the Eastern Neighbourhood Plan. January 2009, the Mayor signed into law that plan, and everything that it contained became our code, our rule of law to build in the Eastern Neighbourhood. It was almost a 10-year endeavour that encompassed numerous neighbourhood, departmental, commission, committee and board meetings. Hundreds of people gave input, had their opinions considered, and their suggestions and proposals incorporated into the plan. The entire Eastern Neighbourhood, block by block, street by street, alley by alley, was picked apart within an inch of its life. At times it became paralysed by overanalysis, and not all of us walked away happy, but we respected the process and must respect the outcome, be willing to move forward with the product of all that effort. Our current Eastern Neighbourhood Plan. This project on 490 South Van Ness was analysed as part of that process. This project is in compliance with the Eastern Neighbourhood Plan. This project has received their community plan exemption. These builders are respectful of the process, are building within the guidelines, and are here today only for your approval to build a project that is greater than 25,000 square feet. That approval is also a requirement under that present code. This project is providing on-site affordable housing. They are paying $867,000 in Eastern Neighbourhood impact fees, paying school fees, contributing to the general fund through transfer tax and increased property taxes, paying PUC fees and permit fees. And there will be many more fees paid, enhancements to the neighbourhood and the community before this project is finished. Commissioner, I encourage you to follow the law, the code laid down in the Eastern Neighbourhood Plan, and approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Keegren. 3 weeks ago, there was 3 areas of concern we were asked to address: the light and air into the alleyway, the traffic into the alleyway, and outreach to the various neighborhood groups. The light and air, the project originally complied with the Eastern Neighborhood's light and air alley guidelines. The rear 35 feet is strategically aligned to promote as much light and air into the alleyway as possible. Recently, before you, there is an additional setback on the top floor to help address that issue even further. Outreach. 3 weeks ago, we were given a very specific list of who we wanted and who we needed to meet with. I personally met with Supervisor Campos, and he gave me a list. Those people have been addressed. Those groups have been met with. Traffic. When you leave this building in the morning, you're going to head east. You're going to get dumped down to South Van Ness. You are not going to go anywhere near the school. You are going to have no impact on the traffic or the pedestrian safety of school members. I'd like to echo Tim Colin's comments about the Eastern neighborhoods. It was a very long, strenuous process. Nobody got exactly what they wanted, but it is a process, and it is the process. And last but not least, and perhaps the most important, I listened to every single comment here tonight. We have a bigger problem. This is not about a project on South Van Ness or 72 units. We have a major housing crisis. And that's the problem they're speaking to. It is an affordable housing crisis. I was at an open house this weekend for a one-bedroom apartment, $1,900. Families of 3, 4, and 5 people lined up to get into that unit. And we're all partially responsible here because our housing policies have somehow failed us. That is the problem. Not one project on South Van Ness or not one project over there. There's 60 market rate units here. Unfortunately, the 60 people who live there, if they don't get those units, my guess is they can afford to go somewhere else. And they'll push other people out, and so on and so on. And those families of 4 who were fighting for that one-bedroom unit that I saw firsthand on Sunday, there will be 60 of those people left with nowhere to go. That's just what happens. I know it's easy to blame these guys for their project, but it's not one project. This is a big problem. I'm personally on a group. We meet sometimes 4 times a week trying to come up with solutions. It's a very difficult and challenging problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Commissioners, good afternoon. John O'Connor with Residential Builders. I guess I'd like to go back and address Eastern neighborhoods as a whole. Eastern neighborhoods rolled out really in 1999. Back in 2003, we had Motion 16727 identifying projects that could move forward before the adoption of Eastern neighborhoods. After that, in early 2006, we had the 2660 Harrison Street decision, which basically stopped all projects moving forward. And the goal was the EIR for Eastern neighborhoods would get adapted, projects would move forward. In April of 2008, Ken Rich, the manager of Eastern Neighborhoods, came in front of this commission. I believe Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Antonini are still here from that commission. And his opening comment was Eastern Neighborhoods is a balance. We're balancing all the competing interests in the neighborhood. I attended with a group of us 45 public meetings from April to December 2008. We had parallel meetings here in the Planning Commission and at Land Use. We'd be here on Thursday, we were at Land Use on Monday. The then Land Use supervisors were Supervisor Sandoval, Supervisor Peskin, and Supervisor Maxwell. We had area plans. Everything was aired out and discussed. There was numerous community meetings. The plan got adapted, signed into law by Mayor Newsom in January 2009. Then, we had a downturn in the economy. Now we're seeing projects moving forward. And for years, there was no projects move forward in the eastern neighborhoods. I believe this project is not going to be luxury housing. These are going to be entry-level units of housing. These are not going to be multi-million-dollar units. And this will alleviate some of the problems in the eastern neighborhoods. They're providing 16% of their units on site as below market rate units. There's infrastructure fees, I don't know, somewhere in the high 900s, $1 million. So I would ask you to move this project forward, approve it. Again, this project was initially submitted in 2010. And that's another reason why housing is expensive, because it takes so long to get projects approved. There is a cost involved. So again, I would ask you to approve this project today. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Beatrice Godino. I'm a lifelong resident of that exact neighborhood. I live a block away from Marshall School. I went to that school. I've been involved in the PTA and part of the school site council. And unfortunately, what I wanted to say has been a little bit sidetracked because of the surprise of a letter of a PTA president that I honestly don't recall how he got elected. But anyways, we have a member of the executive board that never was consulted. So I don't know who he consulted, but he didn't consult the member at large because we haven't had a meeting yet. We were, what you heard earlier is that the school principal was contacted during December. So we haven't had our first PTA meeting. We haven't even had our first back-to-school meeting. So I just want to say that we did meet, a few parents did meet with the developers Tuesday, which left us with a little bit of time. And we talked to them, and they were in agreement that they would move the driveway out of Adair Street. They said that it's some kind of mandate, the MTA. They weren't sure who mandated it, but I think in the original drawings, they actually submitted Adair Street. So I don't know who's pulling whose legs, but the focus is to try to get the exit on South Van Ness. And the reason I want to say that is because I was part of a pilot program that the SFMTA started 3 years ago. It was called the Home Zone Traffic Calming, I don't know what. And the whole focus was to make it safer for the neighborhood. We were the pilot program, actually, to make it safer for the neighborhood, for the kids, and try to redirect traffic away from that center zone, to move it to the main streets. So I'm asking that you really consider the safety of the kids. And I'm here for the voice of those kids, because really 240 kids can't come here and talk. So somebody does have to. And I'm sorry that you had to hear that letter from the PTA, but he really isn't representing the voice of the children. If that garage entry is left right there on Adair Street, they have to come through 15th Street, turn left to Cap Street, and then turn into Adair Street. And if it's so that, I don't know who spoke, but if it's so that the true the true traffic that's going to come out of there is, they might have 40, 50 spots, but only 20 cars are going to come out. If it's true that they're not really going to use that driveway, then it really doesn't matter where that driveway is. And as a resident, a longtime resident, I know how South Van Ness Street works. I know firsthand that, there's a traffic light. And when that traffic light's on 15th Street or on 16th Street, you got a minute of coming in and out of that garage. And you know what? We actually asked the developers on 15th Street to move their driveway into South Van Ness, and they agreed. And I believe there's no problem with the traffic being directed out of
Thank you.
South Van Ness. So please, I'm here for the voice of the
Ma'am, thank you.
children.
Your time is up.
Consider our request.
Thank you. Further public comment?
My name is Alice Barkley, and I'd just like to add two points to what to support the testimony given by Sean Keegan and John O'Connor. Number one, the impact fee for this particular area, which is the mission plan area, 75% of it is going to affordable housing. And for this particular project, it's $12 a square foot.
Is there additional public comment?
Hello, my name is Matthew Lambert. I'm a student at San Francisco State of history and geography, particularly the history and geography of San Francisco. I'm also a frequent visitor of the Redstone building. But I was just kind of really puzzled by some other public comments that occurred earlier today. Somebody read out a letter from the PTA board president and stated that it was a neutral letter when obviously it was not neutral. They listed off a group of individuals that they considered undesirable. When you label somebody as undesirable, urinating in the street, having issues with drugs and whatnot, you're not being neutral. There's nothing neutral about that sort of statement. So, I mean, it's kind of absurd that anybody would come up here and tell you guys that they're being neutral when they read that letter. And then the other thing was somebody was saying that there's the affordability crisis in San Francisco isn't real, and listed off a one-bedroom apartment that was $1,900 a month, putting the minimum wage at $11 an hour, which is a little high for San Francisco, and then working a 40-hour work week, 4 times a week or 4 times a month. You don't actually make enough to cover $1,900 a month in rent, and I would have to work 40 hours a week to even approach $1,900 an hour or $1,900 a month, excuse me, and also going to school. That's not affordable for me. I couldn't live in San Francisco and pay that rent and go to school. So it's just absurd that people would say that that $1,900 a month is affordable for San Francisco. It's obviously not, and people can't live like that. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? You can leave them there, yes. Okay. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. I have a lot of comments, but I first want to ask the project sponsor, maybe the architect, I guess, for some questions in regards to the changes that we saw at the beginning of the presentation. Now, there was a reduction on the 7th floor facing Adair. And I think that's like 750 square feet. Is that what it is? Or maybe you give me the dimensions of that and whether or not that's also a reduction on the 6th floor.
It's after meeting with Commissioner Richards and Commissioner Moore, we set back just the top floor. We've got a perimeter deck. We're in... We pulled in the 2 corners. I'm not sure what the actual square footage is. It's over 500. It's been 500 and 700 square foot of floor area that we're after giving up. We're after losing a unit to accommodate this. We felt this as the eastern neighborhood we wanted to live. We felt the initial guidelines of the eastern neighborhood was the parameters of our building, and to mediate with the commissioners, we made this setback to give some light, give more light to the laneway, and to accommodate the commissioners' request.
Okay. Well, let me just get specific now. The dimensions of the setback as proposed, and I was in favor, and still am in favor of the project as proposed, but I even more in favor with the reduction. But I think as proposed, you were allowed to go at the full height back 60 feet. So what's the dimension of this, like how many feet by feet is the dimension of this setback?
The setback, we dropped the whole facade 12 feet down, and we're pulling it in almost 7 feet from the outside line, and from each corner we're pulling it in 7 feet also. So each corner is coming in 7 feet, and from the laneway side we're pulling in almost 7 feet. And that's going to be, we're proposing a deck at that area, and which will have a glass railing, so that there will be least amount of light impact or shade impact on the laneway.
All right, so that's 12 by 7 on the Adair side from the street going back. So you're going back, 7 feet in width and 12 feet in length.
The full 60 feet long.
The full 60 feet you're going.
We're pulling in the whole building.
Okay, the whole thing is going back 12 by 7.
That's correct.
So I see. Okay, the whole 60 feet. I didn't.
We do
maybe
have
Mr.
copies. I apologize here. We
Okay,
could
great.
distribute
That's
to
important. Now, I
all
also
the
wanted to ask
commissioners.
Commissioner Moore, is that your understanding of what your desired reductions were?
I'd like to clarify the references to my name before we go any further. I do not have any power in determining of what's being done. I am a participant in a discussion which is led by Mr. Joslin, who is basically authorized in the department as a registered architect to be the voice of design discussions. And he, together with planner Mr. Sucre, were present to voice concerns which were not new to that discussion. I participated partially as having been participant of the Eastern Neighborhoods discussion, also having a very good memory of that the Eastern Neighborhoods discussion never rose to the same level of detail where we, for example, would have detailed alley guidelines, although the concerns about alleys and how they're being addressed were discussed. However, Kenrich at that time, who led the project, spoke to the lack of funding and time which was available to develop and codify certain concerns, however, leaving it that at the time when projects would come up, that we would be able to resurrect the discussion and speak about the importance of alleys and light in alleys. I use that, and this is not a new discussion. I've had the discussion and made that point on many other projects, most recently on the EIR for the Pine Street building, which is being designed by Architectonica, several buildings over as well on Bush and Pine, that the alleys, as the new open spaces for the densification in residential in San Francisco, become more and more and more important, and that light and air in the alleys is something I will speak to with every building and alley, any alley we have. I see nods from the department because this is a correct statement. My commissioners will remember that I consistently do that.
Okay, thank you.
So I have basically picked this issue up and got strong resonance by Mr. Sucre and by Mr. Johnson, who unfortunately is not here today, that the architect please consider this.
Okay.
So this is the extent of my authority in that discussion.
Sure. I just wanted to get an idea of if this is addressing what happened to that meeting. Maybe I should ask Mr. Sucre if he could just comment on. I've heard about this, secondhand about what was proposed, and I know we talked many times on the phone, and I got the impression that the staff was supportive of the project as designed, but probably would like it a little better if we did this additional setback. And is this in keeping with what was?
I think the department, we are in support of the larger project, but understand that there are refinements that need to occur. Particularly with the material palette, with how the project addresses the alley. I think part of the issue currently is we haven't had a chance to review the revised designs, and provide a sufficient recommendation to the commission. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that kind of answers my question. I'm just trying to figure out what the recommendation was, and whether it was the setback on just the 7th floor or also a setback on the 6th floor. But it sounds like maybe you could answer that question.
Yeah, we left it pretty open. We identified the issue and left it to the architect to see how they would address the issue, given the concern. So the setback was one appears to be one method. They talked about other treatments that they would undertake in terms of the facade and the fenestration.
But just to make it clear, to answer what the question that Commissioner Moore brought up, I've read the staff report in great detail, and it's very clear from what you quote, if that is part of Eastern Neighborhoods, that the first 60 feet joining a major street does not have to have the 45-degree light angle that is required as you go further down the alley.
Correct.
And that is the code, and so that's
Correct.
The way it's read. So they were compliant, and they're even more compliant now by taking that back and off because they're letting light in where they didn't have to.
Correct.
All right, thank you. That answers my question about that part of it. I have a lot of other comments on this. I will echo what was said by many speakers, and I was around at this commission long enough to listen to the same people who were opponents whining in the early part of the century about not considering every project by project, but having Eastern Neighborhoods approved first and giving us parameters so we wouldn't have to go through project by project fights. And, we got it approved, and it seemed to me that it was working very well. In fact, there was a project that's a mirror image of this on Potrero recently, Folsom, the same day we approved one, and a couple weeks after that one on Texas. Tier B, 16% of approval, the same sort of heights and setbacks near smaller streets that were parts of these projects. They were approved, I think, 7-0 by the Planning Commission. There was very little, if any, comment against these projects, which is mirror image of these. So this particular project. So I'm not quite sure why this is being targeted, and I don't really, everybody has their opinion, but they're exactly like the other ones we've done. And so, many people spoke today about how the mission has become more livable, and I notice it, not being a resident, but a frequent visitor to the mission, at least in the last few years, because you feel you can go there now and you're relatively safe. But I think that if changing the character of the mission means to reduce vandalism and crime, then I'm perfectly happy to do that. And in fact, I don't think it's my job to keep the local economy of a part of our neighborhood depressed. In fact, I think our job is the other one, to promote economic growth. And with economic growth come changes, and prices are going to go up, but that's part of what happens. And building housing is what we've been mandated to do. And in that area, there are many, many buildings that include either public housing or affordable housing that surround this site. So much of the area, if you look block by block, building by building, is already either low-income housing, affordable housing, and almost all of it is rent-controlled housing. So, if you have a little diversity of economic diversity in an area, it's one of the best things you can do for an area. It's going to bring mixed income into neighborhoods. We've been trying to do that for decades in San Francisco. They even had the misguided program of busing children across town to have economic equality in schools, and it's been a total failure, and it continues to be with the school assignment. The best solution of all is to have economic diversity in neighborhoods so people of different income levels live together and work together. And so I think that's addresses the issues that have been raised. But let's talk about this project in particular. We've talked about the 16% affordable, and there was a discussion that came up in part of this that one individual had asked, is there a possibility of having a higher percentage of affordability but having smaller units with the same square footage? I said, I don't think that's within our power. It would take a change at the Board of Supervisors, but certainly I would be amenable to, if the project sponsor was agreeable to it, and if the other commissioners felt it made sense, it would be the same square footage, the same thing, but what you would possibly have is maybe a couple of more affordable units, but they'd be smaller units. I'm not saying that's nothing that we have the power to change here. It would take a change at the Board of Supervisors to do that. I wasn't asking a question, but I will maybe in a second. So that's part of it. Actually, I've got a list of the fees this project, talking about public benefits, which have been glossed over by most of the opponents. $1,320,000 in fees that are being paid to the city. Also, in addition to that, there will be an estimated $1 million in sales transfer tax and probably at least $1 million every year in property taxes. And I don't see property taxes going down. I don't see sales values going up on sales transfer tax. So that's a lot of benefits that the city is getting. And also, they've already spent $1 million in cleaning up a blighted site where there was a gas station, and that's already done. Whether this project ever gets approved or not, those who live in the neighborhood have had the benefit of a cleanup from a blighted site, so you should be grateful for that. And as far as the water table issue, it's a DBI issue. I mean, it's something that has to be taken up. Buildings have to be built in a manner that addresses the water table, addresses any effects it may have on the adjacent buildings, but that's not part of our approval process. Then we have the ground floor retail, which is double high, 20 feet ground floor retail, which is a very elaborate looking situation. The outreach goes back 4 years. It's amazing that people don't know about this building or claim they don't, because I have documentation from meetings that have occurred with neighbors and up to 4 years ago on this project. So, and as far as the parking impact, there are only 48 parking places, and it would be on stackers and lifts, and I think reason to believe that the number of cars coming in and out of this at any given time is going to be very small. So I don't think it's going to have any significant impact on traffic. However, in response to the parents who brought up the issues about the Cap Street, I drove down there yesterday twice, once in the early afternoon, once in the late afternoon, to kind of see what was going on. And I think you have a problem even without a project there. It is a street where some of the parents are coming to try to pick up the kids after they're done with school or after they're finished, and they like to do it where the playground is in the back on Cap Street. I think what you need is a white zone at the very least, or you possibly need, if the city could do it, an area that was carved out of the nearest lane to the school that would allow parents, maybe 3 or 4 cars, to go in there and wait for their children and then safely come out. And that's the key thing. The children shouldn't be wandering, especially a 5-year-old who somebody brought up, wandering around by themselves trying to go to school. I mean, I have grandchildren of that age, and we don't let them cross the street without an adult with them. So, I don't think that a child at that age should be out there, and the older ones, it should be made safe for them. The other thing you probably need on that street is to think about, if the city were able to do this, make it one way. And you could do it a couple of ways. It could be one way coming from 16th to 15th. So anybody, if there were an entrance to the garage on Adair, they would enter into there, and then when they came out, they would come out on South Van Ness. So they would never make it to the school, because if you go from 16th to Adair, you never come up to the school. The school is over on the 15th Street side of it. So that would be a solution that would mitigate any small impact that they might have. So I think we're kind of making overkill. I think safety is important, but a lot of the problems would be improved by working with the city for, improving the way that street is designed. So that's an important issue, but I like the idea of the flex, the housing on the street. We have 5 housing units with stoops and steps, and they were flexible where you could have businesses in there. But the best thing you can possibly have is eyes on the street. When people are living there and they're at street level and they see crime going on or they see things they don't like, they're gonna call up the cops and they're gonna do something about it. And I think that's an excellent idea. Instead of having a building where everybody is isolated from the neighborhood, it makes them part of the neighborhood. They're also providing 5 street trees on Adair, 8 street trees on South Van Ness, and 5 on 16th Street. Also, as was mentioned, public bike parking, as well as their private bike parking for their tenants, and 8,122 square feet of open space. So, as far as the Redstone building is concerned, they have about a 9-foot setback for their light well as it is. This building is providing between 23 and 35 additional feet of light well. So the distance from any of those windows in the Redstone building is going to be, at least 30 to 35 feet away from there. So that's about as big. Don't interrupt.
Sir.
This is the biggest setback I've ever heard of, but it does two things. It allows the building to have its open space on this podium level, and it allows a very respectful and huge setback to the Redstone building. And, of course, it does sort of drive some of the housing. We've talked about the height of the building and needing the 68 feet. You're taking away a huge amount of available housing by having this big open space. So part of the need for the height is driven by that. And also, this is a large project authorization. It's not a conditional use. And what we have to determine is it promotes the health, safety, and welfare of the city. Certainly, it's a lot healthier and safer when you have a blighted gas station pulled out of there. You have a building where people are living that are watching the street and are contributing economically to the neighborhood and employing a lot of the people who are, who live there already and will have jobs because of the money spent by the tenants or the owners in these buildings. So I think it certainly does that. Anyway, I'm very much in support of this building, particularly as modified. We'll see what the other commissioners have to say. We've had many continuances. I'm happy with what I see, and I can visualize the change proposed. However, it will be up to and final, I don't want to go on too long, but the final thing is this parking entrance on South Van Ness. Maybe Mr. Sucre could address that. I've heard that staff is opposed to that occurring, and somebody said another building was allowed to do it on a nearby street.
I can't speak to the other property, but I do know that in conversations, the issue of the parking garage and its location was reviewed by our urban design team, and they did agree to its location.
If I may, Commissioner, that particular project was approved. It was a change to allow the garage on South Van Ness. The original recommendation, and the same for this project, is that South Van Ness is a transit preferential street, which is why we at first recommended that it not be on either Adair or 15th Street for that project. But in the course of negotiations, in your decision, you decided to put it on South Van Ness. Now, we have not, and that was with the cooperation or in consultation with MTA. For this project, we have not discussed this with MTA just because this is the first time it's come up in the context it was come up at the hearing. So it is a possibility because there is precedent. However, I would like to consult with MTA or at least have their input.
Thank you. My personal feeling is that while I respect the parents' concerns, I think the amount of traffic you're having from this building with only 48 cars, that many of them are going to sit there all week in their stalls and they have to take them out on stackers, it's going to be very, very small impact. Now, I think you need to address the Cap Street situation as other development occurs, particularly what's been alluded to on 16th and Mission. There will be something that will happen there. We're not sure what nature it's going to be, but eventually something will, and I think you're going to have to look at the whole situation there in regards to Cap Street in a larger sense. But the impact of this building is so small that it probably isn't. You don't need to relocate it. However, if the commission felt that it was important to do it, I certainly would be supportive of that. But that's my feeling at the present time.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I echo some of the thoughts from Commissioner Antonini on streetscape design and potential thoughts for MTA and DPW on how to reorganize the streets around the area. But I just have a couple of, just a quick couple things. The first is, I appreciate that this house, that this building has 16% inclusionary housing. When often it's so hard to find projects that actually have on-site units. This one does. I appreciate also that they're middle income. That is the toughest segment of affordable housing to develop because there are no sanctioned types of subsidy. Like, we have low-income housing tax credits and other types of subsidies for low-income housing. There's no such thing for middle-income housing. So the fact that we can get these units on-site and at those income levels actually, I think, is a good thing. I also appreciate having the flex units on the ground floor. I think it'll increase those eyes on the street. I think it'll increase the mixed-use character of this neighborhood, which is something that is extremely characteristic of the Mission neighborhood. And I appreciate that that was something that was included as part of the design. I just have a quick question about how the design changes that we are now just seeing for today impact our draft motion. So maybe this is for either staff, or if the staff can't answer this, the project architect, but I'd like staff to try first. Does the setback change the the exception for the rear yard or for unit exposure? That's one of the things that we have to vote on.
The problem is we haven't had a chance to fully review the project and the scale. On the whole, it should not, given that they're already seeking a rear yard and exposure exception as well as dwelling unit modification. So it should not. So, but we'll obviously have to confirm that.
Well, I mean, I know you can't answer, right? We're just seeing this today, which is unfortunate because if you look at this setback, and as Commissioner Antonini pointed out, it is substantial, and I think actually works for the design, but it.
Yeah, I may be able to clarify. At least for the rear yard, assuming the footprint stays the same, which I think it does not change the motion as it stands. Dropping the floor or dropping allowing that setback, which eliminates the floor at that point, would probably increase the exposure to some of the units. Don't know how many, but it would definitely be a positive with respect to the motion, so you wouldn't need to change that. And then as far as the height is not variable, so that stays constant.
Yeah, and obviously the square footage numbers would be decreased since they've carved mass out of the building. So,
I'll just say, I'm supportive of the project. I think the design works. I think it works for the neighborhood in respect to the Eastern Neighborhoods plan, but it's just. It's problematic for me to approve a project where there's so much that would have to change in the motion. Like I don't know how I feel about voting on something that it's not going to be. We're not going to be voting on something that's going to be as it stands into the future because we're looking at a design that's different than what the action was predicated on. So, but let's hear from other commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
Okay, I had the pleasure of meeting with the project sponsor and architect Schmaltz on site. I felt like I was on the scene of The Sopranos Tuesday, standing there in the vacant, weed-strewn, garbage-strewn lot with a table in the late afternoon. I think to Mr. Colin's point, the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan is something that the community came together on and agreed on. I'm a product of the Market Octavia Plan. We need to give some certainty to developers around when they take these big financial risks, and that they need to come in and understand what the rules are, and that we shouldn't be changing the rules midstream. And I definitely stand by that. It's been a long process, and we really shouldn't be changing the rules on things. I do think the project does have impacts. I mentioned to Mr. Casey and Mr. Schmaltz on Tuesday that come up with something different on the light on Adair Alley, and they did. And so that was something that I had mentioned, but I didn't ask them to do anything, but I said come back, and they did. I do support a project here. I also came up with some of the lenses I look at here: displacement. Does this displace any tenants? We heard from the opposition that they said that it does. I think cumulatively these projects over time could. Affordability, I think this does add affordability. I want to talk about the idea that I came up with that Commissioner Antonini mentioned was keeping the square footage on the affordable unit space, but also creating additional affordable units out of it. I know it's not something that we can do, but I know emergency legislation by Supervisor Campos could accomplish something like that. I know my Supervisor Wiener's done it on 2 occasions, as most recently as 2 months ago in the Castro on a land use issue. So I think we should look at that. that would help the affordability out. Maybe the smaller units could be for 55% or lower. Livability, again, it depends on who you ask. There's two lenses here. There's the people that might be displaced, and they're saying it's not livable because they're not going to be around anymore. I think it's a good project. I think it's going to create, eyes on the street. I think it's got a good design and neighborhood character. I think if you respond well to the Adair Alley and you do the setback, I think it's going to add the neighborhood character as long as we don't have a lot of displacement and we can address some of the affordable issues. I think the developer, the project sponsor, is responsive to doing creative things around the affordability, and that's something I could support. I do think, though, I agree with Commissioner Johnson around vetting some of these issues out for another week or two and then coming back and voting on the final project. I do want to figure out the affordable unit mix, whether we can do anything there.
If I may comment on the affordability requirement, as you know, the current affordability requirements are a percentage of the units.
Right.
But another aspect of the requirement and the issues that we work out with the Mayor's Office of Housing is that they be comparable to the market rate units.
Okay.
So they don't have to be exactly mimicked, but they have to be comparable in size and they have to be spread throughout the building. So I think there would be a major policy discussion around whether we would reduce the size of the affordable units and make them smaller than the market rate units. That has not been the intent of the program to this point.
So they have how many 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms? It mimics the exact percentage. Maybe you create more 1 bedrooms.
So currently they have 42 2 bedrooms and 30 1 bedrooms.
Okay, and then the affordable units are how many?
And so then they have 12 affordable units, and so they'll have to have the same kind of mix of affordable units.
Same percentage, okay.
Same ratio.
Same ratio. Maybe you create a couple additional 1 bedrooms. I don't know. I mean, I know here we are on the Union Street project. Over 1 unit. Where we really should look at these every unit we can achieve. I think it's something we should look at. Any additional unit we can achieve. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I just want to briefly comment on the changes which have been undertaken. I regret that they only came in today. I think they would have probably created a much richer and more supportive discussion for a project which I believe follows the Eastern neighborhoods, but really was asked to step a little more ahead with creativity, particularly because the department acknowledged that the length of the project on South Van Ness is excessively long, and its previous version was just a little bit oppressive relative to massing, at how it turns the corner on Adair. There was never an elevation shown on the Adair corner. There was no three-dimensional turning of the project to look from all sides. The one thing which is still something which has not been shown and which the developer was asked to do for the Commission's edification, when the alternative use on the ground floor kicks in, the previous drawings that had identified a necessary, more opaque metal panel on those ground floor units facing South Van Ness, an elevation which the architect never modeled. That particular change in materials takes away the eyes on the street, partially for the protection of the businesses behind it, and it would have a significant larger height than what the openness of the current stoop shows. We had asked to show that as part of disclosure, because if we would all think this lofty, green, whatever stoop appearance would maintain itself, it doesn't. Architect Schmaltz indicated that the suggestion for the material came in after he had done his drawings, this was 3 weeks ago, and that the landscape architect had suggested this material. This particular issue is still not addressed today, unless he could explain of what the intents are. Mr. Joslin and Mr. Sucre had also supported me in saying, if the Commission by intent approves the alternative use in the future, either the strict residential use with a stoop and open and green, then what does it look like if the alternative use comes in? So, Mr. Schmaltz, perhaps you could respond to that, because we still don't have that today in front of us.
Okay. We did discuss that, Commissioner Moore. I understand that. It's a little difficult to see, but on our, if we could look at the rendering that you guys have in front of you too, we have shown horizontal open railings on the adjusted perspective. I didn't change the detail in the landscape plan. Those guys were out this last week, but we're totally open to whatever kind of fencing material or railing material, provides that kind of balance between security on the one hand of the person who lives there and eyes on the street on the other hand. This is our intent is to address your concern, and this is done in a modest fashion on this drawing, but we're sensitive to that issue.
Okay, so
we'll work with the department on that.
You're basically not saying anymore that it would be the solid metal punched panel you showed before. That's what you're saying.
It does not need to be that. No, it's not that now. We will change that. Yes.
This is harder to understand because, as you see, this is not a newly edited project, including supporting the questions Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Antonini are asking relative to the amount of change, etc. The project by Eastern Neighborhoods is a compliant project. We had asked for looking ahead, more creativity, more variation. I personally believe that the project, in the short glimpse I'm taking at this drawing, is addressing a number of the concerns expressed in the meeting. However, in order to do it justice, I would prefer to spend a little bit more time, including having Mr. Joslin and staff, the broader staff, review the submittal and then bring it forward with a motion for approval whenever.
If I could ask a follow-up question, I'm sorry if I missed it. So on the flex space, if it's residential or commercial, does that decision have to come back to the commission?
So what the commission is doing with this motion is modifying the accessory use provisions to those dwelling units on the ground floor level. So typically, by our traditional accessory definitions, for example, you wouldn't be allowed to have an employee, you wouldn't be allowed to have members of the public entering into those accessory spaces. So by modifying the project sponsor is asking to designate a certain area for use in one of those new capacities.
So the commercial use is considered accessory, and so there's still a sense that the primary use is residential.
Yes, yeah. So at the heart, those flexible spaces are residential units, and they're built as and authorized as dwelling units. Okay. They are allowed that they could have like a small architect's office, for example, or a bag making shop, for example, or something like that.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Hillis.
So, well, first on kind of the broader issue of affordability, I appreciate the discussion. I think it's good to be reminded we approve these projects a lot, and it's good to kind of be reminded again of the crisis we face in the city. I wish it was as easy as approving 100 of these would solve the problem, or disapproving the next 100 of these would solve the problem. Unfortunately, I don't think either of them would do it, and hopefully soon we'll be talking about affordable housing bonds, or somebody brought up community land trusts, or taking city land and building housing on it, or bringing back redevelopment and tax increment financing, which I think are things that could really have an impact on affordability. On the project itself, I like some of the design changes kind of on Adair. I don't like them on Van Ness and 16th. I think it looks too cluttered in the setbacks kind of on 16th in the new kind of color pattern. I thought the building was more handsome before and is kind of cluttered and jumbled, and we're trying to do too much again with articulation on the Van Ness in the 16th Street side. I would prefer the garage. I think it's a trade-off between having the garage on a transit preferential street and kind of a quiet alley that could be used as open space. I think I'd prefer it on South Van Ness in this case, which is a broad, fairly wide boulevard that I think could accommodate a garage and that muni traffic. But again, I could talk. Can the project sponsor address that? Have you looked at an alternative with the garage on Van Ness?
We actually, when we submitted, and you see that number there, 2010, that was Eastern Neighborhoods, we consulted with environmental planning and the planning department at that point, and we were directed to put it on Adair. Subsequent to our second application in 2014, when we resuscitated this project, the same definition came back from the planning department that this was the appropriate location. It was, quite frankly, it was never questioned that it should be on South Van Ness. And my understanding always was environmental planning approved that. the traffic and traffic exemption that was part of the Eastern Neighborhoods EIR mandated that it not be on transit-oriented streets.
Okay.
So from us, it was never
Those were the
an issue.
Yeah, okay, then that's fine. I mean, I think we should look at that in future projects. But I mean, I'm comfortable. I think the design changes aren't significant, that we can kind of direct staff, and I mean, I'm comfortable moving this along and not having it come back to us with the design changes. I think we've seen, we've directed staff to take on design issues like this and give kind of specific direction, but let's see where this goes.
I want to add a couple thoughts. So I definitely agree with the characterization that the BMRs are much more of a middle-class housing product. It is for people who are at 90% of AMI. I do think, though, that is also an important part of the housing spectrum that we need to fulfill, and that the BMR, especially purchase condo program, has always done that. I think that a lot of issues have been raised around the larger affordability question, and that's something that I take very seriously. I think that there was a long process throughout Eastern Neighborhoods. I wasn't as closely as involved, wasn't on the commission at that time, but that a lot was discussed and a lot was written into the narrative of Eastern Neighborhoods that didn't necessarily make it into the code. And I think that people have different recollections maybe of how affordable housing was addressed. But it is clear that it made it into the code, these different tiers, right? And so we are at 16% of affordable housing, and we are at a certain level of fees. And I think that there's some fairness questions about, the developer did follow those very strict guidelines. I think that earlier we made those changes to the Western SOMA plan, and I made a comment about area plans maybe being iterative. And this is off topic a little bit, but I think Eastern Neighborhoods was created in a time that we were much more in a recession. We were not in the boom of right now. And I think that maybe some decisions would have been made differently, and that the department and department staff have a role to play in either helping, we heard so much outcry around affordable housing today, and so what is our role in helping the conversation? What is our role either in looking at Eastern Neighborhoods again, if it's just the data from it, or in helping the Mission District think about other kinds of strategies? As our own citywide division only has one area plan left and maybe is moving more towards neighborhood-based work with Invest in Neighborhoods, is there a role for this department to play in facilitating those conversations and helping come up with solutions? I know that there are many task forces in the city right now, but I feel like there is a role for Citywide to play, and that Citywide should be the planners in doing that. And so maybe we're so challenged because every project comes to us one by one, but we want to deal with these larger issues, and so maybe this can help jumpstart some of that conversation. On the issue, it started to be raised around the driveway. I think pedestrian safety is really important, especially for the school, but there are the conflicting priorities from MTA and then also from the need for pedestrian safety from the school. So I'm not sure exactly where I fall on that. And then I could be supportive of a continuance to see the design fleshed out more. I'm somewhat hesitant because we have continued it so many times. But to me, the tweaks around the edges on the design, they satisfy one component of maybe trying to meet the context better. But really, there's this larger issue that, to me, I would rather spend time tackling. Commissioner Richards.
I agree with what you said about staff's role in maybe helping us figure out a way to be more creative around BMR units and affordability. I think another look at the Eastern Neighborhoods plan and I guess the monitoring report, is there one available? I guess I should take a look at. I don't know if there's a fresh one is a good idea. I agree. I think supporting a continuance would be a good idea, and I would make a motion to continue.
Second.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Again, I also struggle with the continuance because, this project, even though I just started in July, it's clear that this project has been kicking around for a long time. But it sounds like, when you play enough around the edges with the design and with changes to the project, eventually you have to step back and look at it and say, are we looking at the same thing and what are we approving? And particularly if we're looking at a garage entrance on South Van Ness, to me, that changes quite a bit of the character of this project and the streetscape design and the pedestrian flow and so many things. So, even with that small piece, forgetting about whether or not it technically impacts the exceptions that the project sponsor is looking for, to me, that's a different project. And I would want to see that and not and have that be a part of our approval, not something that happens within the department later. I'm also supportive of Commissioner Wu's general comments about what can citywide planning and the planning department do to assist the conversation on affordable housing. Coming from a public finance background, to me, again, it's all about the dollars, but at the same time, we also need to have places to put that housing. And I think that there's some conversations we can have with the planning department to see, what can we add to the discussion around where affordable housing should go. So, with that said, I just wanted to put that in there again, reluctantly, I guess, supporting a continuance because it looks like there's just what we approved today is not the project that's going to get eventually built when you add up all the things that people are trying to change. I don't know if everyone else feels that way.
Commissioner Antonini.
A few general comments, and then I want to talk to project sponsor. On the whole affordable issue, I think it was Commissioner Hillis brought up that if you're looking for low-income housing, the vehicle is going to be, through bond issues, through the monies that are generated, through projects like this that are in lieu. That is the answer. You're not going to be able to build these in the private sector because it doesn't pencil out. It's not going to work. So, I think that we have to be supportive of those sort of measures globally. But we have to look at each project because what you do by not approving this is you drive buyers who could buy this at a moderate level relative to the AMI competing for existing housing which is rent-controlled or existing housing which is, available to them, and it drives the price of that up. So you're not going to gain anything by not approving fine projects like this. And I certainly would be amenable to anything the supervisors may change to allow a different tact with the affordability percentage as was suggested by a lot of the commissioners. But I think it may be too soon. We probably couldn't condition that even if we wanted to do it at this point for this, but I certainly would be supportive of that, looking at that as a possible alternative that would be available in the future. The other thing is I think it's important to keep these units, the affordable units, at the 90th percentile. If you look at this level, the sheet that we get every week with every project, that it shows the percentages of market rate, of middle income and low income. We've built the highest of market rate, the second highest of low income, and almost no middle income. And middle is defined as either 60 to 100th percentile or 80 to 120th percentile. And actually, market rate projects historically have been allowed to be at least at 100, sometimes 120th percentile. So at 90, it's somewhat lower, and it addresses a part of the population that is caught in between making too much to qualify for subsidized housing, but not being able to afford market rate. I think the stoops have to remain, and I think we answered this. Even if they're using it for a business, we don't want oppressively limiting blocking windows off. We want to have it look the same way. And I think probably keeping the entrance on Adair makes, if we move that to South Van Ness, we lose those street units because you'd have to bring the driveway right through where the street units are, at least a couple of them. So that kind of defeats the look of the project. I would certainly be amenable to whatever might be worked out, but and we want to be, I think whatever is decided, if it's decided to stay on Adair, I think we should make a recommendation to the city to work with the parents, address the concerns on Cap Street, and try to make it safer, make it safe for the children there, make it safe for parents picking up, and try to direct any non-school traffic, out of the direction of the school as much as possible. And if it is approved today, which it doesn't sound like it's going to be, I would be supportive staff working with the project sponsor on the design and the colors. I think we need a little stronger cornice here. It kind of, the units that are recessed here kind of pop up. I'm not quite sure what the cornice is above those. I think that needs to be kind of made a little bit stronger there to really show that that's the top of the building. And project sponsor, can I ask you a little bit about your feeling in regards to a continuance? It sounds like a lot of the commissioners are interested, probably be 2 weeks, I would think. I'll have to just see what they would be interested in doing.
It sounds like it's probably in the best interest. I myself, as being a parent, the driveway issue we think is being overviewed here, because the major impact that's in the back of the POA's mind is the impact that the 300-car garage that's going to come on that's being proposed from the bigger project on Mission BART Station that's going to enter onto Cap Street. That is definitely something that needs to be addressed by MTA down the road. But our impact, in the morning, our cars leave the garage, taking a right straight onto Van Ness and away from the path of travel of the kids. And for the few cars, as Redmond mentioned, 75% of his garage is full of cars during the day. So we're anticipating these cars are going to be returning from work 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. The kids will be gone home. We got a minimum impact. But in the effort of mediation, we're open to a 2-week continuance.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. It sounds like there was a motion made. What was the date on that motion? Was there a date?
There actually was no date, and there was a motion to continue and seconded. We will need a date before we take up the matter.
I would be in favor of 2 weeks. It sounds like if staff thinks they can work with project sponsor and interested parties in that amount of time.
Yeah, so the date would be September 18th. So just to be clear from the commission, would you want us to research the garage issue further?
Yeah. It doesn't hurt to look at it.
Okay.
Look at discussion.
And then obviously the other items that we had previously identified, including the alleyway materials and the screening on the ground floor level would all be further looked at.
And the impact of the exceptions, the rear yard and the exposure.
That happens automatically.
Okay, Director Wren?
I guess I was just going to ask whether the commission wanted to have a continuance for the project or whether you were comfortable having it come back as an informational item and taking action today. But it sounds like you're more interested in a continuance, so I'll deflect that.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just quickly on the broader issue, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Wu's comments, but also kind of looking at that even beyond eastern neighborhoods. I mean, we see projects in Bernal and Excelsior and the Richmond. So, I mean, I think the affordability crisis is facing every neighborhood. On the continuance, I mean, I don't know if there's design consensus necessarily. I'm comfortable having it come back as an informational item. I was comfortable with the response I got. I mean, I think the rules, we talk about this kind of play by the rules. I think the rules were clear as expressed by Mr. Sucre on the garage entry, and there's probably not a good chance of kind of moving that over given what's outlined in the eastern neighborhood. That was my biggest design issue. Again, I don't know if there's consensus. I don't like some of the changes that were made, like the setbacks, but there's commissioners that do. So, I mean, I'm comfortable leaving those design decisions to kind of staff and having them come back as informational item, but because I don't know otherwise what kind of direction we're giving.
Commissioner Fung.
Well, I share a similar opinion, and I'm supportive of the project. I absolutely agree with Commissioner Richards that, this commission set an area plan, and we should stay with it and not pick them apart project by project. If an area plan, any area plan needs adaptation, tweaking, I think that's within our purview to study that, but study it intelligently, not one by one. So I'm supportive if we prescribe something and stay with it. This project, I think, doesn't have that much displacement. I like the 16% BMR ratio. And, given the mayor's directive to try to get housing as a high priority, I think we need to look at ourselves right now and say where we are. If 2 weeks continuance makes this a better project in a large scale, I think it's worth it. But at this point, I think the project sponsors responded to, I think, some of the questions from staff as well as from some commissioners. And I think, we're probably going to continue it. We're going to see it in 2 or 3 weeks, and it's probably going to be not too much different than what we're looking at right now. So I just put it out there that, if housing and getting housing built as quickly as possible is the goal, then I think that we should take that into consideration in 2 weeks. It probably doesn't make that much difference. But I understand that there are some outstanding questions, but I do put a lot of faith in staff and would be supportive of them if we voted to approve the project today, to give them directive to review it, send back comment, report back in informational, or call us back to stop it and review it if it doesn't meet standards.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. So I also would like to see this project go forward. I'm very supportive of it. So, I'll just ask a question. The reason I got confused is because it sounded like there's a lot of things that could still be in flux after our approval today, right? So, I had a technical question. That's, you guys will figure that out. But let's talk about, that garage entrance for a while. I heard both sides of it. Is there a potential that we would approve this project and then it would get built with a garage on South Van Ness potentially if we were just
no? If that was the location that was specified on ADARE, that's where the project would have to. That would probably be viewed as a substantial change, since the units would likely shift and.
Right.
So.
That is an issue that the commission raised. If that change happened later, we would probably say that's a big enough change that you would have to review it.
Okay, so I think that gets to most of my issues, because that was what was confusing me. It was sounding like the project sponsor was saying they would still, have a discussion or study that entrance or discuss other major design changes, post our action here. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, then why not just come back with what your design will be so that we can improve whatever you're going to build. But if that's the case, then I would be prepared to support project, and if there's a major change based on the study or some real movement, then fine. Then it'll have to come back to us.
Yeah, just to remind the commissioners, the motion does include a condition addressing final materials and final design, as a lot of the large project authorizations do, which basically includes addressing refinements in the material palette and design, especially as projects transition from entitlements directly into permits. It's something that's pretty common. So.
Commissioner Moore.
I would still like to see the project, just for a clean process, come back in 2 weeks. The discussions about the design were basically advisory, and that's all there were. And I do want to give this group the full benefit of how the changes track from top to bottom. I'd like to see a final set, and I'm sure it's in the interest of the architect that it's not just words and innuendos in between. And I do think that is the way we treat all applications in front of us. So I think in order to set a precedent that there's not a last-minute kind of we'll work it all out, I personally have to say that I really think we should continue. Particularly, I do have to remind you, in the meeting led by Mr. Joslin, the request to the architect with no objection to deliver the drawings ahead of time was basically not attended to. And so showing it today shows to me that he was more busy and couldn't do it, but I would like to see a consistent delivery of approval drawings with us before we make a decision, rather than when we just see them for 5 minutes. That's a very simple request.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, so, Mr. Sucre, I guess what would have to happen if we go do the 2-week continuance, and I could support the project today, as many other commissioners said, but I'm probably going to vote for the continuance because I hear the concerns of Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Richards, and I want everyone to have an opportunity to see the changes. But if other things come up, I certainly would hope that commissioners do communicate with you and the project sponsor, and we hopefully can have before the hearing, we can have materials that are reflective of the final product.
Yeah, if the project's continued until the 18th, we would have to produce the packets by the 11th for the commission. So we basically have an extra week, and as long as it's amenable to the architect.
Mr. Smoltz, do you think that can be done in a week? Or?
We had Labor Day in between. We had 4 business days to make that change. And all due respect, prior to that meeting, staff had signed off on the project. So we scrambled, okay? We scrambled to put together enough information that we could have it here. And unfortunately, production sometimes is an issue for a small architectural firm. So if next Thursday is the guideline to get it in, I suspect that would be pushing everybody's button in terms of their ability to respond, including any commission input, staff input, and project sponsor input, which at this time, if we're going to revisit the design, I do want the project sponsor to attend those meetings and have input on it. I think it's only fair. So I'm suggesting that if it's only a 2-week continuance, there just might be some. It's a little stressed. And Morris, I don't know. If we said 3 weeks, so we have 2 weeks to resolve it. I don't know. Are you comfortable with that? I don't want to speak for you, Morris.
Sorry, Warner. Warner's probably correct. If we're involving MTA, we're bringing outside agencies. We know all you guys are busy. It's hard to lock down decisions.
Be the 25th.
So if we can, I think as some of the commissioners have commented, there's very little, the bones are there. We have the bones, and a lot of these projects get approved with conditions. I think the bones are there that it could be approved today. We're open. Like we've dealt with Dennis, Commissioner Richardson. We're not going anywhere. We'll deal with any issues that come up down the road. If we have to come back, if this project got approved today and for some reason the driveway had to be put on South Van Ness, we'll come back to the board and we'll revisit. And in the best, because we've been fighting. It took us 4 years to get us this far, and we find we know it's early September right now, but I can see us sitting here in November rediscussing this. This is how time goes by.
No, we don't want that to happen. So I'm just thinking we certainly could ask the date to be changed to the 25th if it gives everyone enough time to. I think what I'm seeing is the plans as drawn now are pretty close, but there will be some modifications just on the facade and a little bit on some of the things that some of the commissioners have asked for. But and I would say that barring a change by MTA, I think the driveway probably has to stay on the other street, but you're exploring it. So, but if it gave you that 3rd week, if there were some kind of desire to change that, you'd have a little more time to
Commissioner Antonini, and for the benefit of the other of the full commission, the September 25th hearing is already canceled.
Oh, it's okay.
So if you were to push it out further than 2 weeks, it would end up being on
maybe
October
we should
2nd.
stick with the 18th, and if there's a problem and things aren't ready, we could always continue at that time, if that sounds reasonable.
Well, I don't think the 18th is feasible.
Okay, then I guess we have to go October 3rd.
Second.
Commissioners, if I may, I just wanted to toss out something that you might want to consider after hearing all the comments. I think, the basic project is in your packets. You know what it looks like. I think that between the architect and the sponsor, they could read into the record exactly what the change is going to be in terms of the square footage and the location, and you can make that a condition of the approval. Then it doesn't have to come back for that. It can be informational, and you could take a vote today.
It would depend if the other commissioners are comfortable with doing that.
If the commissioners are comfortable.
Commissioners, do we want to weigh in on that?
Commissioner Moore.
You were asking me, the push for me is consistency in how we work. And I am not a person who likes to make last-minute deals. If the instructions were what they were, and at that particular moment, Mr. Sucre asked the architect, can you manage to do this? Can you get it into the packet? And the unheard answer to me seemed, oh, okay, they'll work it out. It will be in the packet and we'll see it. But it wasn't. There was nothing in the packet, zero. There was not even reference that we had to keep the old material. And I believe that for the consistency of process, that we need to treat every architect and every applicant the same way. I am supportive of the project. I'm supportive of the changes I see. I believe that they have to be properly documented and drawn out in order to do apples and apples in this chamber. That's my own position.
Commissioner Richards.
I sympathize with the timeline being extended. I really do. I met with the project sponsor and Mr. Schwartz Tuesday, and I left my phone number and said, give me a call, let me know what you come up with. I didn't hear anything, so I'm with Commissioner Moore on let's do it right.
We have to be recognized first. Yes.
Why don't we just continue this 3 weeks?
Yeah, it's not a
What is on the 25th, may I ask?
It's canceled. Hearing
October
is
2nd.
canceled.
What is it? Oh.
Cancel that.
Okay. It would be the maker of the motion who would have to change the motion to.
I never set a date.
Commissioner Richards.
I amend the motion to October 5th.
October 2nd.
October 2nd, sorry. It's getting late.
Oh, it's not late yet. This is early.
Is that amenable to the seconder?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, if there's no other deliberation, there is a motion and a second to continue this matter to October 2nd. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
No.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Fong voting against.
Okay, the commission will just take a quick 5-minute break.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good evening and welcome back to San Francisco's Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday. What day is it today? September 4th, 2014. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 11 for case number 2014.0739C at 189 6th Avenue. Request for conditional use authorization.
Good evening, President Wu, members of the Commission. The project before you is a conditional use authorization for a limited restaurant in an NC1 neighborhood district. NC1 districts are intended to serve as local shopping districts, providing retail goods and services for the surrounding neighborhoods. Limited restaurants are typically permitted in NC1 districts unless they are located within a quarter mile of a district that is more restrictive. In this case, the site is located within a quarter mile of the Inner Clement NCD, which requires eating and drinking uses to be approved via a conditional use authorization. The subject property is a 3-story mixed-use building at the corner of 6th Avenue and California Street. The unit at 189 6th Avenue is located on the ground floor and measures approximately 422 square feet. The site is currently vacant, and the previous use was retail. The surrounding development in this small commercial cluster consists of a variety of mixed-use buildings featuring residential uses above ground floor commercial establishments. Nearby businesses include a yoga studio, beauty salons, laundromats, and other restaurants. The proposed limited restaurant, named Nourish Cafe, would be open daily between the hours of 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. The business is locally owned and operated. In fact, all of the owners live within the neighborhood. The proposed use is not formula retail, and the menu will include healthy vegetarian dishes. To date, the department has received 3 communications in favor of the project, including 1 letter from the Clement Street Merchants Association and 2 letters from residents that live near the project site. Staff recommends approval of the project, and this concludes my presentation. I'll be available to answer any questions that you may have. The project sponsor is also here. She does not wish to present, but she will be happy to address the commission if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then let's open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? I have 1 card, but I can't read the name. Okay. All right, no public comment. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
This sounds appropriate. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't on consent because, you know, it just technically has to be approved because it's within a half a mile of a more restrictive, but I would move to approve.
Second.
On that motion to approve with conditions, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong. Excuse me, Commissioner President Wu. Excuse me.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you on items 12A and B for case number 2013.0205C and V at 395 26th Avenue. Request for conditional use authorization and request for rear yard modification will be considered by the Assistant Zoning Administrator.
Good evening, President Wu and members of the Commission. Christine Lamarena, Planning Department staff. The project before you is a request for conditional use authorization for 395 26th Avenue, located at the northwest corner of Clement Street and 26th Avenue. At the January 16, 2014 hearing, the Planning Commission continued the project to February 20 at the request of Supervisor Marr and neighboring opposition to allow for the project sponsor and opposition to meet and discuss the project. The project was then continued from February 20 to April 4, and most recently from April 4 to today at the project sponsor's request in order to reissue the categorical exemption. On August 27th, the Planning Department issued a certificate for a Class 32 categorical exemption. A Class 3 exemption was originally issued for the project. The proposed project would include the demolition of an existing 2-story building containing 2 vacant units in commercial space, subdivision of the existing lot into 2 lots, lots A and B, and the construction of 2 new buildings with a total of 6 dwelling units, 7 off-street parking spaces within 2 at-grade parking garages, and approximately 851 square feet of commercial space in the Lot A building. The proposed mixed-use building on Lot A would be approximately 7,500 square feet and 45 feet tall. The proposed residential building on Lot B would be approximately 5,600 square feet and 40 feet tall. The proposed mixed-use building on Lot A would consist of ground floor retail space with 2 Class 2 bicycle parking spaces, 3 3-bedroom units, 4 off-street parking spaces, and 3 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces in an at-grade garage, along with a roof deck for common open space. Access to the ground floor retail space and residential lobby on Lot A would be through entrances located on Clement Street. The proposed residential building on Lot B would consist of 3 dwelling units, 3 vehicle parking spaces, 3 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces in an at-grade garage, along with a roof deck for private open space. Main access to the residential building on Lot B would be from the ground floor lobby on 26th Avenue. Vehicular access to the at-grade parking garages for both buildings would be along 26th Avenue. Additionally, the project seeks a rear yard modification and a street frontage variance, which the acting zoning administrator will hear following this item. The project site is located in the outer Clement Street neighborhood commercial zoning district and a 40X heightened bulk district. The site measures 37 feet wide by 118 feet deep with an area of 4,366 square feet. Surrounding development consists of 2 to mostly 3 to 4 mixed-use and residential structures. Each corner lot at the intersection of Clement Street and 26th Avenue consists of 3-story buildings containing 6, 8, and 12 units each. To date, the department has received the following public comment. 112 letters and petitions in support of the project, an online petition with 171 persons opposed to the project, petitions with 137 signatures of persons opposed to the project, an email, a letter, and 5 phone calls opposed, 2 phone calls and 2 emails with no position but requesting additional information. Those opposed to the project have the following concerns: loss of view, loss of light, loss of on-street parking, and the project being out of scale in the neighborhood. At this time, I'd like to read into the record a correction to the draft motion. On page 4 of the draft motion, with respect to permitted density for the site, up to 4 dwelling units, not 3 dwelling units, are permitted on each of the subdivided lots. The proposed unit count of 3 dwelling units on each of the lots continues to comply with the prescribed density. In order for the project to proceed, the Commission must grant conditional use authorization as the project proposes to demolish 2 dwelling units pursuant to Planning Code Section 303 and 317. The Department recommends that the project be approved. The project is consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan and complies with the Planning Code with exception to the rear yard and street frontage requirements. The project meets the criteria set forth in Planning Code Section 101.1 and 317 in that the project will result in a net gain of 15 bedrooms. The project will create 6 family-sized dwelling units. Given the scale of the project, there would be no significant effect on the existing capacity of the local street system or Muni. The replacement buildings would be consistent with the size and density of the immediate neighborhood, and the project is an appropriate infill development. Although the existing structure proposed for demolition is more than 50 years old, the existing building is not a historic resource or landmark. In addition, the Department believes that this project is necessary and or desirable under Planning Code Section 303 for the following reasons. The project replaces existing units with more functional, family-sized housing. The project appropriately infills the site with development that is compatible with the neighborhood character of Clement Street and 26th Avenue. The project would bring the density into closer conformity with the outer Clement and CD. The project area is well served by transit, and the project proposes the required number of parking spaces. And with exception to rear yard and street frontage, the project meets all applicable requirements of the Planning Code. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Just for the benefit of the public, I wanted to clarify that your opportunity to address the variance and the project for the conditional use authorization is all combined in your what will be a 2-minute public comment period for each individual.
Project sponsor.
Good evening, President Wu and commissioners. I know it's been a long day already, so I'll try and keep my remarks brief, and I thank you for hearing this project now. Jeremy Shaw, project architect with Gabriel Ng Architects. If I can have the overhead here. When we first looked at this project, the main thing that jumped out at us was the relatively restricted area for parking within the outer Clement Street NCD. In this drawing, these are the project boundaries here. Sorry, down here. There's section 145.1, which requires a setback of parking of 25 feet from any street frontage, which is Clement Street on the left and 26th Avenue on the bottom. And then also the 25% required rear yard. As you can see, this gives us a legal allowed parking area of 762 feet. It's only enough for 3 cars on the lot. So right away, we knew there was going to be a bit of a difficulty in locating the parking, and therefore the lot, the structures as would be best utilizing the lot. So we came up with a couple different options going forward. Move this over. Again, the orange is the legal parking area. The blue shows what we would be able to do with the at-grade rear yard as required. Still would only be able to fit 4 parking spaces. We tried again with building the parking into the required rear yard, which is a similar condition to all other NCDs with the exception of Outer Clement. still would only be able to fit 4 parking with the retail space. So we came upon the idea of having 2 separate buildings, which is our current proposal. This still has the retail space fronting Clement and the corner of 26th, and then we would have 2 separate garage entries into 2 different buildings on 26th Avenue. This required the parking to be, in a sense, in the rear yard, even though we're subdividing. It's a little complicated. But it allowed for us to actually fit 7 parking spaces. So given the requirements of one-to-one parking, we were able to fit 6 dwelling units and then have 1 parking for the retail. Also relating to on-street parking, which is something we heard a lot about at the neighborhood outreach meetings. This is the existing parking. There's 101 feet between the crosswalk and the existing driveway, which fits 5 parking spaces on 26th Avenue. As proposed, with the addition of 1 curb cut, it's located such that we can still fit 5 on-street parking spaces. Other concerns the neighborhood has raised are about the overall prevailing dwelling unit density. Our project is proposing 3 dwelling units for each lot, or 6 for the project altogether. If you look nearby, there are prevailing density is frankly all over the place. There's an 18-unit building. There's 8 and 9-unit buildings on the corner, 12 units directly across the street on 26th Avenue. So we feel that our 6 units for the project very much fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. And this speaks to the variance a little bit. As I was bringing up the parking situation, which is what has brought us to ask for variances, most of the other buildings in the Outer Clement NCD have almost 0 yard space, including ground floor or any floor. This is a little hard to read, I apologize. Basically showing in the red where there's full height building and the green is ground floor. So you can see it's relatively minor area of each lot on the corner. And last but not least, with the variance again, this is showing the open space pattern of the subject block, which shows the adjacent on 26th Avenue. It's a lot stronger pattern. As you get down to Clement Street, there's a lot of buildings with structures in the rear yard, including our adjacent building, which is the only other building in the Clement Street NCD, which has a legal non-conforming shack, we should say, which was built who knows when. All right, and with that.
My name is Alice Barker, and I'd just like to address a couple more points on the variance. The 2 variances that's being sought, one is the rear yard, and in that on the Clement Street lot, the rear yard variance sought is above grade in that it's not at grade. However, it will be at the first residential level. On the 26th Street building, the variance that is sought is that in the corner, there is a little piece of it that will not go all the way to the grade, and then the rest of it will. However, instead of 15 feet deep, it will only be 13 feet deep, and the reason is because the lot is only about 37 feet deep. So by the time you take 15 feet, it makes it very difficult to try to fit 3 bedroom. And then basically, the second variance, which goes to the plans that was presented to you earlier at the beginning, and that is the variance of active street frontage. On a 37-foot lot, that is impossible to put parking in and still have an active street frontage of 25 feet deep. And so what the architect did is to maximize, to have a good size retail space right there in the corner, bring the residential in the 26th Street building down to the ground to make that an active use. And so that's the second part of the variance. And then finally, this lot have 2 units in it, plus a very small retail space, existing building. However, the residential unit has not been occupied by the 2 previous owners for more than almost 20 years. However, it is true that if it's being rented, it will not be, A, they will be rented at market rate, and 2, it will be subject to rent control. However, this project is going to bring to the city 6 3-bedroom units, and the size of this unit is about 1,100 square feet to the biggest one around 15, so that they are very modest-sized 3-bedroom unit, and to the extent that the units are around 1,200 square feet, they're really first-time buyer for people with a couple of children or maybe 3. And the owner would like to say a couple of words.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Mary Tom, and I'm the developer for the project at 395 26th Avenue. My family and I have lived in the neighborhood since the 70s in the Richmond, and this is my neighborhood, and I've done small developments over the years. I want to let the Commissioners know that I have personally done outreach for many hours on Clement Street with one friend. The responses that I got was all positive. 90% of the merchants have signed support petitions. This is within 4 blocks of the subject property. We didn't get the other 10% because either the owners weren't there or they were too busy. The merchants had expressed that they want more housing to make Clement Street more vibrant. Within the 4 blocks, we had over 50 merchants supporting us. My architect and I have designed the building with consideration of the neighboring buildings and added more affordable family house units to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
If the commissioners have any question, we'd be glad to respond.
Okay, so let's open for public comment. If I call your name, please line up on the screen side of the room. George Ju, Edwin Louie, Catherine Robbins, and David Trung.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners. My name is George. I'm here to represent the owners and operator of Four Star Theater, Frank Lee and Lydia Lee. They're at work today. They have submitted their support to the commissioner, and they cannot be here today, but they wholeheartedly support this project just a few blocks from the Four Star Theater. And they thought this would be really fit into the community. They're very much supportive of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Commissioners, my name is Edwin Louie, and I'm here to represent Scott Lynn, who is the property owner of 2443 Clement Street, Unit 8. He's lived in that property since 2008. Scott was here on the last hearing, which was canceled. He can't come to this because of family reasons, so he wants the commissioner to know that he fully supports the project. Mary Tom has shown the plans and explained the project in great detail and answered all questions. We need these new family-sized units that are affordable. Her project has also satisfied the parking issues, which was what he wanted. I hope you can approve this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner. I'm a resident on Balboa and 16th Avenue. My name is David Trong. I'm here today to support the 26th Avenue project. If the city approves the project, it will be a benefit to the city with the housing and the rental market. Thank you.
Okay, Brian Kano, Edwin Louie, Amy Lee, Olivia Ma.
Hi, I'm Brian Cano.
I own a property at 219 17th Avenue. I'm a fourth-generation San Franciscan, and I was brought up in that area. I'm in support of this project because we have a real shortage of housing in the city, not only in rental, but also for people purchasing property. It's really a deal of supply and demand. People complain about the prices, how the prices are high, the rents are high. The reason why is because there's no inventory. This would at least give 6 units to the area for up-and-coming families or renters. The more the supply, the lower the prices. No supply, the higher the prices, which is happening now. We need this. We need more housing, and we need it in this area, if not all of San Francisco. So I'm very much in support of this. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Felix Chan, Martin Koh, Jeffrey Lee, Andy Chen. If I've called your name, you can come to the podium.
Good evening, Commissioner Wu. My name is Felix. I was born in the Richmond District. I lived on 12th Bonanza pretty much most of my life until my parents moved to Las Vegas. My grandparents are from the area as well. They live on 23rd and Clement Street before they passed. I just want to say, one thing that sticks out to me about the current building right now is it occupies a lot of valuable land. And as you just heard, there's a huge shortage of housing in the city, especially in that area. I would like to remain in the area, and I think the more housing, the more supply there is, the better my chances are to be able to stay and raise my family as well. And yeah, I've seen the plans. They look all, they look wonderful. I think they'll all add a lot of much needed housing in the city. They all have, parking spots and whatnot. And that's pretty much it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration, and have a wonderful evening.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Martin. My family is family friends with Mary, and she asked me about a year ago to come and live and watch the property for her at 395, which is currently where I live. She has mentioned that people have been leaving garbage, and homeless people have been living there, and people just dumping kind of chairs, tables, whatever it is, in the empty lot. And so my job would basically be just to move in and kind of make sure that doesn't happen, which I thought would be simple. But throughout the time I've been there, I have noticed on multiple occasions all of these things happening. And so I think I am in support of this project because I think it will bring in, it will make better use of the land that it is currently being used for right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Lee. I'm currently residing inside the housing right now, and I'm house watching also for Mary. So to go along with what Martin said, there is people leaving garbage. Just the other day, we had one of those rolling chairs kind of right at our doorstep between our flower beds. And, sometimes it just doesn't look like good landscaping. For the new building, though, I'm for it. I really like the idea of how there's bicycle parking. If you've ever lived in the city and, try to squish your bike in somewhere in the hallway or inside your room, it's not really too convenient. So I think, the plans with providing more housing, parking, and in consideration bicycle parking, I think it's a good thing for everyone. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call more names as the next speaker comes up. Matthew Lambert, Zoila Burns, Karen Horney.
Good evening. My name is Andy Chen. I currently reside at 2443 Clement Street, across the street from the property in question. I've lived in San Francisco now for 8 years, and I'm in support of this project. My wife and I and son have been looking for a place to live. We're currently renting, and it is difficult. There seems to be a lack of inventory, sky-high prices, and it's not easy. I'm not one of these dot-commers or YouTubers or people that work at Google that take the bus every day. I'm actually a public employee. I don't make a whole lot, and it's not easy. So I am in full support of this project, and I hope it goes through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Lambert. I moved to the Richmond District about 3 years ago to attend City College of San Francisco. I recently transferred to San Francisco State. I moved here just for the rich educational opportunities provided me here in San Francisco. I've lived in some pretty squalid conditions. In the past 3 years in San Francisco, been really hard to find housing. So I've had to live in some illegal in-laws, et cetera, to make it work here. It's quite infuriating to know that there's been 2 rent-controlled units in my neighborhood that have been sitting unoccupied for, I believe, 20 years. That's kind of outlandish given the squeeze on poor working-class students in this city. I would. Once you take rent-controlled units off the market, they're gone for good. They can never come back. They're a valuable resource in San Francisco. The people who live in them are very important to making up the rich diversity of this city. I urge you to protect these rent-controlled units. Without them, people like myself can't attend City College of San Francisco State, and get an education in the city that I love. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Karen Horning, and I am a long-term Richmond resident. I have lived next door at 2510 Clement Street. Do you know how to turn this on?
It'll come on. It just did.
Okay, this is my home, the one he called the shack. That is my home. And you can see how the building will go 4 stories over my 1-story cottage. I will never see the light of day. I am vehemently opposed to the demolition of what is an Ellis Act building. It is falsehood to say that that building was not occupied. I moved into that cottage on April 5th, 2003, and there were tenants in that building. My neighbors were paid to move out in 2012 so that that building can be placed upon the market. They are not my imaginary neighbors. This lady saw them as well. All right, but you see the difference in the height. And we have circulated a petition. There are close to 400 of us in the neighborhood who are opposed to the demolition of 395 26th Avenue. This is my neighbors. They also have family. There are families with children who live above that restaurant. But you see the difference. They will kill my gardens. They will kill my houseplants. I mean, it is horrible. I mean, I have been there 12 years. It'll double, if not triple, my electric bills. No one ever reached out to me. I have nowhere else to go. That is my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Soyla Bruns.
Ma'am, you can pull the microphone down.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Soyla Bruns, and I live across the street from the project. I have lived there for 25 years, and I really hate to see affordable housing being replaced by an oversized building with luxury condominiums. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Julian Borrego, Alex Powell, Wendy Chen, and Tony Lee.
Hello. My name is Julian. I know it's been a long day for everyone. I currently live in the Richmond District, and it's extremely disturbing that we might have a project this big and aggressive go forward in our neighborhood. I love the Richmond District because it's safe, it's relatively quiet, and I can enjoy the open space and the other places that other parts of the city can't afford. This project is really going to chip away at what makes the Richmond District such a great place to live. It's going to make it more crowded. It's going to bring in more traffic. It's going to make it feel more like downtown. And it's going to bring in people that don't have a real connection to this neighborhood. We can do better for the Richmond District and San Francisco as a whole by limiting this project and others like it. How can we let a building go 3 stories up on top of a storefront? How can we allow 6 new units with a backyard the size of a parking space? This isn't the right neighborhood for a project like that, and it's not fair to everyone in the community who live in buildings that respect all the existing building codes we have in place. I do think that people should have a right to build on property that they own, but I think it's also important to make a meaningful effort to respect the community by building a structure that is good fit for the neighborhood. These 2 proposed buildings go way too far. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Alex Powell. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I also live and work 2 jobs in the Richmond district. I also attend San Francisco State University, and I'm here to ask you to keep these developers from demolishing rent-controlled housing units in San Francisco. It's already hard enough for my roommates and I to make rent in San Francisco, and I personally have friends whose families have been living in San Francisco their entire lives and who have been evicted to make room for these luxury condos. Projects like these make millions of dollars for just a handful of wealthy developers and put working-class families out on the street. I'm told that if the developer keeps the existing building, that they can build additional rent-controlled units. I think this would be a much better plan, not just for the community, but to give both longtime residents and students like myself a chance to go to school, work, and live in San Francisco. Someday, I would also like to start a family and spend the rest of my life here in the city, but luxury condos like these are planning to build and are simply out of my reach. Please don't let these developers price out people like myself. Let's keep the rent-controlled units we have and use the rest of the space to build additional rent-controlled units so that we can give everybody in San Francisco, rich or poor, a chance to live in this great city. I believe that money is money and people are people, and I believe in community. And thank you for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Wendy Chen. I'm the owner of Next Door Building on Main Street. I'm representing my 8 tenants living in my building. They are very upset when they saw these 2-bed and tall buildings will be next to them. Since most of them are low income and senior citizens, they don't speak too much English. Therefore, they asked me to be here to oppose this project, since it will block all the sun, air, green space of my building and have a negative impact to affordable housing and cause more parking problem. We try to negotiate with them, with the developer. However, they are not willing to compromise at all. They are wealth property investors. I hope they are willing to listen and go and giving other neighbors decent living conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tony Lee. I'm the property owner of 377 26th Avenue. It's next to the proposed project. When I was born, my parents had just moved from Hong Kong to San Francisco. My mom took a job as a waitress, and my dad drove a taxi cab during the day and worked as a bellhop at night. I was the 3rd child. We rented a small 1-bedroom apartment on Geary and 20th Avenue, just a few blocks from where the proposed project is going to go up, for only $75 a month. San Francisco gave working-class families like mine a chance to succeed. Inclusion and diversity. That's what makes this city great. The development team for 395 26th Avenue says that taking a fire escape door off the roof and allowing 3 feet of space between their building and mine is meeting the community halfway. But these concessions do nothing to address the affordable housing crisis we face today. After our community meeting that we had on February 5th, I had a chance to speak with some of the neighbors who oppose the project. Yes, the community cares about its open space. Yes, the community also cares about light and character and parking. But more importantly, I spoke with neighbors who worry about being evicted. Neighbors who've lived in San Francisco their entire lives who now wonder if they'll have a chance to continue living in San Francisco, period. Our attorney, Steve Williams, has provided 3 alternate plans that give the development team an opportunity to build their project while mitigating its impact on affordability in our neighborhood. Each one of these plans include new construction and would be a better fit for the community as a whole. One plan even calls for building an additional 4 rent-controlled units. Development and opportunity. Now that's meeting the community halfway. I know you don't have the power to give every family in San Francisco an affordable home, but as San Francisco Planning Commissioners, you do have the power to make these developers play by the rules. You have the power to say no to any variances, no to any subdivision, and no to any demolition of sound rent-controlled units. You have the power to give the next generation of working class families in San Francisco a chance for their kids to go to college and succeed, like I have, without having to pay for a $1 million condo first. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Hello. My name is Catherine Robbins. I live on 20th Avenue between Lake and California. I'm part of the Russian community as my grandparents lived here since 1951. I designed and installed a landscape for condominium complex built about 10 years ago at 463 26th Avenue, also for the Russian community. So I am quite familiar with the immediate and general neighborhood. I'm opposed to this development because it might be a precedent for similar projects in the Richmond. The Richmond is a rather conservative, quiet neighborhood of families, many of which have maintained it to be such for 2 or 3 generations. Some homes presently house 2 or 3 generations. I feel that this development would be a disruption to the neighborhood and thereby affect the existing quality of life. I think that consideration for compatible architecture and history is totally lacking in the proposal. I feel that San Francisco will lose its attractiveness if it loses the character of its neighborhoods. If it loses its cohesive identity, it will no longer be San Francisco. The design of this proposal calls for an oversized, looming, and totally unfamiliar facade and configuration. I think, however, that it is possible to build with intent to avoid a negative effect on the community. I've included some photographs of the buildings I mentioned earlier. It was built within the past 10 years. It has 16 units, studio and 1-bedroom
Ma'am,
condos.
unfortunately, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one more sentence. I would like to show you a few pictures of multi-unit buildings in the neighborhood. I would also like to call for a sit-down brainstorming session with the development team.
Okay, ma'am, I'm sorry. Your time is up. You can leave the photos if you would like.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment?
Evening, President Wu, members of the Commission. I'm Steve Williams. I'll have to speak fast since I only have 2 minutes. This is the Commission's opportunity not only to do what's right, but to do what you're mandated to do. What you're mandated to do under the general plan, under the priority policies, and under the recent executive directives from the Mayor's office, and that is save and preserve the existing sound and rent-controlled housing at this site. This case is San Francisco's neighborhood housing affordability crisis in a nutshell. Professional developers buying affordable, rent-controlled buildings and knocking them down in order to build luxury condos is exactly what is forbidden by the policy. There is no policy that says, well, if you're building bigger units or more units, you can knock down the rent-controlled housing. That's not how it works. It's exactly the opposite. This project doesn't even qualify for a demolition permit. Look. We analyzed that in pages 6 and 8 of my brief. It meets 6 of the 18 criteria for a demolition permit. This is the city's worst housing crisis, affordability housing crisis ever. It shows a remarkable tone deafness from the department and from these developers. What's remarkable is that if a family had purchased these 2 units and was trying to merge them, the department would say no. And I sent those over to you this morning. The recommendation against losing any rental units on mergers. So the impacts that this building has on the surrounding community can't be overstated. It's asking for a tremendous amount. The subdivision, 2 very large buildings and 1 in the rear yard right against legal lot line windows. And it gives nothing back. It offers no setbacks. It offers no light wells. And in fact, it just keeps taking and taking. It wants a 10% rear yard. I also submitted the information from the department. UDAT asked for 25%. The department asked for 25% rear yard. The developer just said no. Those are exhibits 4 and 5 in the brief. The saying no from the developers
Thank you,
is
Steve. Your time
6.
is up.
So hopefully you had time to go through the materials.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Ms. Barkley, could I ask you a couple of questions? Okay, Mr. Williams, I think you described it at your presentation, and the rear yard, I know there is a variance, but it's not 10%. I believe it was just below what was the required rear yard.
Well, on the building that is the corner building on Clement and 26, the rear yard is at the first residential level.
Yeah.
Because the ground floor, essentially, half of it is taken by the retail space, circulation, and the parking garage. And if we don't have the parking, then we will also be before the zoning administrator for parking variance. And then on the other one, which is the one facing 26th Street, what happened is that because of the building next to it was that very small residential building, the area in front of it is actually at grade to make sure that they're not facing a big wall right up there. And it's 13 feet deep, whereby the code require a minimum of 15 feet. But the lot itself is only 37 feet deep when it's facing 26th Street. So they have tried to keep the depth of the actual building itself to 24 feet to make sure that there's room for circulation, the bathrooms, and 3-bedroom, because they wanted to make sure that they are family housing and not end up with 2-bedroom units.
I understand, and also it was not unlike what has happened with the project before this one, where the rear yard is being provided at the first level rather than the ground level, so that the variance is partly because it's at a different level. It's not ground level.
No, on the 26th Avenue building, most of the rear yard is actually at grade. There's a little corner on the towards California Street that would be at the first at the right off of one of the unit on the second floor.
Right. So basically, you're a lot closer to what is required, and also there
in terms of a grade, yes, but the depth
is under the minimum. I realize that.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, you mentioned that they've left a space next to the adjacent building where the cottage is, so you've got some of your open space there.
Yeah, that is so that it is exactly so that the green space in the rear yard will be in front of the small cottage.
Right.
So that one of the study that they did is that if you do only one building, the building actually, by the time you get to the 25% rear yard, that building will be right tied up against the small cottage. So the urban design that they are looking at is to try to make sure that they can be as considerate as possible to that.
And that answers
small
the two concerns that were raised by one of the other speakers. It addresses those. Thank you. I think I understand. Architect went through a very good presentation at the beginning, and I'm trying to inject some reality into this discussion because nobody in their right mind is going to sit there with these two units of this size with this huge lot and leave them the way they are. If they weren't allowed to demolish and build what they have proposed, then they would do significant additions to the existing buildings, and they would use the space between that's open now for another large building. And what they would end up is even less affordable and fewer bigger units because they're limited by the amount of parking they can have. And as was explained, they would only be able to get about 4 units because of the parking problems. And they would, to match the kind of square footage you're providing now, you would need units of 33,000 to 3,500 each. So if you think these are going to be expensive, those would be off the wall. This is a good size. This is a good entry-level size for buyers. 1,200, maybe 1,400 square feet is just about perfect, and you're getting 3 bedrooms on each one. So it makes total sense. And, you know, obviously, if this is not approved, then we're going to go back, we're going to see something like I just described back here again, and you're going to have units that are even less affordable. So, you know, you can't force someone to do something against what makes no sense economically. I mean, and no one is going to sit there with these 2 old units and just leave them the way they are. What they would do is add on significantly and make them into bigger units and add a couple of more bigger units. They're doing a lot of good things here. You're getting 18 bedrooms replacing 2. 6 units replacing 3 bedrooms, I'm sorry, and 6 units replacing 2 units. And, you know, also, as was pointed out, maybe at some time in the past there had been a renter in this building, but in the last few years it's been, you know, owner-occupied or owners have been there. It's, and so any rental that was ever done here would be market rate, even though it would be subject to rent control, but I don't think you'd ever see that happen. There hasn't, you know, and they wouldn't be family-sized housing as they're now designed. They're very small. So I think this is a good project. I'm supportive. We've been dealing with this thing since April, and I mean, the district supervisor did a good job of doing some outreach here, and you know, I'm not saying he's okay with it, he just is no longer involved with any opposition to it, and I think there's been a lot of dialogue that is going on, but I think it's a good project and it answers a lot of our questions about providing more housing, particularly for sale housing, and I think it will be affordable by size and by location because it is rather moderately sized. It's a little bit further out, and I think, you know, it will be the opportunity for a young family or a family of any age to buy their first home and get started in the market. So, and brand new units, which are very sought after. So I think it's a good project.
Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, I like to talk about the project as 2 projects and then see if there's some dialogue between the 2 which creates something by which we could agree. Mr. T, could you briefly remind me what the parking requirements are for this small commercial space?
For the commercial space?
Yes.
Generally, in NC districts, the commercial requirement for parking doesn't trigger until 5,000 square feet. For the residential units, it's minimum of 1 to 1 per unit.
Thank you for just addressing the first question. I know that it's a very attractive commercial corridor with restaurants, and at night it's kind of difficult to find a place, but it's not impossible. Having said that, I think the project suffers a little bit from its overparking as it pushes certain elements into variances which are perhaps not necessary. And I'd like to just comment on the A lot and ask the architect, I appreciate your compressing parking and putting it in stackers. What is the reason of why you did not use this technique in the second building?
Happy to answer that question. The main reason being we are using stackers in the Lot A because we have 50% of the ground floor as active use, so we're able to use the 5-foot height bonus. So the ground floor is essentially 15 feet tall. In the Lot B, we were unable to meet that requirement, so the ceiling is just too short to fit in car stackers.
Okay, good answer, thank you. But you would, if you would not intrude into the rear yard by 19.9 feet, still be able to have 2 cars skewed standing in the space, is that correct?
On Lot B you're speaking of?
Yes.
That may be possible.
Okay. I think parking as it starts to really push the project is an issue which I would like to entertain. I do have to admit that the demolition of rent-controlled housing is not just a concern, but it's a huge concern. And I think it has to stay really dead center in what we're discussing here, because here there are two projects. One seemed to be quite approvable, and it does some correct things. The second one, as it is proposed, I have great issues with. The issue also goes, if this would not be a rent-controlled unit and somebody would want to demolish, although there is not apparently any real reason for demolition, this particular building, I believe that accommodating open space on top of a garage is something I could not approve, something we discussed at length at 1601 Larkin Street, because it is the impact on the adjoining buildings, which are intricate, small, requires a rear yard for more than just property line windows and light and small gardens. But the overall development pattern, I think, sets a bad precedent to develop in existing neighborhoods rooftop gardens. I'd like to point out, and perhaps you could help follow me on that, you could have done this differently. What you're doing is your upper floor unit in Lot B really has its own rooftop open space.
Yes.
And the lower unit has its own open space.
Yeah.
Isn't it possible that if you would rearrange parking and have a very narrow stair going from the second floor down, that you could have accommodated everybody on the ground floor without having the additional pop-out for two private open space at the expense of the larger development pattern?
The four-story building still requires a penthouse, but it would not be required to have a deck.
So there is a possibility of doing it differently. I mean, there are two issues. One is destroying rent-controlled housing. The second one is building elevated open space at the expense of surrounding development patterns, a move which I'm completely and in all situations opposed to. I want to leave that just as an opening for others to respond to, not without saying anything more.
Commissioner, can I clarify something in terms of the parking?
And at this moment, if the question comes from other commissioners, thank you so much. At this moment, I do not want to discuss that further until the other commissioners weigh in. Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
So, just on that, I mean, maybe on the parking issue too, because I think I had some concern, the same concern about the kind of that bump out on the first floor of Building B. Then it seems like you could have accommodated ground floor and not had that bump out and accommodated some, the adjacent cottage as well as some of the lot line windows on 26th Street of the adjacent building. Did you look at ways to avoid having that kind of bump out, which seems to be there strictly to accommodate that third car?
Well, for the bump out, you're right, it is to accommodate the third car, and you can see we only have a 12-foot garage door. And if we have to eliminate that portion, for 12-foot garage door, I wouldn't even be able to fit in two cars. I will need 16-foot garage door to put two cars in, and I need to probably eliminate that small portion of the lower unit to accommodate another car. So basically, I will take the whole building for 3-car parking.
Right, you would lose that 341 square feet of space.
Exactly,
on
yeah.
the ground floor.
So that's the reason we have that bump out, and we try to put it in a location which is not going to affect the next door small cottage. And that's where we want to place it.
Yeah, I think I get that. I mean, my concern tends to be with the adjacent neighbor, the direct adjacent neighbors, the small cottage, which is going to have a fairly large building now, kind of adjacent to them, I think that rear yard helps, and that there's a pretty good setback. How wide is that yard? It's 12 feet, and then they've got some
13.
space on their own
13.
lot. Right. So, it's kind of a trade-off. I mean, to me, I think I'd rather see the open space on the ground floor, avoid that bump out and lose the 341 square feet kind of adjacent.
Right,
Or
yeah.
minimize that to give some to the adjacent neighbors. Because it's interesting, this project. People use the mayor's directive to both, a lot lately now that it's been out there. It's got preserve rent control clearly in it, but it also has kind of maximize density on development lots. And this does it in somewhat of a unique way. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this where we're splitting the lot in doing this. But, which is interesting, but some of the things trouble me, like that little bump out in the back on the garage.
The project sponsor will be happy to get rid of that bump out so that for the 26th Avenue building, it will have a great rear yard all the way across.
So we go, and it would, I don't know if there's one of those lot line windows there on 26?
The building right now is already away from the lot line window. We pull the building back already 3 feet from them.
Okay. And then, I think that would be helpful. On Clement Street, is there more, as you go down farther west, is there more commercial, or is this kind of it? I mean, I know it's not an NCT.
When you go the Clement Street, outer Clement Street, commercial district actually ends on 27th. And as you go down Clement Street from 26th Avenue to 27th Avenue, you will see that the commercial sort of disappear. It becomes basically all garage doors
Right.
on that block.
And does the code require that? I mean, I like that commercial, but does the code require that commercial?
There are some portions of the city where ground floor commercial space is required in some commercial districts. This isn't one of those districts. One other thing I would just want to clarify, going back to the parking situation, we do have limitations on how much of the frontage of a property can be occupied by garage space. So if we're talking about eliminating the rear yard bump and having a much larger garage presence on 26th Avenue, that would create a different issue that would in itself require a variance.
But could you do it? Would that require a variance if you got rid of the bump out?
If the bump out was taken away, but the 3 spaces were still provided, and it increased the garage space to a certain extent, it would most likely trigger that need for a variance, and not to mention the design issues that haven't really been looked at for that issue as well.
Right. Okay.
In the interest of fairness, could the opponents have some equal time? They've been given about a half hour now.
No, it's up
to
to
freelance
commissioners.
and give a lot of misinformation.
Steve, unless you're asked a question, you're out of order right
I
now.
wasn't being asked my question.
Okay. Commissioner Hillis, is that the conclusion of your comments?
Right. I mean, I think it would be good to eliminate that. It would be interesting to see, kind of from a design perspective, if you need additional room. But
Mr. Hillis, I cannot hear you. Could you speak
sorry,
in
I mean,
the-
I was talking kind of I don't know if you heard on the same point you were making of trying to eliminate that bump out, which may necessitate eliminating that ground floor room that's connected to the first
Unit.
living floor unit. But it seems like it's possible, and the developer would accommodate it.
I have a point of order.
No.
I can ask.
Let's continue with commissioner comments.
Yeah, I'm good for now.
Okay. I wanted to also add some comments on what Commissioner Moore had said about the rent-controlled unit. I know that, Commissioner Hillis, you've pointed out some nuances in the executive directive, but I agree that we have been seeing a lot of recommendations from staff on mergers for disapproval, and so there seems to be some sort of continuity challenge here, and it's very hard for me to support a project that removes rent-controlled units. I want to ask staff, I know there's legal challenges with Costa-Hawkins. Is there any legal way to preserve affordability for 2 of the units?
I can attempt to answer that. Are you referring to if the demolition was approved, but say 2 of the new constructed units would be under rent control?
Right.
It's my understanding that because of Costa-Hawkins, we would not be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I just was following up on the offered by project sponsor to eliminate the bump out on Building B, and it might end up with a larger garage door, but that would have to be worked out to see what would happen. Is that correct?
Well, the question is that unless we can figure out a wider garage door to be able to put 3 cars in, then I have a question actually for the acting zoning administrator. If we reduce a 3-car parking garage into 2-car, then how do we? Then I need a variance for not meeting the parking requirement.
That's fine.
This-
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
So this is just to clarify there's only one actual variance for this project, and it's not for the parking per se. They are providing the required amount of parking, but to be able to provide the required amount of parking, they are using the first 25 feet of depth of the property. So, as you know, the planning code has a lot of controls now about how the ground floor interacts with the street. And one of those requirements is that any off-street parking that is provided must be pulled back at least 25 feet off the street, and that first 25 feet should theoretically be used for active uses, whether commercial or residential. Obviously, driveways, access to the parking is excluded from that. So in this situation, because of the narrowness of the lot, it's not possible for them to provide the parking spaces and still provide 25 feet for additional space. In order for them to not provide the required parking, so if they wanted to go from the 3 required on Lot B to 2 or 1 or 0, there are 2 avenues for that. There could be a variance sought, and subject to those criteria, the zoning administrator also has the ability to modify or waive that requirement under Section 161J in NC districts. So there is a potential outcome where less or no parking would be provided that theoretically may not require a new variance for that issue.
So, yeah, I think I was just going to talk about the, assuming either by having a variance for 1 less parking space, which presumably, I think I heard earlier that you said the commercial didn't necessarily need a parking place. So they could still have the 2 there and 3 on the other, so they were going to have 7 parking places. They'll end up with 6, I would think, because they're eliminating 1 here, and I guess they have 4 on the other, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So the difficulty here is, as kind of mentioned, we kind of have 2 separate projects. Lot A that fronts on Clement has 3 residential units and a commercial unit, and they're proposing to provide basically 1-to-1 parking for all of those units, including the 1 commercial unit. And Lot B has 3 dwelling units and three parking spaces. So any reduction in parking, they could. There's an avenue for reduction of parking on either without a new variance.
Yeah, I'm thinking they could do that, and I remember a project we had a few years ago where the parking was actually provided on the second lot for the first, or some of the parking was. So theoretically, if they wanted to still keep their 1-to-1, the residential parking is more important, in my opinion. They could have the 4, and one of them would be for the units on the other site. I mean, that's just
So to be
a thought.
clear, you're saying keep the 4 parking in Lot A, but take the 1 commercial and make it residential for one of the units in Lot B, and then reduce the number of parking spaces in Lot B from 3 to 2.
Well, and I think that would satisfy eliminating the bump out for Commissioner Moore, but also would not entail a larger door or maybe nominally larger door. Is that correct, Ms. Barkley?
Yes, except that I like to double check one thing. I don't have the planning code in front of me, but if it is not on the same lot, don't I need a variance for parking? in the same neighborhood within 1,000 feet. So I think I still need a variance.
Unfortunately, I don't have the code in front of me either because it's not coming up on.
But that's my
electronic device.
recollection.
I think that restriction applies in RH1 and RH2. I think for higher density residential and commercial, I think you can have it within 800 feet without having a variance. But that can be something that we can check.
I think I'm finished for now.
Okay.
But just to clarify, again, this entire project could have no parking, and that could be waived or modified by the ZA under 161J.
So then, okay.
So for that purpose, whether it's next door or not existing at all, would be the same thing.
So basically, we're talking about a variance for the 26th Avenue building to waive one car?
Not a variance. It's just a decision by the ZA.
Just a modification from 3 to 2.
And that is an administrative process.
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. So definitely supportive of potentially changes to the parking that would bring the rear yard back to the ground floor. I just have a couple quick questions. One is I'm unclear the two-story cottage that is shown on the schematic. Where is the egress at this point? I'm unclear from the schematic. It looks hemmed in. So can someone explain to me how there's an egress and ingress into this building?
Steve Williams again. It comes out, because it fronts on Clement Street, it comes out to Clement Street. Here's the cottage. It fronts, you walk out this area here.
Okay, I'm sorry, that wasn't clear from the schematics that I was looking at. Okay. That was it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
Interesting. So this is one that's my first day here, and it's very complicated. Here we have an underutilized lot with rent-controlled units on it, going to what I'd call an overutilized lot with 6 family-sized housing units for sale. And I'm struggling with the balance of, well, where do you draw the line? You get demolished 2 rent-controlled units. You know, you can't, from what I understand, you can't incorporate them into any type of a new project. And I'd actually look for Mr. Williams for a comment on what he thinks about that. And I'm also troubled by I think it's an overparked project. I mean, I would be happy with 0 parking, but I would defer to staff and ask if you know what the car ownership rate is for this census tract or this zip code. I mean, anybody have any idea? I know they're family-sized housing, but I mean, 7 spots for 6 units, and I think that's ridiculous. Mr. Williams?
Concerning your question about the rent-controlled units, if those units are expanded or added to, they remain rent-controlled. If some other units are added to that building in the front, and as we heard today, I sent the note to Corey that made him finally realize that this is actually underdeveloped. It's 8 units, not 6. You know, that's why they announced the error at the beginning of this project. But the rent-controlled units can be expanded and remain under rent control. More units are added to that building, they can remain under rent control. That's your duty. And if there's some conflict with creating more housing, the priority policy says keep the retaining housing. There is no conflict. The policy to retain the housing always has to win.
Sure.
That's
So
what it says.
Conceivably, you could have a Lot A with the rent-controlled building expanded and a Lot B with the new family housing built.
That's the way around. Absolutely.
That sounds like a winner to me.
Much better than this project, which takes away everything and gives you nothing.
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, I guess that was my question I was going to ask about the rent control. I mean, it's troubling. I mean, not troubling. It's just challenging because we have, Lot A, which actually appears to be, a pretty well-designed project, but it sits atop where the rent-controlled units are. So I will just say that if that is a possibility that the project sponsor would want to consider, which is expanding the rent-controlled units on Lot A and looking at sort of a modified project on Lot B with, the rear yard and the ground floor, that's great. But again, that would be a continuance because that's a totally different project. So I'll just leave it there from now.
Commissioner Fung.
I'm actually supportive of the project, but I understand everyone's concerns. And if you look around the area, there are a lot of projects that are this size or larger and this is nicely done. This little piece of Clement Street is actually a really growing little neighborhood commercial area. There's some really cool restaurants. There have been some restaurants there for a long time. But if you look at the bus lines, it's not, there's transit out there, but it's not super transit rich. And from a walking perspective, this part of Clement Street, the lower part of Clement Street, out on Balboa now, parts of Geary, really serve a huge part of the city. If you look at the map and look how big the Richmond district is, by comparison to the center of the city, it's giant. And so from, walking from 13th Avenue or 2nd Avenue to 48th, and from Lake Street to Fulton, just to go, for example, going out to dinner, it's not so easy just to hop on a bus or the NJUTA or something and get there. It's quite difficult. So, and I tie that into the parking. It is difficult when you're trying to find parking out there at night if you choose not to walk or aren't able to find parking. And I think in this area, in my opinion, we can be a little more lenient as far as allowing parking in buildings such as this.
Thank you. I want to offer the city attorney an opportunity maybe to weigh in, I think, on the rent control issue.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne. Yes, I didn't want the commission to have the impression that simply if that building that currently exists stays, it automatically would remain under our city's rent control provisions. Under our rent control ordinance, there is a provision for if substantial modifications are made.
Could we have that mobile device turned off, please?
If substantial renovation and modifications are made to an existing rent-controlled building, then there is a process where the owner can apply to have rent control lifted from that building. So, I'm not totally familiar with the standards in that ordinance. It's within our rent control ordinance, so I wouldn't want to give you more detailed advice than that, but I wouldn't want the commission to have the impression that just because that building wasn't being demolished meant that those units would still be guaranteed to be subject to rent control.
And can I ask a follow-on question? We are also legally restricted, though, from demanding that they stay rent-controlled units.
That's true. Under the Costa-Hawkins Act, which is state law, there are very limited exceptions for when the city can require new units to be rent-controlled, where if these buildings were demolished and new units were built, they would be considered not rent-controlled units. There's only some limited exceptions if the city is providing a financial incentive to the project, and that's not happening here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to ask Mr. Williams, have you thought through a workable hybrid on all of those issues from your perspective?
I haven't drawn up anything, if that's what you mean. And obviously, you can remodel it out of rent control. But the commission can control that because the project would come right back here. And you could look at it and say, is this going to remain in rent control? If not, I'm not going to improve this remodel. I mean, that's how these units are supposed to be maintained and survive over the years, or else they're all going to be gone. That's the point. They're going to be larger, they're going to be family-sized units, and they're going to be remodeled out of existence. You can stop that. That's what you're here for. And that is the priority policy. That is the only policy right now.
Thank you for summarizing. What I'm concerned about is that the way the units are set up with excessive parking and the accoutrements, which we are starting to address here, that we are not anywhere even near affordable in any form or shape. And I'm not just talking below market. We're not even near affordable. These are basically high-end units to be sold to people who really can afford the extra price with unbundled parking being part of the unit you buy. That is of concern to me. It's in the packaging. It's in the aggressiveness of over-parking, and that is where I like to see some modifications, including addressing proactively our conflict with demolishing rent-controlled units.
Commissioner Antonini.
Well, what I'm hearing from project sponsor is we would be willing to go down to 6 cars, which is 1-to-1, which is actually what is required by code. So it's not overparked if you're code compliant. So that's what, if you want to have the 6 units and give 6 opportunities for purchase, then you need 6 parking spaces. Obviously, they could seek a variance to have even less parking. But another thought I had, and I know we can't necessarily require this, but I'm just going to throw this out. if these are for sale units, they're not subject to Costa-Hawkins. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, Costa-Hawkins applies to rent-controlled units, but I'm curious to see
where I'm going with
Yeah.
this. Well, I mean, it might be possible. It might be, we used to have, it was unfortunate, but we had a policy once in the city that would have forced a 6-unit building to have one affordable unit for sale, and it was changed as part of legislation that was passed by the voters, ballot measure about 2 years ago that raised it up to 10. So this is below the threshold. However, I'm not saying that it would be a condition of approval, but there might be a possibility, which would be a lot better than dumpy, tiny little rent-controlled units that are, but to have one of these units to be an affordable unit at whatever percentile would apply, I think it's 100th percentile, that would be something that might be offered. I'm not saying it would have to be any part of an approval, but, it certainly might be a lot better solution than trying to keep these rent-controlled units as they are, because nobody in their right mind is going to leave them this way. And if we say, well, we're going to disapprove your expansion of the units to make them larger, then there's a question of how much the city can do. There's takings which can be interpreted by the courts. When you start depriving someone of reasonable return on their property, then I think you're going beyond what cities and counties are allowed to do. So I think we're kind of barking up the wrong tree. I think we should try to approve this and approve it in a form that is the most acceptable way for the Commission.
Commissioner Hillis.
So, I mean, that the Commissioner Richards thought about kind of keeping the front building and adding on the back. It came to me too today earlier when I was looking at this. I think though there are trade-offs. I mean, there is we're all sensitive about rent control, but I think in reality, as I thought through that, what's going to happen is, we could have a unit in the back, 3-unit building in the back, and keep the front unit and require that it stay and remain rent control. I don't think it'll be. It's going to be a TIC. I think we're dealing with savvy developers who have a vacant 2-unit building. It's, I don't want to fool ourselves that it's going to be kind of a classic rent control unit. I don't believe it will be. So then the trade-off for me is you get an extra unit in some commercial space in kind of a better designed project that gets you more units. And I disagree with Mr. Williams that the preservation of the rent control unit trumps the additional units. I think we've got to weigh that and balance it, and that's why we're here. And kind of as I thought through that and what would happen in reality, I kind of lean more towards the project. I mean, I don't like the garage. I would prefer the parking be reduced and the garage be whacked back, but that's where I would land on it.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I also have to sort of echo Commissioner Hillis's comments. I think that it's hard. The directive that has been referred to is broad, and unfortunately for us, when we look at project by project, it can be difficult to be 100% consistent because we have to look at project by project and what is going to work best for the city and how does the intent of that directive filter down to each project, and it doesn't always come out the same exact way, unfortunately. In this case, I do think that having those larger units and more of them and a consistent sort of project design trumps having an inconsistent project design and sort of a lopped together modified rent control house in that Lot A, which I agree with Commissioner Hillis again. I don't think that's going to be classic rent control. I think it would end up probably being a TIC, particularly if there is an investment made to make those units larger or make more of them. I guess I would be supportive of basically the project as designed, although I do think that we should look at that the waiver on the parking for that Lot B so we can get that rear yard on the ground floor. One question I had, and this is maybe lighten the situation a little bit because it's kind of a more minor question. Why are these walk-ups? Why I didn't see an elevator in either Lot A or Lot B, and I don't know what family wants to walk up 4 flights of stairs.
It really just goes to the smaller nature of each of these units. The largest one is, I think, 1,600 square feet. So the elevator with the additional circulation required just takes up more space.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think that's challenging to say you're having family-sized units.
And,
but then
and as soon as
they're
you have
walk-up.
an elevator, you also trigger other requirements for accessibility in terms of the front entryway and all the bathrooms and everything. It does end up taking up a lot more space.
Okay. I mean, I asked the question. You
Sure.
gave me an answer. So, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
And I think they're split level too. If they're not 4 full floors, which makes it a little easier, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, that's not the important thing. I'm going to make a motion to approve with the modifications of eliminating the bump out on Building B, making that garage and only a 2-car garage, keeping the 4-car garage on the other one, and that would be, and also the rear yard would be captured at ground level. So that's basic the motion, project with those modifications.
Second.
There's no further discussion? Okay. Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve this matter with conditions as amended to reduce the parking in Lot B, eliminating the bump out requirement and reducing the parking to 2 spaces. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
Commissioner Richards?
No.
Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
And Commission President Wu?
No.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-3, with Commissioners Moore, Richards, and Wu voting against. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Variance. Thank you. I'll close the variance hearing, also with an intent to approve.
Very good, Commissioners. That will place you on your discretionary review calendar portion of your agenda. Item 13 was continued indefinitely, which will place you on items 14A and B for case numbers 2013.0520D at 910 California Street, mandatory discretionary reviews, and case number 2014.0108D, also for 910 California Street.
Carolina. Street.
Carolina.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erica Jackson of Planning Department staff. You have before you a request for a mandatory discretionary review for demolition and new construction pursuant to Planning Code Section 317. The project is located at 910 Carolina Street between 22nd and 23rd Streets in the Potrero Hill neighborhood. The project proposes to demolish an existing 1-story single-family dwelling and construct a new replacement 3-story over basement single-family dwelling. The Section 311 public notification was completed and no neighbor discretionary review applications were filed. However, since the distribution of the packet, staff has received 6 additional emails, letters, and phone calls from neighbors regarding the project. Neighbors have expressed concerns regarding the size and the height of the proposed new building and how the massing fits within the existing context of buildings and in the neighborhood. One neighbor also has concerns regarding privacy with regards to the windows on the side elevations and the proposed roof deck. The emails and letters are being passed out to you right now. The original project design was for a 4-story over basement single-family dwelling. The residential design team reviewed the project and found that the proposed project was consistent with the site and the neighborhood in terms of scale and character, with the elimination of the top floor. The project sponsor complied with this recommendation and reduced the project to a 3-story over basement structure. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission not take discretionary review and approve the demolition and new construction as proposed. The project is consistent with the general plan, the residential design guidelines, and the planning code. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Project sponsor.
Charles, I got 5, right? Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. John Kevlin here. I'm with the law firm of Rubin, Junius & Rose here on behalf of the project sponsors. The project proposes to demolish an existing undersized home which is in disrepair and is non-rent controlled. The project proposes to replace that building with a contemporary 3-story single-family home that is consistent with the existing residential neighborhood. The project requires mandatory discretionary review for both the demolition of the existing structure and for the new structure. So very quickly, the existing structure is in very poor condition and is not in an occupiable state currently. It's got no foundation, there's rotten mold throughout, the roof is crumbling, and the electrical system is hazardous. So I think it's pretty clear that it's appropriate and preferable to demolish this building and construct a new home that is safe, more aesthetically pleasing, and more consistent with the existing character of development on the block. So let's get to that, the character of development on this block. If I could get the projector, please. What you're seeing here, this is the existing undersized home, a little bit set back from the street. As we move north, we've got a 2-story residential building immediately adjacent, and then at the corner we've got a 3-story residential building. As we move south, again, here's the existing structure. We've got a 1-story home on a double lot. And then the next 3 buildings, 2 3-story buildings with a 2-story building in between. So let me make clear, this building is not going to stand out from what is currently existing on this portion of the block, which is not quite uniform as it is. It's not the tallest building. The tallest building is the building at the corner, and you'll see that on the front elevations of the plans. It's, in addition, also not the only building that is 3 stories at the street that continues back to the rear of the building. If you take a look at this photo, this is facing north. This line represents where the rear of the project is. And then we've got those 2 3-story buildings just a couple of lots down that essentially meet that same rear yard line. So there are at least 2 other 3-story buildings at the street that continue all the way to the point where the project continues. I'll also add that here's a diagram of the entire block. If we expand out a little bit, the blue sites are those buildings with 3 stories. It's also not the deepest building in this part of the block. We've got the building at the corner that essentially occupies the entire lot, and then we've got that 2-story building between those 3-story buildings that also occupies almost all of the lot. So by no means is this building going to stand out compared to what's in the immediate vicinity currently. Now, the adjacent neighbors are somewhat undersized and smaller than the project. However, the project's impacts are going to be limited. If we first look to the north neighbor, again, here's the project site, here's the north neighbor. They've got no roof deck, so the project's not going to have any impact on light and air on any sort of roof deck that exists. Again, the project, the rear wall of the project extends to basically the rear of this building as well. So any impacts on light and air to that rear deck, which is basically at the very rear end of the lot, are going to be limited. Speaking to the south neighbor, this is the 1-story home on the double lot. The double lot allows for greater separation between the 2 buildings. And in addition, the project proposes no side windows on the side lot line, so they're not going to have any issues with privacy along that in their existing open areas. And also just want to mention that the roof deck is set back 5 feet on both sides and at the front, so that further diminishes any privacy issues. Also want to mention that we're working with the downslope neighbor right here to provide privacy landscaping at the rear of the lot, and I will also mention that we provide a full 25 feet at the rear of the lot, and that's even beyond the pop-out. The project sponsor has been flexible throughout this process and has significantly reduced the size of the project based on staff and neighbor requests. If you take a look here, it started as a 4-story building and with also a 3-story pop-out. What we've got now is we've got a 3-story building, the pop-out's down to 2 stories, and the front's actually been pulled in a little bit. So want to remind the commissioners that the city has made the creation of family-sized housing a priority in its newest housing element. Currently, only 12% of the city is 14 years old or younger, and this is a great opportunity for new family housing. And in closing, we believe that a single-family home that is neither the tallest nor the only building on the block maintaining a 3-story massing to its rear facade does not rise to the level of exceptional and extraordinary circumstances. And thank you. We're here for questions.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay. Okay, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
I agree with project sponsor. I think it's been crafted carefully, and I think it's going to be a good project, and I would move to not take DR and approve the project.
Second.
On that motion, Commissioners, to not take DR and approve the demolition and new construction, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 7-0, and places you on item 15 for case number 2014.0529D at 3984 20th Street, request for discretionary review. This is an abbreviated discretionary review.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Delvin Washington, Southwest Team Leader. The proposed site, 3984 20th Street, is a 25-foot wide, 114-foot deep parcel, 2,850 square feet, fronting 20th Street between Sanchez and Church. The existing residence is a one-story over-basement single-family dwelling that was originally constructed in 1900. It is located within the Castro Upper Market neighborhood and Dolores Heights Special Use District. The subject block primarily has structures ranging between 1 and 3 stories in height, and the tallest being a 4-story, 30-unit apartment building. The proposal is to construct a new 38 feet, 7-inch deep second story that will be set back 10 feet from the front building wall, and a new roof deck and stairs above the second story of the residence. The proposal will also include a 3.5-foot front horizontal reduction and a 10.5-foot rear side addition at the garage level to accommodate the partial conversion of habitable space on the bottom level. There will also be an 11-foot rear horizontal reduction and a 7.5 rear addition at the first story. The residential design team reviewed the project following the filing of the DR application and determined that was consistent with the guidelines. The RDT determined that the proposed new second story would not fully obstruct the DR requester's light well due to its proposed 3-foot setback on the west side of the front portion of the second level at the addition. It was determined that this would provide adequate light and air to the neighbor's light well. This existing light well also is uphill from the subject property. The RDT also did not agree that the DR requester suggesting that the new story be constructed at the front of the building against his side wall along the property line. This basically concludes the presentation. The department has determined that there is no exceptional or extraordinary circumstances, and staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission is to not take discretionary review and approve the building permit.
Thank you. DR requester, your team has 5 minutes.
Good evening, President Wu and commissioners. We have lived in our house at 3986 20th Street for almost 17 years. Before that, we were close by at Church and 19th for 7 years, and we've seen the neighborhood go through many changes, including the cleaning up of Dolores Park and a lot of families moving back into the neighborhood. We welcome the idea of having another family in the neighborhood and believe that they should be able to build and improve their property, but not in a way that greatly affects another family. We were very close with the elderly couple who previously lived at 3984 20th Street, and almost every time the wife came over to our house, she would stand in our kitchen and she would talk about how they hadn't been able to add as big onto the back of their home as they had originally wanted to because of the impact that it would have had on the people who were living in our home at the time. This was the basis for the 1992 variance that was given, which we are surprised and saddened that it's not being upheld. I'd like to read that right now. It stated that No further vertical or horizontal expansion of the subject building shall be allowed unless such expansion is specifically authorized by the zoning administrator after the property owner or authorized agent has sought and justified a new variance request pursuant to the public hearing and all other applicable procedures of the City Planning Code. However, the zoning administrator, after finding that such expansion complies with applicable codes, is compatible with existing neighborhood character and scale, and does not cause significant loss of light, air, or view privacy to adjacent buildings, may determine that a new variance is not required. Our neighbor, Rob Levy, pointed out in his email to Doug Vu asking that the 1992 variance be upheld. The new owner is reducing the lower level of the property, but it's not material in any way, as that portion does not affect the light or views. If you walk through our house, you will notice that the majority of our windows do not have window coverings, and those that do are designed in such a way as to let in as much light as possible while still giving privacy. The plan sponsor states that the requester's light well is not the only source of light to primary rooms. Does that mean that it is okay if smaller, less primary rooms lose their only source of light? And while it may be true that it is not the only source of light in other rooms, it doesn't mean that they won't be greatly affected. With the change from a pitch roof to a flat roof and an additional story, the proposed light court will only benefit us when the sun is directly overhead. If you look at a picture that I brought, you can see how when this is our home right here, it is proposed to reach up to the top level here, which is our upper window. So it will block all the windows of the uphill neighbors as well. And our light currently from our house passes through into our neighbor's house. And she wanted to come and speak to that, but unfortunately, due to childcare, wasn't able to make it. So while I believe that others will later find out that this project has had significant impact, we are just speaking for ourselves, and we are asking that you will uphold the variance decision and revisit the DR in terms of the light and the impact that it will have on our home. Thank you.
If you want to speak, now is your time.
Good evening. This is a map of showing the 1906 is actually, it was caught on fire and everything else. This is the subject property that is required to be built. This is our house. Those houses were built in late 1800s. So just to give you FYI, when we saw the drawings, the house was in a fairly good condition. It's got a 2-bedroom. It's a very nice house. This was the advertised as it was sold. And the way the description writes out, it's very difficult to imagine. There's a tremendous amount of terms of reduction. There's over 300% enlargement to this subject property. And the amount of light we get, that's our little dog Rambo. Loves to sit in there. But there are areas that wasn't discussed and shown are below the ground level. We have entire window on the property line that was existingly in place, and these are the only, by bringing that the building high-rise on there, that will definitely, we lose the entire light in that section. I will propose that the expansion, it only changes if they do the garage. They'll let the expansion takes place in the ground level, and it will.
Sir, your time is up.
All right, thanks.
Okay, is there any public comment supporting the DR requesters? Then project sponsor, your team has 5 minutes.
Okay, good evening, President Wu and Commissioners. My name is Jorge Carbonell. I am the architect for the project, and my parents own the house.
Please have the graphic up.
Oh.
SF, thank you.
Okay. The existing single-family home is 2 levels, and we are proposing to add a new story to be set back 10 feet from the front building wall. As you see from this slide of the block face, this block of 20th Street is a mix of 2-level and 3-level buildings with 3 levels predominating. This is my father's house. The DR requesters own the house to the right, the larger home to the left, and the other adjacent neighbor fully supports our project. As part of the project, we will clean up the building's compromised facade, bringing back its original Victorian Eastlake spirit with a historically appropriate design. To do this, we will remove the 1950s siding, replace the aluminum slider windows with wood double-hung windows, and remove the garage infill under the bay window to recreate the bay's original volume. We will also restore the traditional wood siding, shingles, and trims. Now, the DR requesters' concerns about the light-well windows were made known to us when my parents bought the house. Their light-well windows serve primarily bathrooms and a hallway. You can also see in this slide the property line windows facing our rear yard. From the very beginning of our design, we have compromised our project to minimize the impact to these windows. Here's what we have done. We are providing a light cord that aligns with the neighbor's light well and is much longer than what it is required by the residential design guidelines. Our light cord is open all the way to the front of the building, catching the southern exposure throughout the middle of the day. As shown here, our proposed light cord is shown in pink, and it opens all the way to the street. The DR's requester building is the bigger building on the left, and their light well is shown in blue. The slide shown here compares our proposed light cord, shown in purple, and what would be typically required by the residential design guidelines, shown as a dashed line. Our design meets and exceeds the requirements of the residential design guidelines. Now, the slide shows the DR requesters' property line windows in red and how we voluntarily reduce our floor plates so they wouldn't have to remove them. To do this, we reduced the size of our children's bedroom. The slide on the right shows our proposed roof deck. To reduce the impact to our neighbors, we did not propose a covered stair penthouse at the roof. These exterior stairs will be open to the sky with the additional expense of drainage and waterproofing. And we did not provide high ceilings in the new addition. The ceiling heights are standard to minimize the building envelope. Now, this is the proposed wall at the property line of the DR requester, in contrast to the potential volume. Our proposed envelope is significantly smaller than what the planning code allows. And from the beginning, we did not come in with a large, high-impact design that we could negotiate down to an acceptable one. We started out with our best foot forward, with an appropriate, sensitive plan that respects the neighbors' concerns. We have been transparent with our neighbors, meeting with them privately before submitting the plans, holding a pre-application meeting, voluntarily mailing updates of the planning process, and meeting with them during the notification period. We're frustrated that our compromises have not satisfied the DR requester. The DR requester has not suggested any revisions that would be acceptable to us or to the planning staff. The other adjacent neighbor and member of the Dolores Heights community support this application. In conclusion, this is a modest project in scope that removes a non-compliant structure, improves the block face, restores the traditional Victorian character of the facade, and it is completely code complying. The vertical addition shown here is almost invisible from the street level. Our addition leaves intact the neighbor's property line windows and respects their light well. Commissioners, I urge you to agree with the planning staff recommendation. Please do not take discretionary review and approve this project. There are no exceptional or extraordinary circumstances here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public in support of the project sponsor? Okay, seeing none, DR requesters, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
As the attached letter, the neighbor adjacent, I talked to him on a weekend. It's one of his clients. They're long time. They're working on several projects. So naturally, he wasn't even aware of it. The drawing that was sent out for neighborhood, unfortunately, none of them were very clear, and the description where it was written with so many phrases of reduction all over the text, and nobody was really getting an idea the size and magnitude of the project. Here is a drawing that was there submitted. Obviously, in these settings, we could easily see the substantial view from the street that you are going to see this expansion. And on top, you also have a deck that's going to be blocking. For us to get a little sunlight around noon is not adequate enough. And there is already a paper being signed in and earlier in 2000, close to 2000, that forbid them from blocking any air or privacy or as well. And all we're asking is maintaining our sunlight that we've been having and continue enjoying the sun that we're getting in. Our recommendation is to go ahead and expand below in the garage level in this area down below. He's building 4-story, 4-bedroom. Instead of 4-bedroom, he could simply settle with 3, and that will enhance the capability of do all the frontage enhancement and everything. It'll build the deck on top. But all you're doing, you're going to a major expense and structural issues. These are all brick building, and there are a number of other issues that's going to be rising from this huge load that you're going to be adding. So our recommendation is just to expand below grade, add the 1-bedroom as he suggested and everything else, and you will end up with a 3-bedroom instead of 4-bedroom. Thank you.
Project sponsor, you have 2 minutes.
Could we have the computer graphic again, please? Commissioners, Craig Nikitas for the project sponsor. It's not fair to take an orthographic elevation and use that to show how much this upper story addition would show from the street. Here's a perspective that accurately shows what it'll look like from across the street, and you can barely see that upper story addition. I also have here copies of an email from the zoning administrator that deals with the NSR and variance issue, where he's determined, A, the variance and NSR are moot because the element that required the variance is being removed from the rear yard as part of this project. And even if it were not, he has reviewed the project and determined that it's code complying, compatible, and appropriate. Copies of those if you'd like. And then finally, this is a totally appropriate project that restores a historic facade and undoes some of the mistakes that were created on it. It creates family-size housing. It's fully supported by staff and the RDT, and we urge you not to take DR, and please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, the public hearing is closed. Commissioners, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Nikitas, for clarifying the issue about the variance. I was about to ask Mr. Washington. It's a little bit harder to understand because we rarely have that. It's very clear, and I'd like to just jump in and recognize this project as a significantly sensitive design project. The presentation of the project is actually that good that I would like the department to put that in its library as a type of presentation which completely explains every issue. We rarely have that. This is an exception, and I would like to note it. I do also feel that the presentation itself made it very clear that those issues which we are normally concerned about is where the rubber hits the road, 2 buildings start to affect each other, and again, the city grows, we build next to each other, we densify within an existing city sensitive to each other. And when I look at sensitivity, I think this particular project, including how it's done, reached a very high mark of sensitivity, something which I would have liked to recommend to some other people today, but that is not part of the discussion. Sorry about saying that. In any case, I'm very supportive of it for the number of reasons noted, and definitely would suggest that we don't take DR, but I'm curious as to whether or not the other commissioners are seeing it that way too.
Commissioner Antonini.
I completely agree with Commissioner Moore. It was stated quite clearly by the project sponsor. It's below the allowed height, and the skillfully matching light well will allow sun from the south, because looking at the location, DR requester is to the west, and that opening faces to the south, so it should allow plenty of light in there. And then, of course, the other thing that was done is property line window accommodation by changing the size of a room, which was also extremely tastefully done, and the neighbor on the east, which is a smaller house, supports. So I think I would move to not take DR and approve the project.
Second.
Sorry.
Commissioners, there is a motion to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
And Commission President Wu.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7 to 0 and places you on general public comment. I have no speaker cards.
Any general public comment?
You'll remember maybe. Oh, you're going to do. Oh, yeah.
Oh, why don't you do it? Seeing no general public comment is closed.
Close. Rashad Williams.
Rashad Williams. So we would like to close in memory in honor of Rashad Williams. Meeting adjourned.
Mm-hmm.